Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the Doing Business Forum. We appreciate all of you who've made it on time. And things are running a bit differently lately. Government must show that the ease of doing business starts within the Ministry of Finance. And because of that, we will start. We will adjust our program quite a bit. If you have the program with you, please note we'll make amendments so we can at least start without taking most of your time. We are very sure you're very busy people. And for you to have honored our invitation and made it here, it would be important that we actually start. So in the next minute, we will formally start. We'll have a word of prayer shortly. We'll have the welcome remarks by our hosting department, the private sector unit, and also maybe allow for our commissioner to say hello. And then when you have a senior army officer amidst you, you need to manage his time. So we will then request, and we are working with his team, that he makes his presentation, and then he can always leave at leisure. So, General, we will ask you to be the very first person to present shortly. Don't you worry. So that we allow you to go and manage the other state affairs. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, shortly, in a minute, we're just allowing for the last moving parts to be put in place, and then we should be able to start. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Doing Business Forum. On behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we want to welcome you and thank you so much for joining us. We would like to start, and we want to welcome the online audience that is joining us and those who are watching via the live stream. We welcome all of you to what will be today's business agenda. Our theme this year, enhanced public sector efficiency for private sector competitiveness. And since we're talking competitiveness, we need to be on time and very efficient. So allow me welcome Ms. Anne Nakai to come and pray for us. And may I request we all be upstanding as we begin our day with a word of prayer. And then later, we'll have the welcome remarks by our head of units. May we be upstanding for a word of prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Heavenly Father, Lord God above, we praise and glorify your name. We welcome you into this gathering. We thank you for this new day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of health. We thank you for the opportunity to work for our nation. We pray that this forum that has brought us together may lead us to greater heights for this nation, guide our deliberations, guide everything we're going to do today. We pray for all the speakers. We pray for all those who are not yet here. Grant them journey mercies, and may your will be done this day and every day. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Anne. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're most welcome. I'll run through a bit of the protocol this morning before we will dive into our opening session a little later. The Commissioner in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, our Director at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who is here with us, Brigadier General, we welcome you, sir. The heads of government agencies, and Commissioner, I've seen Uganda Investment Authorities here. I have also seen the URA in this building, and all the other key agencies and departments of government that are present. We want to thank you for joining us this morning for the Doing Business Forum. The heads of different units, including, of course, some of the agencies that work with the private sector. I've seen the CEO of the Private Sector Foundation, of the Presidential CEO Forum. You know, those two are also the Presidential CEO Forum. The private sector players who are here in the room, investors, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and we want to thank you for joining us this morning. Shortly, we'll have welcome remarks, and immediately after the welcome remarks, we'll dive into a presentation by the Commissioner at the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control, passport issuance and visa issuance, and also work permits. And that will really be the beginning of the success stories and success lessons from our departments and agencies and ministries. And that's just one of the many we will be having today. But we thought it is important that we begin our forum this morning and be able to cover for some of the lost time earlier today. So may I, in a very special way, welcome our head of the Private Sector Development Unit, Ms. Diana Nanono, to come and make welcome remarks. Can we warmly welcome her, ladies and gentlemen?
Heads of government agencies present today, development partners present, private sector leaders, civil society, academia, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. My name is Diana Nanono, and I head the Private Sector Development Unit at the Ministry of Finance, and it's a pleasure to have you all this morning. I welcome you all to the second annual Doing Business Forum under the theme Enhanced Public Sector Efficiency for Private Sector Competitiveness. This forum is convened at a critical time of implementing the Fourth National Development Plan, where government has set bold and ambitious targets to grow a USD 500 billion economy by 2040. To achieve this growth, public sector must continuously reform its processes to ensure timely and cost-efficient service delivery to the private sector. This forum, as rightly anchored under the second National Strategy for Private Sector Development, provides us with an opportunity for public sector accountability, as well as receive feedback from the private sector on areas for further improvement to enhance investor confidence in our economy. This forum further aims to communicate the service delivery standards that have been set by different ministries, departments, and agencies in serving the private sector, and the efforts that government is making to ensure that we achieve them and serve the private sector better. Ladies and gentlemen, at the inaugural forum that was held in October last year, we did pledge to foster dialogue between the public and private sector and act on feedback received from businesses. Today, we're here to review progress, share lessons, and agree on practical actions aligned with the 4th National Development Plan and the 10-fold growth strategy. A number of issues and concerns were raised by private sector at the last forum, and we're here to share with you some of the progress aspects that have been implemented by respective MDAs. So at the last forum, we were duly requested to provide the private sector with comprehensive feedback from the forum discussions, ensuring that their concerns are acknowledged and that clear responses are communicated. And to this end, a Doing Business portal is in its final development stages to serve this purpose. And we shall ensure that the link is massively shared with you all to ensure that you routinely access information on interventions that government is undertaking for your benefit. The other aspect that was raised at the last forum that we did hold was a concern with regard to electricity access and reliability, which was raised as a very pertinent issue. And to this end, government is currently implementing a US $74 million program under the energy sector. And the resources are mainly going towards strengthening the grid to improve reliability of power. The resources are also going towards pole replacement, transformer installation, and last mile connections to different SMEs. The program is currently being implemented under a cost-sharing mechanism where the SME stroke business invests in line infrastructure to their facility and government installs the transformer, and all this is aimed at increasing access to power for businesses. Government also continues to implement the energy rebate program for medium to large consumer businesses. Here, what happens is that industrialists undertake major power line extensions to their facilities while allowing for other customers to access power using this infrastructure, and they are subsequently compensated for their approved connections under the Electricity Regulatory Authority. So what this has done is that it has helped increase access to power for businesses, as well as alleviate connection delays for businesses that may have the financial muscle to undertake such investments. Ladies and gentlemen, with regard to access to patient capital, which was one of the other issues that was duly raised at the last forum, government has cumulatively capitalized the Uganda Development Bank with shillings 1.5 trillion as at June 2025, and has obtained additional funding lines to the tune of over 1 trillion to ensure we promote industrialization, agricultural commercialization, and technology acquisition for increased productivity of businesses. Additional resources for various wealth creation programs to a tune of 2.43 trillion was also provided in financial year 25-26, which is the current financial year. And this has been distributed as follows. Under the parish development model, shillings 1.059 trillion was allocated. Under the Emioga program, shillings 100 billion was duly allocated. Under the Uganda Development Corporation, shillings 187.1 billion was allocated. Under the Agricultural Credit Facility, and this is mainly aimed at enhancing value addition, shillings 50 billion was duly allocated. Under the Invite project, that is mainly targeting those that add value and export, shillings 275.1 billion was duly allocated. And under the microfinance support program, shillings 48.5 billion was duly allocated. All these resources are meant to ensure that we unlock the aspect of access to finance for the private sector and to ensure that they can do business in a cost-effective manner. Additionally, a new 176 billion financing scheme was duly launched in December last year. And this is meant to support large-scale commercial farmers with over 50 acres of land. And this has been under implementation starting last financial year with government-owned banks. And that is the difference here, that with respect to this program, we are working with government-owned banks. And these include Pride, Postbank, that is transitioning to Pearl Bank, and Housing Finance Bank. And what government is doing is that it's covering the interest component of the loans that are being extended to the private sector by these financial institutions to produce maize, beans, soya bean, sorghum, and animal feed. And the expectation is that this will go a very long way in addressing the financing needs of the private sector. So ladies and gentlemen, these are but some of the many ways in which government of Uganda is addressing the issues that affect you as the private sector. There is also continued enhancement of the reforms that were presented to you last year by the different ministries, departments, and agencies. I'll give a few examples, and these include Uganda Registration Services Bureau's online business registration system that is fully online and is integrated with other MDAs, including Uganda Revenue Authority, NIRA, among others. And to this extent, business registration can basically be completed online under 24 hours upon submission of all the required documentation. Secondly, the Uganda National Land Information System has been duly rolled out to 22 zonal land offices, thereby reducing the time and cost it takes to effect land transactions in this country. I recognize that there are additional reforms that need to be made, but we need to be cognizant of the journey that we have taken thus far. This has also been pivotal in increasing the share of registered land in this country from 22.8% in 22-23 to 30% currently. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I call upon us to continue striving for a public sector that is efficient, that is responsive and predictable, to ensure that we create an environment where businesses can flourish. The Doing Business Forum offers a platform for dialogue and accountability, ensuring that efficiency reforms lead to measurable improvements in private sector competitiveness. By working together, we can achieve the transformation outlined in the 4th National Development Plan and realize the goals of the 10-fold growth strategy. I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that surely wasn't enough. Can we appreciate Diana? She's the organizer, and so it's unfair when someone invites you to their household and they've made a statement that we give her a lukewarm reception. I'm not so sure if it's because you're waiting for our coffee first and then you have a bit of energy this morning. But can I request once again, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate our head of the Private Sector Development Unit, Diana, for welcoming us this morning, but also for setting the tone for our conversation this morning, and also providing accountability from the previous forums, as she mentioned, for the work done and the work yet to be done, and their strategy to support our 10-fold growth. And I really want to thank the unit and the team for annually inviting us for this conversation. So may I take the singular honor of inviting our Commissioner, the Commissioner Economic Development Policy and Research Department at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Joseph Enyumu, to come and say hello But as he does that, allow me in a very special way, and I know she was busy, I couldn't do this. Our head of public services here. Can we appreciate Miss Lucy Nachove, ladies and gentlemen? As I invite the commissioner, who was probably going to do it, but I decided, let me jump the gun, Commissioner.
The head of public service, senior government officials in the room, leaders of industry present, members of civil society, and the media. A very good morning to you all. Thank you very much for your welcome remarks, Madam Diana. We are here on a doing business forum, and your experience in doing business is very important to government. Typically, you remember what has been a pain point as you do business, or what has been a sweet spot in your business adventure in Uganda. And so in this forum, we aim to be able to narrow the difference between your pain points and the sweet spots. We aim to use dialogue to close that difference so that we are on the same page. And on behalf of the PSST and the technical leadership, as well as the political leadership at the Ministry of Finance, we are very delighted that you could make the time to honor the invitation to be here. And we look forward to a very candid discussion, because it is these discussions that feed into the reforms we execute and the culture we adopt within our MDAs and across the public sector. So whether you experience Uganda as a sweet spot or you experience some pain points when you're doing business, it begins with the way you are received into this country. And that is, of course, something that deals with immigration. So this morning, as guided by our director of ceremony, we are adjusting the program a little bit. We would like to begin with one of the presentations on from the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration, just to give you a feel of some of the facilitation, because as you do business, some of the skills you require may not be easily found in country. Some of you have to bring in expertise, and the experience in doing so is something that matters to the Ministry of Finance and government at large. We aim to make sure that we facilitate you to settle in the best skills that you require but are not available easily here. And also just the whole process, whether it is your business associates or clients that are coming into the country, we'd like to make sure that they have a seamless experience in doing so. That is one of the ways we aim to make sure that Uganda is a preferred business destination. So I'm going to use this opportunity now to make welcome Brigadier Johnson Namanya, Commissioner at the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control, to give us a feel of how that is unfolding. So could we please make him a very hearty welcome as he comes to share that experience. You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. The head, allow me maybe to ride on the protocol given by the director of ceremonies, with the exception, I have to make an exception, of head service, who is also my friend, Madam Nachove. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is to give you, I think, okay, I was looking for that presentation, is to give you a flavor of what we've been doing for the last maybe 6 years. My background is the army, as you can see, but I have no more excuse now since I've been about 7 years in public service. So I think I qualify, madam, now. I've been inducted enough. So I run you through that side. Okay. I run you through the presentation as follows, and I try to be as fast as possible. Our mandate is to facilitate legal and orderly movement of persons, to verify citizenship, to regulate issuance of passports and other travel documents, provide conducive immigration environment for investment, and enforce immigration laws, both in country and in the region. I have to say from the start that we are so closely related to the private sector in the way that I've put on the screen, because we all belong to single body called Government of the Republic of Uganda. But at times, I'll come back to this later, from my experience, from MDAs alone, before going to private sector, at times you find as if there are different governments on account of mandates. So mine is to emphasize that both public and private sector are so complementary, like twins. And at the heart of it should be efficiency. If it was private sector, inefficiency quickly is punished. But at public sector, we'll come back to that. It takes a time. Our role, this one I won't dwell on it. Our role in the tenfold aspiration, this is how we fit in terms of industrialization and private sector growth, digital transformation, governance and service delivery, and regional integration. But most important, contributing to security, because it is the bedrock of everything that we should be done. The problem statement, what did we find at Ministry of Internal Affairs? There is a big perception of a public servant. I think maybe this is on account of war. When there was rehabilitation of the ravaged areas of the North Oruero Triangle, I think inadvertently we forgot to rehabilitate ethics, or even the wider work ethic of a public servant. When I was joining, or even before, there was this perception that you put a coat somewhere in an office and you go. And you can come at 10 and it's okay. So that's what we've been confronting. So in other words, response on time, or the issues I've put on the screen, from absence from duty station to corruption, bribery, lack of a complaint, so escalation mechanism, and there is a fair approach to a call of duty. If all this happened, of course, to a private entity, they would close. And where I come from in the army, if you are so lax and inefficient, then you will collapse as an army. and the collapse comes with loss of lives. So that's where we come from. It's either on time and done, or you're out. So rather than being blamed for militarizing public service, I think we come to bring private sector approach to public service. What did we find before? They say pictures speak louder, and I'm going to bring pictures to amplify what I'm going to talk about. But pre-COVID, when we had just joined, I would measure my performance by the number of phone calls I get on my phone for a passport or a service. Later, I think I'm now more confident because I hardly get a phone call for a passport in a week. It means the system is working. Why? You put everything online and make sure it's not a know-who anymore. But in the past, I'm sure I won't talk about lines. You all remember. Some people still think there are lines there. They are not. So these were the pictures of the moments before. Of those lines I was talking about, and the lack of a seamless process. And of course, a bad workspace environment. There we are. I'm sure you're used to those tents. Those tents, I brought them down during COVID. I said, since an opportunity has come, even this one will go, this environment. But some people are hesitant. Somehow people get used. There was this saying that if you are a fisherman, among the fishermen, it takes a non-fisherman to tell you that you are smelling fish. So I think people get used to the usual way. So this one is a picture. Can you play that? It will take a short time. Of the work environment. Where are we now? We have automated the processes. Both passports and clients can schedule appointments, track the applications, and the turnaround time has reduced significantly. From even in a day, you can get a passport if there is an emergency in a matter of hours. But in the past, either know who or a bribe. And we have more than doubled our revenue, sir. So I think when I come to you begging, I should take, I am one of the, I think I'm the first MDA among the institutions that collect non-tax revenue. I'm number one, and I intend to keep there for some time. This is where we are now. Not yet there, because we intend to have better workspace than that, because we are still in a makeshift. Down, we intend to have automated systems at the immigration so that they are self-check-in counters. We operate one-stop border posts so that we try, which has significantly reduced the turnaround time in terms of traveler handling. The future, we aspire to do more about digital systems, strengthen partnerships, increase awareness, and to strive to say, where could we be wrong? From the other makeshift, this is our aspiration, so that you are served in a better workspace. And this is our future home, resources allowing. So I'll have to come to you, sir, for hand-holding so that we are in a better space, not the current environment. Because even if you automate in a lousy working space, then the systems will collapse. We believe in a whole of a nation approach digitally. Because when you digitize one sector and you don't, then it will be a zero-sum game. So we need an approach. I hope NITAU is in the room. We need an approach so that we move together. And what do I mean the future is here? That when you go to book a ticket, that information should be used up to the check-in counters so that you don't waste more time. And with that, you can do everything on your phone. Challenges. I already talked about the mandates. Madam Head Service, I wish we could be more collaborative than we are doing now. Because at times, the mandate issue becomes a roadblock than an enabler. So we need to be more collaborative. At times, you in the sectors that are within us, that's why you see a lot of confusion in the sectors. For example, the labor externalization. It's a chaotic sector that we need to handle. It's like border. Limited resources. I wish we put the money where it matters more, so that the more you invest, the more it multiplies. The infrastructure gaps at remote borders. In some of the areas, the infrastructure is not there. But since this is a better forum than to lament, will not go there. Managing irregular migration and people smuggling. Ladies and gentlemen, the more we increase, the more we need employment, the more we need numbers, and the more migration will matter. So we must enhance identity to make sure that we know who is where at what time. In conclusion, efficient public service institutions are the backbone of a competitive private sector and the engine of sustainable national development. What does this speak to? A whole of GOU approach. We remain work in progress. I borrowed that from the Budonians. And as NCIC, we aim to be a model of excellence in provision of immigration services to Ugandans and migrants. And we thank all the stakeholders so far, this journey where we've reached. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brigadier. Could we give him a more hearty clap? I think that stories like that give us confidence to do more and to do better when we can measure change in a positive dimension with very real practical examples. And I'm aware that even with the improvements that we have made, we still have, isolated cases which we need to pick from you in order to refine the system. We are very delighted that with the leadership of the head of service, the government has now been able to put out what we call costed service delivery standards. And as we have this conversation, it will be very good, Brigadier, to hear from you. How are you performing against those standards? We would like to hear the real numbers and the gap that is there to be closed and what it will take to close that gap. There are 2 countries in the world that give us a very good example of what it means to manage performance. One of them is Switzerland. As you know, they are among the leading countries in something they call precision engineering. They are not into making very big machines, but the little machines they make, like some of the watches on your hand, require a very high level of precision. The other country is Israel, that does very well in something we call precision agriculture, making the most of a scarce resource, water. And so, as the government of Uganda, we can take some lessons from also the way we deploy what is apparently a scarce resource. And so that we can achieve much more, even with that which is in our hands. I'm happy to confirm that we've worked with you, Brigadier, this journey. The ministry has been very supportive, and it shows that indeed, when we collaborate as government, a lot more can be done. Head of service, from where you have deployed us, the thing that keeps us awake in the night is the journey to a $500 billion economy. And when we look at what we need to fix the most, we see it as the human resource. The biggest economic challenge for the next episode of Uganda's development is something we call productivity, meaning that for every additional civil servant we recruit, the corresponding GDP output we get should be increasing. That means they need to have better tools, they need to have better supervision by their supervisors. They also need to have a better skill set, and above all, they need a culture that puts those things together in order to deliver an experience for the people that we serve. And so it is a very big honor that we have you here as the one who presides over all of us. We understand it's a very enormous task to forge a new culture that will drive the country to growing its GDP tenfold. But we believe you have what it takes to begin to build up that momentum. And so our ears are very keen to hear your heart regarding how we get there and how best we can fall in line, like Brigadier would tell us in the language of the army. I want to take the opportunity on behalf of the Permanent Secretary to Treasury, who will be joining us. He is delayed and has requested that we progress with the program so that we do not keep the head service waiting. She has many other duties to attend to. All right, he's arriving, so I will moderate on what I was going to do and allow him settle down, catch his breath, and step into the rightful place to make you welcome, Head of Service. PSST, you're very welcome. We allow you to take your seat and a minute to catch your breath. And as he does so, I will just go back maybe to my story of appreciation that as part of the theme for the budget we are implementing, and the theme also that ran across NDP3, digitization and automation is a very big part of the economy that we are trying to build. You have heard the president say that Uganda has come this far based on a traditional economy. We have relied on commodities to bring us to a $61 billion economy. Now, we can do better, number one, by adding more value to those commodities, but more importantly, we are building a new economy. We call it a knowledge economy, where we are looking at 5 sectors to drive that new economy. Number 1 is automotive industry. We are positioning Uganda to be able to be a net source of e-mobility on the African continent. And the ideas and the people are in formative stages, as many of you would know. The other one, of course, is what we call our pathogen economy. Uganda is seated in the Great Lakes, a very hot spot for pandemics, and we have turned that to be an opportunity. The experience we have, the systems we've built, provide us with an edge to be able to lead the continent in that front. We are also aware that we are in the 4th industrial revolution, and therefore we are working to be able to take advantage of artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain technologies to improve the way we do business within government. And that is the 4th area. The 3rd. The 4th is to do with the infrastructure that will support all of this. For example, the level of automation and digitization we require is very energy intensive. The servers and the cloud systems to drive all of this digitization consume a lot of energy. So you need very modern parks that will support that. And then finally is in the realm of aeronautics and space science. And we are not talking about going to the moon, but supporting agriculture, supporting urban planning with satellite data, and be able to offer you real-time services. So those are some of the things that will feature in the new economy that we are building. And the good news is that these are no longer stories. We are actually taking steps on the ground, and the brains to drive this new economy are in the room. And therefore, we are very delighted that we have all the elements there. It is you, the captains of industry, that will take us there. I am pleasantly updated that the Director Economic Affairs is here. And since he's the chair of this segment, I have been holding fort for him. I would like to invite him over to take his rightful place and carry on with the rest of the protocols. Mr. Kagwa, please, will you step forward? Morris, yes, he's here. Make him welcome as he comes. You're welcome, Director.
The head of public service and secretary to cabinet, Madam Lucy Nachobe, the permanent secretary, secretary treasury, Mr. Ramadan Govi, the CEOs who are here, the heads of ministries, departments, and agencies. Good morning. We are discussing a very important topic about doing business. This is a doing business forum, which is really focusing on improving responsiveness and efficiency. We have selected some MDAs in delivering business support services, and then increasing the predictability and transparency in public sector processes that impact the private sector, and enhancing investor confidence in how we relate with the private sector. Mr. Joseph Enyimu has talked about 2 countries. I want to talk about another country, that is Singapore, but I think I will leave that to head of service, because for the first time in the history of this country, she loaded all permanent secretaries in one plane to go to Singapore and see how things were done there. And for us, we are busy praying, wondering whether our PSs were safe, because if anything had happened, would have had maybe a new government. But thank God they arrived safely and came back safely. But when you look at the way things operate, you go to the airport. That's the first point of contact in Singapore. And you'll have filled in an online application for a visa. When you reach there, you don't see anybody asking you, what do you want here? What is it? Let's see your passport. It's machines. You just look at a machine and it lets you in. Things are very automated and you begin wondering about these machines. And that is really efficiency. And people just look at it and say, wow, this is what's happening. And the services there, the public services, are so efficient wherever you go. Whatever you want, it's timely. You don't need to ask. And I think that's where we want to focus. Because one of the two areas which we are really looking at in this tenfold growth strategy, I know the ATMs have been mentioned and the whatever, but then we want to see efficiency in public service delivery. That's where we want to see. We want to see that people get services promptly and they move on and go and do their business. They're not supposed to come to office and knock and beg and move from one office to the other. So that's really why we are here today, to talk about how we can be efficient. And ultimately, that would lead to the other area that we are looking at, the competitiveness of the private sector. And once the private sector is competitive, this economy will certainly grow in accordance with the ATMs and when you have put the enabling environment. I don't want to talk so much. I want to stop here, but I want to see a Uganda where we have the railway, people moving by railway to here. I want to see a Uganda where we have mobile e-vehicles on the road. I want to see a Uganda where the roads are good and they are not subject to flooding because we have made very good roads. Not only making roads, but you make them resilient. I want to see a Uganda where the farmers have information on where they can sell their products, where they can get quality seeds and fertilizers and pesticides. I want to see a Uganda where all kids are going to school and they are receiving the right skills. Because now that's what we are going to be moving. And with those few words, I want to invite my Permanent Secretary, Secretary of Treasury, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much. Madam Head of Service, and also Secretary to Cabinet, colleagues, I don't see PSs, all of the senior government officials who are here, and then the members of private sector, because you are the reason why we are here. Good morning to you all. Apologies for coming in late. I was trying to see how we can make a government efficient and addressing some of the issues that keep us awake all the time. Madam Head, I'm glad that you've responded to our invitation on this critical task we are having of making government efficient. I know this is dear to you. Wherever you meet us as permanent secretaries, we have a forum every beginning of the month you are emphasizing one thing: efficient service delivery. And as a ministry responsible for competitiveness, ensuring that the private sector of Uganda can compete with the private sectors across the world, we are very much aware of the task ahead of us, making everybody in government to do their work on time and within budget, so that the private sector can find it cost effective to work with the government. We are facilitators. So I want to say that the improving speed and the quality, but also predictability of public services can influence business operations and investment decisions. And because of that, as public service, and I can see a number of critical public service providers. First is this gentleman here, Brigadier Namanya. We can vote here that now getting a passport in Uganda is much easier than it was some years back, because these people have brought efficiency there. Getting a driving permit or driving license is more efficient than it was years back. I should tell you, head of service, when I had the news that we were going to take over the issuance of driving licenses, I wasn't sure whether we were going to do it the way those people were called the First Technology. We are doing it in Chambogo. I thought they were efficient. But the Ministry of Works and Transport have actually defied all of these kind of biases we used to have against government. They are more efficient than First Technology. And this, the public has given me the feedback. I could go on and on and on. So this is what we want. But we still have a number of areas that we want to improve. So I will start with a few of the areas that we are reforming, that the private sector keep us giving us feedback to improve, so that you are aware of them and you coordinate us in government. The first one, which we have done, but we are still improving, is the staffing levels in the government. The private sector has told us they don't find enough people to work on their issues. And we are finding the staffing levels in the government at 55%. And we want to improve them to 85% under the NDP4. By 2030, we would want to see that at least every institution in the government has almost 9, because there is no half a person, almost 9 out of 10 people required to deliver the service in that institution. The second area we are trying to look at is the area of standards. Standards and quality assurance. I have also on that table a manufacturer from roofings. Always they tell us, please, the issue of standards. When they go to UNBS, I don't know whether UNBS is here, they say that the service is far. First, the service is far. So we've been opening up regional offices. That's the first. Regional offices to address the issue of accessibility to certification, to ensuring that people can get their products certified quickly. But also the issue of staffing in UNBS. But now there is some critical one in the area of standards. They pay money for services, but I think because of the government method of work, we release money quarterly. Every quarter, we release the money they have in the budget. So for some institutions like UNBS, when the people have paid, like he has paid today, and they exhaust the release that I made for them, Secretary Treasury, they tell them to wait until I release again in January. Now, we are getting a solution for this by reviewing the funding model. Very soon we shall find a solution. We are thinking of options, perhaps. Of course, UNBS has been telling us, and other entities, regional hospitals, the referral hospital, including Uganda Heart Institute, Uganda Cancer Institute, and others, on this challenge, we are getting a solution where the Treasury will bounce back this money immediately. They will not wait for the quarterly releases, such that we are efficient. They wanted to spend at source. They collect and spend. That one is not a good idea, because that's where we came from. The reform was when they used to collect and spend, sometimes they were not declaring all of the money. And we reformed by saying, you first bring the money in one pool, then we bring it back to you to ensure accountability. But it has also been causing challenges. So this one, you're going to resolve it by bringing in efficiency in terms of the release of these funds. The other area is digital, the digital transformation. Our national broadband is improving, but we still have some gaps. We have been able to connect over 1,800 sites with the optic fiber. This is over 56 districts across the country have been laid with optic fiber. We are planning in next year, we are going to add on another 1,000 sites. So the point here is we want to achieve full coverage of the optic fiber such that the entire country is on stable internet. I know some people are using the satellite internet of the telephones and so on, but they are costly and in some places not very efficient. But where we have connected with the national broadband, it is very efficient, the internet. So we want to improve on that one to bring more reliability. We have planned for it. We have also set up over 300 Wi-Fi hotspots, which have been established nationwide, so that we can provide internet in those key areas where the private sector operates. For example, the UMA grounds, they are one of the beneficiaries. The markets, our markets, in different parts of the country, in Hoima, in Fort Portal, in Gulu, in Lira, in Soroti, and so on. We need more Wi-Fi so that these younger people who are very creative, but also the businesses, can be able to utilize the internet to carry out e-commerce. Of course, some of you Ugandans also, you are misusing the Wi-Fi. TikTok, all the time TikTok. Young people are on the phone. That can eat into the productivity time. And I don't know whether TikTok, there is business there. Is there business on TikTok? Which business? But anyway, government will continue to expand the internet services to other parts of the country. The other area is government procurement. Government procurement. Madam Head, as you are aware, we are implementing the electronic government procurement system, which is enabling the private sector to supply us the goods and services more efficiently. Instead of sitting in rooms to bid and a lot of paperwork and so on, we get on the system, which is transparent, which is more efficient, and corruption-free. E-procurement, I've always promoted it using the analogy of WhatsApp group. We all belong to some WhatsApp group, except a few people. In a WhatsApp group, as you type, everybody is seeing in the group that you are typing. They say, Ramadan, typing. And you see it there, typing. You type and other members actually can ask, what are you typing, Ramadan? You have been typing for the past 5 minutes. When you send, everybody sees. When you delete, because you have made a mistake, there is a trail which stays there, Ramadan deleted. Even members ask, what have you deleted? Now, that decentralized system is the mirror image you want to do in a procurement, such that when one entity has called upon people to participate in a procurement of a service, all of the participants can transparently see what's going on the system. You are bidding for service and you have, first of all, put it on the system, everybody can see. Not for you to come and you first call a few people, you sit here in a golf course, garden is there, and you are procuring government services. So the e-procurement is now moving on in an accelerated manner. Within 6 months from today, we shall be able to enroll all of the government entities on this system. We have already enrolled the 62 entities, and the pilot has worked so well. So we are now, and Madam Head, you are aware of what we are doing. We have provided enough resources to get our, and these are Ugandans who are building it, so that all the entire government is going to be on the system to ensure transparency, to ensure that there is a timely procurement and value for money. We are moving in the right direction. The other area we are working on, again, we want to remodel all of the post offices across the country. We used to have what they call a post office. You remember? We are remodeling them to establish now e-government service delivery centers. The post offices are going to turn into electronic government service delivery centers. We have already commenced with the Lugazi, Masaka, and Kaberamaido, so that we can be able to reduce the cost of accessing government services at little or no transport cost. Because now these post offices are nearer to the people where they used to be. We no longer use, I don't know, the last time any of you wrote a letter and took it to the post office. They all used it too. Now we want to remodel all of them because people are no longer using them for letter sending, and they become e-government delivery centers for our services. The other area, Madam Head, is the multiplicity of document submissions. Most of the business people are required to submit so many documents to so many offices. I'm talking of private sector. These others we can persevere, but private sector, people have to be in their factories, in their farms, in their businesses, but now we require them to submit different documents, you to URA, to KCCA, to this and that. We have put in place a unified digital platform for logistics now. Unified digital platform for logistics. And here, we are going to drastically reduce cargo clearance time, but also reduce the cost of clearing cargo, so that when he's bringing in his coils, he doesn't need to submit so many documents to physical offices, but just through a portal is able to clear his goods in time. Madam Chair, the other area is the business registration. When Uganda is a country of startups, we have been improving on facilitating startups to operate. And the URSB, the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, introduced an online business registration system. And they have integrated this system with URA, with the NIRA, the one of IDs, with the Posta Uganda, and other MDAs. And this is intended to simplify the process of starting a business. We have been able now to register a business in less than 24 hours. You can register a business in Uganda now in less than 2 days, the daytime. Because at night, some of us want to sleep. These people talk of 24 hours, but they mean actually 2 working days, the day and another day. And you finish the process. Coming from those many days we used to spend. And as a result of this, we have increased the number of businesses registered to 56,000. 56,000 in 2024-25. Over 56,000 businesses were registered. And it's because of the online registration. But we still have some few issues I'm going to tell you which we want to address in these areas. Finally, we are also working now on the land registration. Government rolled out the Ugandan National Land Information System, which enables the people who are processing titles for your land to do it online, to do it using a more transparent system. Because in the past we have had serious challenges with the land registration. And you know, we are all human beings. A registrar cannot have a memory of a computer. Sometimes you might find he has registered a piece of land, and maybe one registrar now has moved, another and has come in. Okay, they are files, but these files were being kept in Manila papers somewhere. Somebody could come and pull out one page, takes it. The registrar loses the trace. So we've had challenges of multiple registration of the same title. Sometimes people blame it on corruption, but the inefficient system as well was causing this. So now with this new system, we have been able to reduce the time to process a land title from 180 days, and that is if you were very lucky, 180 days to 11 days. Now, Madam Head, we take about 11 days to register a title. But apart from the reduced time, we are able now to ensure that there is efficiency also in the land management. There is a younger commissioner there who works in lands. I know he is always in trouble over land registration and land management. This digital systems are helping them. We are now investing in a new system of blockchain technology, which is going to decentralize the information for land management. If someone attempts to tamper with your title, you will be able to know. Because with the blockchain technology, it's like a WhatsApp group again. One person doing some transaction is reported to all other people who are interested in that transaction. We are working on that. His Excellency, the President directed us, and we are working with the private sector people to improve that area. Now, before I conclude, what are the remaining gaps? We have a few remaining gaps. Whereas we have progressed, we have challenges of duplication and inefficiencies. Some agencies still lack fully implemented client charters, Madam Head, client charters, which we must work on. Standardized service delivery benchmarks are also needed. There are still land title processing delays, as I've said, which we must address with the technology. Export documentation bottlenecks, slow utility connections, electricity, internet, telephones, those utilities, water, those connections. We still have delays and slow connectivity, weak enforcement of the service standards where they exist. Weak enforcement. Madam Head, in our 10-fold growth strategy, we asked ourselves a question when we were developing it. We have the ATMs we want to pursue, and they enable us. But we asked ourselves a question: what is new in all of these? What is new? About 5 things we agreed. Number 1, cleaning up. We must clean up by enforcing the laws, regulations, and all other frameworks in the government so that we can do the things which we have said we are going to do. Then we should also try to skill up the people in government and even the private sector, training them to deliver these services in a more efficient and also cost-effective manner. Because some of us, we are BBCs, born before computer. And now the computer is the rule of, like in the government now, AI, artificial intelligence, how do we adopt it so that it can solve most of the things which we think are very complex? You know, AI helps, and we are working on that in the digital transformation with the Ministry of ICT and the digital transformation so that we can improve on some of these things we're talking about. We have the services, the systems, but enforcement sometimes is a weak point. Then the skills of the people doing them. And then the discipline itself of teamwork, whole government approach. So we have what we call a teaming up so that government works as a whole, as one entity. Madam Chair, this is where we have a big challenge. Sometimes people want to protect mandates than what the mandates are supposed to do. This is my mandate. Okay, it's your mandate, but what are you doing with it? And this is something we want to see how we can work together as government to bring up efficiency. Then the other ones are greening up, ensuring that also we protect our environment as we grow, and then linking up, building regional value chains and supply chains so that we can grow much faster. As I conclude, for us to address some of these challenges, we have set ourselves targets. First, full digital system interoperability. We need it by the end of next financial year, 2026-27. Madam Head, you need to whip us in the government to digitize fully and ensure that there is connectivity or integration of our systems next year. Number two, we have a target of 90% of industrial land titles processed within 45 days by end of this year, calendar year. Ministry of Lands, you hear, industrial land. Let us start with that. If we have an investor who wants a land title processed, 45 days, he should have his title. And we can do this because you have done it before. I've seen it, only that you do it for a few people where the president has directed. Now it must be a standard for all industrial land. The other one is export clearance for certified traders within 24 hours. This should be done by March next year. Export clearance for certified traders within 24 hours. The other one, industrial utility connection, should be at 95% compliance by June next year. Industrial utility connections. The other one is enforcement of service delivery standards. These ones should meet the timelines when they should be published by December this year, because there are timelines which we set ourselves, but different entities have not been adhering to these timelines. We are going to request the head, we shall put it in proper writing to you so that you can help us, so that the entire government is working as one to improve the service delivery standards. And finally, the cross-MDA obstacle resolution should be within 30 days. Within 30 days by June 2026. These cross-MDA, because there are some small things which are between us, the intra issues within the government, one MDA between another, energy and the finance, energy and URA, energy, and some of those obstacles need to be resolved within 30 days. We have also listened to the feedback, and I think the private sector can testify, because we had the inaugural forum where a number of things were requested by our private sector, and these are the ones we have been reporting on. We are now developing a doing business portal where this feedback should be more regular, and we offer also real-time feedback to your feedback. Feedback to feedback equals efficiency. With that, Madam Chair, I thank very much the team at the ministry on the competitiveness. The director is Kagwa, the commissioner is Joseph Enyim there, but the lady on the ground is Diana. It's Diana Nandono here. Diana, stand up. I want the private sector to see you. Diana is the face and the ears for the Ministry of Finance as far as private sector issues are concerned. And she's doing a good job coordinating, because, you know, some of these issues need to be proactive. Somebody bringing them. So Diana is the Nyampara. The minister calls them Nyampara or Nampara in Uganda of the private sector issues, so that we can resolve them and make ourselves efficient. With those words, I want to welcome you, Madam Head, to address us. Thank you.
It's a very good morning to you all. The PSST, all of you in your respective capacities, the private sector, the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here with you all. Today, I'm called to be part of this journey that you started walking a few years ago, of making sure that the private sector and the public sector work together to enhance business, but also to enhance service delivery for the citizens of this republic. I want to begin by thanking PSST for inviting me to be here. And I also want to thank him for organizing this conference. Then I want to thank my friend Brigadier Namanya for the presentation he has made. And I want to thank him. They have made big strides. All of you know about the issue of passports and how it used to be. Thank you very much. But there are still a few things that are still lingering there. There are some few bad apples that I wish you could weed out. Because we hear stories, Ugandan passport found with the non-Ugandans. How can we weed out those bad apples? Of course, at the airport, immigration, they are working, but there are still issues. And if you could address those issues, that would be a very great deal for the business people, but also for the wananchi. The PSST has talked about the performance in government, the efficiency in government. And I am at the core of that. I began with the PSs. Before, the PSs were never evaluated. They would just do their things and the contracts are renewed year in, year out. But I said this has to change. So I began with the top leadership. They are the ones who head the ministries. And I said, no, we need to evaluate you such that your contracts are renewed depending on how you perform. If you perform badly, you go home. If you perform well, we continue with you. And I've been evaluating them for now 3 years. We normally set targets, we look at various parameters, and I'm happy the PS is stressing some of the parameters that I've set for these PSs. One of them is having service delivery standards. Every ministry, department, agency must have service delivery standards. Every ministry, government agency must have a client charter. Because this is what enables you people to know what we are supposed to offer and when and how. And therefore you can demand, because you can't demand what you don't know. Then of course they are supposed to have a strategic plan. And this should speak to the NDP4. And I put for them timelines. And they know these timelines. If by December you have not produced the service delivery standards, you have not produced the strategic plan of your ministry, you lose 40 marks because they will carry 40 marks. So out of 100, you'll only be left with the 60 marks. And you can only be a guru to get 60 out of 60. And the pass mark is 60. So I'm set to send many PSs home by 31st of December if they have not achieved this. So you who are here, and now when you talked about this, I said, thank God. Now that PSST is talking about this, can you do me a favor and put it in your budget call circulars? That is a requirement. Even Parliament needs to know that we don't pass budgets of these entities without these documents. These documents must be there with no excuse. So we are doing some training with the PSs to ensure that they get to know what the job they are doing is all about. I want them to lead by example, and I want them to cascade it downwards. And I'm not only stopping at PSs. We have formed a forum for CEOs for the government agencies. I also want to take them through that angle. They have been riding on their boards because they have a board that appoints them. They sit and they are so comfortable with their board chairs or their board members who keep on renewing their contracts left and right, whether they are performing or not. But I say this is also going to change. I have worked out a performance tool and I've sent it to them. And we are going to start using that tool to evaluate their performance beginning this financial year. So if you perform badly, you are no longer going to liaise with your chairman board and your members. I hear you are giving them trips abroad. That is no longer going to work. If you don't perform, you go home. Because they used to think, for us, we are corporates. They don't think they are part of the public service. You are part of the public service and you need to perform. You have heard here how Brigadier Namanya has challenged us that in the army, disciplining is up to the dot. In the private sector, disciplining is up to the dot. In the public service, it takes forever. And it is that forever, it is that laissez-faire that makes people do things as they wish. They sit in their chairs, roll away, put on their suits, and they are so smart, and they forget why they are in those chairs. They are in the chairs to serve the public. They are in the chairs to make government work move. And to that effect, we are also going to change the standing orders. And we are in the process of reviewing that. Because people have been thinking they are permanent and pensionable. And therefore they go on minding their own businesses, not minding why they are there. So we are going to turn that element which says you are permanent and pensionable, full stop, to say you are permanent and pensionable depending on your performance. So that one, I'm going to add it on. If you don't perform, please go home. So we need to see a change in the way public service has been doing things. So they have talked about efficiency, and the reason we are here is mainly to see how we can be efficient. But this efficiency will both come to the public, but also the private. And in my view, you cannot talk about efficiency if you don't talk about integrity. even if we put those systems and they are running, even if we digitize, but as long as the man behind that machine does not have integrity, we shall not get the efficiency. So we need to inculcate the culture of integrity. And this culture must be in both the private and the public. Because they say, oh, public servants are corrupt. Yes, if they are corrupt, who gives them the money? Who makes them to get corrupted? It is you. Because you want my goods to come very fast, so put somebody on the side, oh, can I give you 10,000 and you sign for me? Can I give you, you remove this? So we need all of us to say enough is enough, let us stop this. A public servant is there to deliver. They are paid. So why do you want to pay them something else? And if we all said no, let us not pay anything. By the way, this would go away. But if you are paying and others not paying, then yours will go, his will delay. Let us wake up and say, enough is enough, and we say no. So with efficiency, we need to have integrity. With efficiency, we need to have discipline. There is no way we shall achieve efficiency without being disciplined. Both sides, we must be disciplined. And then frugality. Efficiency means using the least resources to achieve the most output. So, there is a lot of waste in government. PSST is here. We need to curb this waste in government. Take, for example, if one is writing a letter to head of public service. Let me say, appointing an accounting officer. PSST writes to the accounting officer, say of Mukono, you have been appointed accounting officer for the financial year 26-27. Then they will copy that letter to 10 people. Head public service, auditor general, governor Bank of Uganda, IGG, name it. How many accounting officers are in government? So, why are you copying the letter to the head of public service? And really, do you think that I'm going to read that letter? I think there is too much waste in government. Then you find envelopes. Every letter is in an envelope, in an envelope, in an envelope. But these envelopes come to my secretary because I don't open the letters. And I think it happens to all of you. Letters come to your offices in envelopes. Very good quality envelopes. So, you find head of public service in a day, they are like over 200 envelopes coming to my desk. Everybody is doing an activity, is copying, head is copying. Can we go digital? If you want to copy me in, send me the letters on my email. Let us stop the wastage in government. There is too much wastage. Of course, I don't want to talk about the vehicle repairs. I don't want to talk about the fuels that are consumed in these vehicles. But we know what is going on in government. And the area we curb this, if we are to look at efficiency, the better. Then, of course, time management. If we talk about efficiency, we must talk about time management. This meeting was supposed to begin, I think they said 8:30 or 8. Did they say 8 or 8:30? If you look at the programs, if you are invited. But when I came in here, they told me to come in at 9. And by 9, I was here. but I could count the people who were here. How are we going to be efficient if we can't manage time? People think that when they say meeting begins at 8, they mean 9 or 9:30. Because they say the conference begins at 8, they will come at 10, so I'll go at 10. Can we remove that culture of not keeping time if we are to be efficient? Because for me in my office, when I say the meeting begins at 8, it will begin at 8. 8 does not mean 8:01. 8 means 8. Can we inculcate the culture of keeping time? Somebody says come at 2, but is meaning 3. So you come at 2, it says, I thought you wouldn't be here at 2. What is that? If you want me to come at 3, you tell me to come at 3. Don't tell me to come at 2. So let us be good time managers if we are to be efficient in what we are doing. And of course, empathy. Efficiency moved with empathy. Even when you have the description all around yourself and you are singing in your chair, one thing that must be in your head is empathy. Always think of what you are doing. Think of what you are signing. As I'm doing this thing, is it going to please these people? Is it going to annoy? Is it going to hurt? Don't just sit and sign because you have the discretion. Can you give a chance? You, the people working in the Ministry of Lands, there is something called the empathy. I don't know whether it is born with somebody or somebody can acquire it. You sit and you cancel some old man's title because some land grabber has given you 100 million. What is 100 million compared to the life of somebody you are destroying? Can 100 million buy life? So when PSST was here talking that I hear a land title now can be produced in 11 days, those are the miracles I must say we are going to see when we are still alive. I think Jesus is about to come back. This one will be a miracle in this country. And lands, I want you to make that miracle happen. If Ministry of Lands, you are here, you are among those ministries that have caused a lot of pain to the Ugandans. So I would be very much happy if this blockchain technology works and it brings a relief to the Ugandans. And of course, we can't talk about efficiency without talking about the leadership. Efficiency begins with a leader. If you are a kwara leader, you are walking like you are not walking, you are dressed, you are not dressed, you are talking like you are not talking. How are you going to be efficient? Lead by example. Do the right things as a leader. And of course, we need the right human resource. PSST has hinted on that. If we are to be efficient, we have to have the right human resource in terms of qualification, in terms of integrity, but also in terms of numbers. And this human resource must be professional. Please be professional. Don't be compromised. And of course, the whole of government approach and teamwork. These are necessary for efficiency if we are to be efficient. So I thought I should first talk about those things before I now go to what brought me to say, because I have a speech here which is now based on what I'm supposed to talk about. that is about doing business. So I welcome you all to this conference, and I hope by the end of the day, you will have gained a lot from the discussions and presentations that will take place. And as I said, I'm honored to be here, to be with you and exchange a few insights with you. And this platform has quickly become a cornerstone in strengthening cooperation between government and the private sector. This forum therefore reaffirms a simple truth, and this truth is Uganda's economic progress requires a productive partnership between public institutions and private enterprises. Today, we gather not to exchange speeches, but to solve problems, to remove obstacles, and to design workable solutions that will improve our business environment and accelerate national transformation. Why this forum? This forum has become an important annual mechanism for constructive dialogue. It gives us space to jointly identify bottlenecks, share progress, address constraints, and agree on actions necessary to improve service delivery, competitiveness, and economic growth. So this year's theme, Enhanced Public Sector Efficiency for Private Sector Competitiveness, speaks to the heart of our development journey. For Uganda to grow, for Uganda to create jobs, for Uganda to attract investments and to expand exports, we must strengthen public service efficiency. So Uganda's economic ambition is clear and is measurable. You heard the four speakers saying that we need to expand our economy from US $500 billion to US $500 billion by 2040. We need to double the share of manufactured and value-added exports. And we need to significantly increase the productivity of enterprises and labor. However, this ambition cannot be achieved unless government systems are efficient, are predictable, are transparent, and supportive of enterprise growth. So there are a number of challenges that we are currently facing in the business environment. So despite the progress, we acknowledge that these challenges are there and they continue to slow down the business growth. And among them is fragmented and slow regulatory approvals. PSST has already talked about it. The high cost of utilities, the limited availability of serviced industrial parks, the high compliance costs for small and medium enterprises, and of course the documentation delays, especially at border points. So these challenges increase the cost of doing business and reduce our competitiveness as a country. So if not addressed, they hinder capital formation, they hinder investment scaling up, and they hinder export growth. And I don't know whether they ever do researches to find out how many investors are attracted to our neighboring countries vis-a-vis the ones we get. So efficiency is a cornerstone of competitiveness. And therefore, efficiency is not optional and it is not negotiable. So for businesses to invest confidently and compete globally, government services must be timely, government services must be predictable, they must be transparent, and they must be affordable. So we must judge public service performance not by the procedures, but by results, especially in the public service. You tend to put bureaucracy first and you forget about the outcomes. So we now need to know how we don't need to be bothered by how many forms we have filled, but we need to be bothered by how quickly we have addressed the businesses, how quickly we have registered, how quickly we have helped the individuals to produce, export, and scale up their businesses. So, our reform in the public service direction needs to be anchored on 3 national imperatives. And these imperatives are: 1, efficiency must drive service delivery. Citizens and investors must receive public services quickly and at reasonable cost. The public-private partnership is essential. Neither government nor the private sector can transform the economy alone. We need to work together. Accountability must be measurable. We have to track progress using clear service delivery indicators and performance commitments. So there are a number of reform priorities in government, and government is actively implementing some of these reforms to support the private sector competitiveness. And these reforms include, among others, digitization of public services. They have talked about it. And you know, one of my parameters this year for the PSS is that you must look into your core internal processes, and digitize one of them. So every PS out there knows this. For this year, one of the parameters, I want you to digitize one of your core processes that speaks to your core mandate. That one. It has its own marks. And if by the end of the year you have nothing, you get a 0. So out of the other 40, if you have not done it by December, by the way, I'm so strict on time that if I've said the parameter is delivered in December and you bring it on 1st January, you get a 0. So digitizing is something that we must do to reduce on corruption, but also to quicken the processes. So the other priority is strengthening revenue administration while broadening tax base rather than increasing the rates. Kagwa is here and I think he's listening. Expanding and operationalizing serviced industrial parks to lower production and logistics costs. Simplifying and harmonizing regulatory requirements to reduce unnecessary compliance burdens. You out there with your discretionary powers, stop being too much of the bosses that you don't want to listen to these private sector people and the ordinary people. Let us learn to have dialogue, even when the rule is spelled out clearly, but somebody may have a reason as to why. And I don't see why you cannot sit and listen. Simplifying and harmonizing regulatory requirements reduce unnecessary compliance burdens. Publishing clear service standards and turnaround timelines for business financing services. So we are already beginning to see positive results. These ones have been talked about by PSST and the Internal Affairs. URA is doing its best. You have seen its annual revenue surpassing the targets. URSB in registration of businesses doing very well. Internal Affairs doing very well. You have heard on the passports. Works is doing very well on driving permits. Local governments are also beginning to style up, but we want them to do more. So these reforms, I must say, are real and they must continue to accelerate our economic performance. So how do we sustain this momentum of these reforms? So our challenge is now to sustain this momentum. And how do we keep this sustenance, we need to continue improving compliance. We need to reduce the economic leakages. We need to incentivize formalization, and we need to support enterprise growth. So going forward, our shared agenda should include the following: scaling up digital public services for faster government transactions, linking land, taxation, licensing, and permitting systems to eliminate duplication, reducing compliance and processing costs for businesses of all sizes, accelerating infrastructure investments, including power, logistics, and industrial services, institutionalizing performance transparency by publishing service delivery standards and tracking delivery. So, to the private sector, on our side, government is committed, but we cannot achieve national transformation without you. So we count on you, the private sector, to do the following: invest in new capacities, adopt innovation and global standards, create jobs for the wananchi, grow exports, and engage government constructively. We cannot know whether we are doing well unless you raise the red flag. So tell us where we are doing well and where we are doing bad in order to improve. So this forum, I must say, is not a ceremony, but it's a joint accountability platform where we put each other on notice. So, as I conclude, I must say that Uganda is at a turning point, and if we choose efficiency over bureaucracy, transparency over opacity, and partnership over silos, we will unlock extraordinary economic opportunity for this country. When public institutions are efficient and predictable, Uganda wins. When business grows and creates jobs, Uganda wins. When the public and private sectors move together, the nation transforms and grows. So I want to conclude by saying, let us work together with discipline, with urgency, and with a shared purpose to build a competitive, industrial, and export-driven economy. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations throughout the day.
Thank you, Head of Public Service, for the wonderful remarks you have given and the words of wisdom. I think she deserves a big round of applause. We must innovate. We must do things differently, and which would lead to growth, which would lead to creation of jobs, which would lead to better livelihoods. I've been informed that our keynote, I will call you the keynote addresser, has somewhere she's going. So, but I want to invite our PSST to deliver some token of appreciation for our boss. Thank you. I can assure you it's below the limit that has been set by IGG. So she doesn't have to declare it.
Head of Public Service, we want a photo before you leave. There was evidence that you were here. So PSST and our Head of Public Service, we will have photo. I'll invite the chair of the session to join you. Diana and the commissioner should join. Diana, because you are the one inviting and hosting us. It would be very important to know. And Head of Public Service, with your permission, allow me invite also Professor Suruma for this photo. It would be important. Our former Minister of Finance. Can we warmly receive him, ladies and gentlemen? Brigadier, I am told with the on orders of from above that you must join that photo. Orders of from above. Yes. I heard voices of gender balance. Government is working on ensuring there is gender balance in the agencies, and of course among the PSs there are several ladies who are heading our ministries, and so it's unfortunate they didn't come, but it would have been nice to have them. Thank you very much, Head of Public Service. Thank you so much, PSST. Chair, back to your session,
Yes,
sir.
thank you, Maurice. We now have the keynote presentation on global best practices in doing business reforms, delivered by Anis Molfetas, Senior Private Sector Development Specialist of the World Bank. He couldn't be here with us physically, but is us virtually. And I think this is one way of ensuring efficiency. So I think we can have him on. Thank you.
This is to confirm we can hear you loud and clear, and we have your screen you've shared. We can see.
Excellent. Okay. First part of this presentation, I would like to discuss sort of the common challenges before we dive into some of the solutions. So yeah, I was saying that a typical challenge is the high transaction costs due to the lack of information on the procedural and technical requirements. The second challenge we see is that government to business services are oftentimes fragmented between several authorities. The typical challenge that manifests there is that There is no data exchange between the several authorities. There is no common process orchestration, meaning that each authority requires the same data over and over again, and there's no coordination and data management. And the third challenge that we see in this area is the lack of trustworthy databases, such as having business registration databases that are accurate, or business licensing databases, etc. And you'll see later in this presentation how the theme of data is central to anything we do when we talk about integration of government services. Now, who are the key participants in service delivery in this area? This list is non-exhaustive, but it is indicative. So the business registry, I would say, sits at the core because it provides security in commercial transactions by acting as the single source of truth for business registration data. They're also an important stakeholder for fraud detection in the context of anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism. And business registries are essentially the foundation for any integration in government to business services. So if someone would like to start to integrate services, I would highly recommend that the first thing they do is to fix the business registry. If you fix the business registry and you implement a unique business identifier in government, you've done 30% of what you need to do in terms of being able to integrate services in a phased approach, in a gradual approach over time. Now, business licensing and permitting authorities are also important in this area in terms of connecting to the business registry, providing information to businesses about the authorization requirements, and of course, issuing decisions on licenses, on business authorizations, renewing licenses where appropriate, etc., etc. And finally, the inspectorates are very important. They're always they're not the most attractive, let's say, aspect of service delivery because it's difficult to digitalize and so on, but they're very important. After the business register and obtains their license, they interact with their inspectorates most of the time for the rest of their life cycle. Now, what are some of the solutions that governments are developing when it comes to government to business service delivery? First of all, it's business data management. This means developing structured databases that are supported by mechanisms to collect data and update them. When I say structured databases, because some of you in the room may be wondering what is this, I'll explain it briefly. This means essentially data that are entered using your keyboard. You can think of it this way. So we're not talking about databases that have paper documents. We're not talking about databases that have PDF documents that are essentially scanned documents, scanned paper. We're talking about more advanced ways of storing data, such as some of you may have heard the term XML or XBRL or JSON. These are forms of storing data in structured databases. If you have structured databases, then it's easy to, or it's feasible to have what we call an interoperable data management architecture, which means essentially being able to exchange data in real time and seamlessly between the various authorities. So when we talk about integration of government to business services, the first thing that we should try to figure out is how do we figure out the data management aspect, meaning the data governance. The second thing is, of course, the aspects that relate to the front end and the back end of the solution, so not the data. Here we see the common solutions are the implementation of online single points of contact, meaning think of it as a single window where the client no longer interacts with 10 different regulators, but they interact with one platform and then everything happens in the backend. The second aspect of the second solution that we see being implemented by countries is the integration of services throughout the business lifecycle, from entry to operation and exit, and through a client-centric approach. So instead of designing the service based on from the government's point of view, what makes sense, you design a service from the point of view of the business, meaning we, for example, a life event could be hiring workers. It doesn't matter how many documents are needed or how many different authorities are required. You design the entire service from the point of view of the business, which is, I just want to hire workers. So tell me what, integrate all the data requirements and all the procedures as much as possible. I don't care if there are 10 people reviewing the data in the backend. I just need to submit everything once. And in the context of inspections, we see the implementation of what we call integrated inspections management systems, which are essentially platforms, common platforms, where all the inspectorates can connect, exchange data, use the same modules of the system, and essentially you can have economies of scale in the sense that you don't need 10 different systems for 10 different inspectorates. You have one system, so you lower the cost of operating and maintaining the solution, and everybody's using the same sort of platform, it's easier in terms of data management and so on. And last but not least, given that we live in as a gentleman earlier mentioned, the fourth industrial revolution, we see the use of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, natural language processing, machine learning, more recently, large language models, in order to map and analyze regulations. We see AI agents being used to help clients navigate platforms and so on. So this is an area that is currently, I would say, exploding in terms of new developments. As the second part of this presentation, I will talk about a bit about the typology of integrated services. This is based on a publication that my team produced a few years ago. It's called Achieving Integrated Government to Business Service Delivery. It is available online. It's a World Bank publication, and anyone can download it and take a look at it in more detail if you're interested at your own time. So I'll just discuss some very key findings from this publication. The publication established sort of a typology on the framework of integrated service delivery. You can see we have a client on the left. When it comes to the front-end organization of the service, a fully, let's say, integrated and comprehensive way of designing client-facing services is by providing multiple channels, right? So we have the online channel that you can access from a computer, the mobile channel where you can access from an app, the in-person channel. This should remain open simply because we have people who are unable to use a computer, or they don't have a computer, they don't have access to the internet, they may be disabled, they may be IT illiterate or illiterate. So this is why we need to maintain an in-person channel. What I would like to stress out about the in-person channel is that the person assisting the submission of data in, let's say, a service delivery center, right? The employee, the government employee who is at the front line and he's essentially operating this in-person channel, he should be acting as if they are the applicant using the online channel, first channel. So essentially what I mean by that is they should not act as a parallel channel to the online by filing data in paper or in some other format. No, the in-person channel, the employee operating in the in-person channel should file the data in exactly the same way as the online channel. So essentially, they should be helping the customer, the client, file the data in the technology solution. This is important because we want to have a single channel for data management. We want all the data to be submitted in exactly the same way. The fourth channel is, of course, the phone. The phone is not for data submission mainly, but it is to provide guidance to clients on how to, file an application, or if there's a glitch, if they have any questions about the data requirements in the process, and so on. And then in some jurisdictions, we see also intermediary channels. I'm not a big fan of this because it can be a source of, let's say, corruption in some cases, or a source of having unnecessary procedures. We see lawyers or notaries or accountants try to insert themselves in some procedures to make themselves a mandatory requirement and extract fees. So I would say better try to avoid that. Now, when it comes to the service experience, we have the report identified 4, let's say, different ways to organize a service. One is totally separate services. The other one is co-located services. This is, some of you may have heard the term one-stop shop. It's like the first generation of, or the first, let's say, wave of trying to integrate a service by putting employees from different authorities in the same location. Then we have the integrated channel, where you can have a single window. Usually this is done online, or it could be even in a physical way, in a one-stop shop, where the backend is hidden from the client, and the client interacts only with one person in the front end. So it seems like basically everything is integrated. And the most advanced way is the client-centric, where we have services that are designed with the client in mind, not designing a service based on the requirements and the authorities in the backend, but based on what the client would find easier. Now, when it comes to the backend, again, the report identified 4 different types of decision-making. And these are the limited, where essentially the decision maker is the ministry, and the front-end staff does not have any power to make decisions. The initial contact is similar to the limited. Again, the employee has no real power to make decisions. Maybe they have some power to reject an application because the data is missing, and so on. And they can advise the client how to improve their application. Then we have the delegated model, where the employee on the front line has the power to make decisions and reject an application, for example. And then we have the institutional decision-making authority, whereby an organization may be fully delegated authority to make all decisions on government to business services. This is the most advanced, let's say, way of dealing with this. And the requirements that are part of the service that are part of the integration. The services that are usually being integrated include business registration, licensing and permitting, inspections. I would also add construction permits. So these are the typical services that we see governments try to integrate and digitalize. Now, when it comes to the regulatory requirements, one observation that the report made was that governments tend to focus on one or more of the areas that I just described when it comes to integrating services. And but business clients, from the point of view of the business, they rarely make the distinction between these services. So people who are practitioners who work in government see the clear delineations between those services, but businesses don't necessarily perceive it this way. They just want to start a business, and they're asking, okay, what are the requirements? Where do I register? And they don't care about all the distinctions. The types of services that are being digitalized are informational, transactional, and advisory. This is just a framework to think about the different types of services. Informational refer to it's self-explanatory. It's just putting out the requirements. Transactional refer to basically being able to apply and obtain a permit or any sort of authorization. And advisory refer to navigation. So, where do I obtain the certificate? Where do I apply for the service? Where do I find this information? One finding of the report was that many initiatives try to start by developing a transactional service. And the reason there is pretty obvious to me. It's because it seems as the sort of the most attractive, especially to politicians. So, we're going to digitalize so many services here, but also it's the most difficult type to integrate. So this is why we often advise clients to start from informational and advisory services, try to integrate there. That's where you should start. And then once you achieve that, then move into digitalizing transaction services. Now, some considerations for the front-end design. As I mentioned earlier, multiple delivery channels should be considered. So different clients have different preferences. Some people are very savvy with using computers and they may be comfortable doing all of their business online or even through their mobile phone. Others may not have a computer and therefore they may prefer more traditional ways of interacting with government, such as in-person channels or picking up the phone to get some advice. Most clients prefer multi-channel access, so more options, more flexibility, including in-person channels. So this is why in-person channels should be maintained. Different strategies can be used when it comes to developing the front-end channel. The idea is to have a preferred channel, so to encourage people to use online, for example, and this can be done by saying, if you apply online, there will be no fees, for example. But having flexibility is key. So maintaining, again, all channels. Now, the report identified, as I mentioned earlier, the different types of organizing the service or organizing the decision-making. And it came up with a typology based on a spectrum. The spectrum starts with more, let's say, with a less developed service. So, for example, separate services that are delivered through separate ministries and agency locations is the lowest maturity level of service delivery. If we move further up the maturity ladder, we have co-located services. So what I referred earlier as one-stop shop. This is common services that can be found in one location for convenience, but they're being delivered by different people, systems, ministries, etc., with no support outside of the individual service. So think of it as you walk into a one-stop shop and you have to fill out different applications for each agency that is located in the one-stop shop. You have to interact separately with each authority and so on. Now, in these sort of examples, the separate and the co-located way of service organization, the services are being delivered by separate agencies. Now let's move to something more advanced. The integrated services are services that are combined to achieve efficiency or service improvements through cross-training staff, sharing data among systems, using single sign-on. Single sign-on is a way of electronic identification and unique identifiers for portals and so on. This scenario is, I would say, what every government should be aiming for in 2025. And then we have the most advanced degree of integration, which is the client-centric. Essentially, the services are being redesigned with a client in mind to provide the most comfortable and client-focused approach to organizing a service in business terms, not in government terms. So think of it, for example, as organizing a service, a live event, and saying, opening a restaurant. click here. And then the customer can understand that very easily because they want to open a restaurant. And they can see all the requirements, where do they need to register, what are the fees, etc. Instead of having to dig out all the requirements and the procedures themselves. In the latter case, the dedicated and the client-centric ways of delivering services, we see that there's usually a dedicated service agency in government leading the integration efforts, organizing the reform, and being responsible to deliver the services on behalf of the ministries. Now, when it comes to the front end, when it comes to the decision-making authority in the back end, again, the report came up with the typology of 4 buckets, 4 levels of maturity, starting with the least mature, which is the separate, where none of the services are delivered by service agency other than the regulating ministry. So essentially, the Ministry of Agriculture issues a license, they are responsible for the decision-making, they receive the application, everything happens in their ministry, no integration. The next level, where we have co-located services, the service provider receives the application, performs the data entry onto their system or whatever system they operate. They advise the client in case some data are missing from the application, and they don't have the decision-making authority, so they have to pass the application to the backend, escalate it to a tier 2 or tier 3, or even the ministry themselves to make a decision about the application. The next level, where we have some integration, the service provider is delegated the authority to make decisions about the provision of services, and in the client-centric way, which is the most advanced, the service organization has full regulatory powers to make decisions for everything. Now, you can see, in the interest of time, I'll quickly browse through this. This is basically what I just discussed. So the level of decision, the integration in terms of the front end, the service experience in the front end, and the authority of decision-making authority in the back end. We developed a simple figure to present this. So the initial stage of integration in this classification model is where we have low political and institutional support. It's a complex regulatory environment, and there is no unique business identifier. This is where every country starts from. And the initial stage of integration should simply aim at some simple development, starting usually from the business registry, as I mentioned earlier, and trying to implement a unique business identifier and have structured data in the business registry. That's the starting point. The next level of development could be to develop some information services. So, for example, in the context of business licensing, one could start by developing a licensing information portal, including a mechanism to update the data, because what we see as the most common challenge in this area is that governments invest a lot of effort and money to develop the licensing information portal, but then there is no clear strategy on how to update it. And as the regulations of the ministries change over time, the information in the licensing portal become outdated, and in the end, it becomes unusable. The next level is to focus on integrating some transactional services. This requires strong support from few or key ministries. This should be done through an evolutionary approach, meaning gradually. So you can start from a specific sector. Let's say, you can start from food manufacturing, and then try to get all the ministries that are responsible for those licenses on the table, develop common vocabularies, data requirements, and agree on the process reconstruction. And for this to happen, you need the unique business identifier. So this is why we're saying, start from the registry, implement the unique business identifier, and then you can aim to start integrating more services. And the last level of maturity, where you have full integration, you need strong political and institutional support. You need to streamline the requirements and the services. So a lot of legal reform is required there as well. And it's a multi-year evolution. It cannot be done in 1 or 2 years. It requires like a concrete plan, 5 to 10 years of a clear strategy and efforts. Here you can see on this slide, you can see the comparison of some countries that we identified as sort of countries that have done a lot of work in terms of integrating services. From the ones that are on the bottom, so Malaysia and Rwanda are examples where they have managed to implement what we call sort of one-stop shops. So you have services that have been integrated either in a common location or through a single window. These are the simpler, let's say, scenarios of integration. They're not simple, but they're simpler compared to more advanced examples like the one in Canada, in Nova Scotia, in Albania, and Georgia, where we have single windows that are fully online. Some of these are client-centric, and they integrate several services. These are, of course, more complicated to implement. Now, I'll briefly talk about some of the key policies to integrate services through what we call digital public infrastructure, and also the key principles. So we have identified 5 principles that each reformer should keep in mind when they integrate services. These are standardization, streamlining, automation and integration, accessibility and transparency, and alignment with international best practices. When it comes to standardization, we mean essentially in this context, defining the data requirements, ensuring that the same business rules apply to everyone, and having clear business rules. So for example, think of it like this. If I want to apply for a business name, I need to know exactly which business names are allowed, exactly which business names are not permitted. Otherwise, if I'm a vendor trying to digitalize the service, it is impossible to properly digitalize a service without standardized business rules. And the second aspect, which is linked to this, is removing any discretionary and adjudicative aspects of compliance. So this is why we say, for example, courts should not be involved in business registration, and it should be sort of standardized. Streamlining, I'll just try to power through this because I'm running out of time. Streamlining is about essentially making sure that only the data that we absolutely need are required by the applicants, and that we do not have any excessive requirements. Automation and integration is about developing single windows, about unifying services to the extent possible, and leveraging existing official databases, also known as the once-only principle. I will talk about it later if we have time in a bit more detail. Accessibility, transparency is about putting data online and making as many data as possible available to the public, including the business registration data and financial statements, etc. But also about the requirements. It's about communicating through portals like licensing portals. What are the requirements? And then aligning with international good practices. There are plenty of blueprints out there that countries can use, from UNICITRAL to EU directives to, depending on the service, there are several blueprints that can be used in terms of best practice. Here are some components that we identified as key for successful reforms when it comes to integrating digital government services. The first one is having a strong government mandate and sustained mandate, because you need to have someone, essentially acting as an enforcer to convince ministries to align with the approach. You need to start small and build incrementally through an evolutionary approach. So trying to digitalize 50 services at the same time will fail. You need to start, one step at a time and learning from that experience, applying it to the new service and so on. You need to have a unique business identifier. Without that, it's impossible to have any scalable and sustainable integration of services. You need to have clear roles and responsibilities. We often notice that ministries are sometimes having difficult time to give up mandates and delegate authorities. So having a clarity on the roles in the new system, maybe even putting it down in the law helps. Number 5, understanding the client's needs, very important in order to design client-centric services to the extent possible. And 6, prioritizing services to maximize benefits. Again, you cannot build Rome in a day. You cannot digitalize everything at once. You need to prioritize based on some, let's say, common sense criteria. For example, what is a service that will have a lot of impact if we digitalize it, based on the turnover, number of users, and so on. Very quickly, I'll part through the key policies. We have identified 13 policies that are important for integrated service delivery. First one is defining clear roles and responsibilities. This is usually done by having a clear strategy and an interoperability framework with clear roles, principles, and so on. For example, if you're implementing an integrated platform, who will manage the online platform? Who will be responsible to update information? Who will be responsible to make decisions on applications and so on? Second, it's important to have a robust institutional governance. In some countries, they implement a central digital authority that is empowered to enforce standards, coordinate the investments on any digital infrastructures, manage the shared infrastructure, and so on. So these, we can group them as the institutional framework and governance. The second aspect is on data management. So here it's about defining the data governance policy. Who are the data owners? Who are the data consumers? We don't want to ask the customer to provide the same information more than once. So, for example, the business registry could be the data owner for the business name because they are the ones registering this information. And every other ministry that is requiring this information from the business, they are a data consumer. And these data consumers should obtain this information from the business registry, not from the business. That's the logic. Number 4, define and consolidate minimum data requirements. This is basically when we develop a service, we need to have one application form where all the data are there. Again, not requiring the same information twice. So it's about streamlining the data requirements. Number 5, setting data exchange and data quality standards. This is very important if we want to have any meaningful interoperability. Ensuring that there is a strong legal basis for the data sharing and reuse. We see in some countries the data privacy laws may be too restrictive and therefore not allowing the exchange. Number 7, ensuring that all relevant stakeholders using a unique business identifier. I mentioned that already, so I won't go further. Fully leveraging the available digital public infrastructure. This is key because we see governments many times they don't fully use available horizontal services such as government gateways, payment gateways, interoperability platforms, trust services, and they try to develop for each vertical service to reinvent the wheel. This is not a good approach. Number 9, establish an easy way for a digital ID. So instead of requiring digital signatures for every service, there are options with lower assurance levels, such as the single sign-on that I mentioned earlier. And we recommend that countries prioritize the single sign-on over digital signatures. And lastly, the final 4 key policies that we see as important is to establish single digital entry points, single digital channels, such as through a national portal to integrate services, to unify payments of administrative fees and provide various payment options such as digital wallets, debit cards, credits, etc. Design service integration around the business life event, not around the government requirements. So, for example, I was mentioning earlier, hiring workers, starting a business, building a house. This is easier for the business to navigate. And lastly, develop mechanisms to systematically update the information So in the context, as I mentioned earlier, of a business license portal, it's important to have someone be responsible to update the data. This is my last slide for today. And if I can leave, if I can leave you with one thought, even if you did not pay attention to any of the previous slides, I would like you to pay attention on this one slide for the remaining 1 minute of my presentation. This is a vision that, in my view, every government should be working towards in 2025. It's a multi-year vision. It's basically a vision that could be adopted into a strategy and be implemented over several years. Here, what you see in front of your screen is basically on the top side, where you see the buckets, integrated business registration system, e-construction permits, e-inspections, and so on. These are the so-called vertical services. So over time, a government should be aiming to put all of these online and integrate the various services and the various life situations through a digital system. On the lower side of the screen, where you see the government service bus and the various horizontal services, this is the what we call digital public infrastructure, or DPI. And these are the so-called reusable services. So these are the services that every vertical service should reuse. So essentially, if I'm developing a business registration system, I should not aim to develop my own digital signature application and my own government gateway application and so on. I should integrate with a horizontal service, with what I call the digital public infrastructure, and reuse this service in my vertical solution. The rationale is, think of it this way. If you are operating a bus to move people around, you don't want to build bus stops and roads for each bus, right? You want to use the common infrastructure that the government built for every bus operator. So you reuse the roads that every other bus is using. You reuse the bus stops, the signs, the traffic lights, and so on. It's the same way when we digitalize services. The vertical services, the buses, so to speak, should be using the modules from the shared infrastructure, the trust services, the public infrastructure, the government service bus, and so on, and not redevelop everything by themselves. This is it for today in terms of my presentation. I believe now we have a short questions and answers section. So over to the moderators to moderate that session. I'm happy to respond to any of your questions.
Chair, you need to close your session, sir.
I think you've heard it all. From Aris, there are so many good things he said. And one of the biggest takeaways here is that we must integrate our systems for faster delivery of services to the private sector. If we want to grow and really grow, we must make sure that we reduce the cost of doing business to the private sector. You can imagine somebody wanting to go and register a company. After registering a company, you go to another office or another place to register with Uganda Revenue Authority. Then you move from there to go to KCCA to get a trading license. Then you move from there, you go to NEMA to get environmental clearance. Then you move from there to go to UNBS to get a certification. And these things really take a long time if they are being done in different places. So the message is integrate, first of all, digitalize, integrate government services, and then you make sure that as much as possible using the same platform to deliver these services. That would really help the private sector. So I think the others were the head of service. You also heard what she also talked about. We need to make sure that we facilitate compliance by the private sector. Let's look at the laws and the regulations that affect our public sector. In the hospitality industry, there are over 26 taxes, fees, and other charges. All these are collected by different MDAs. So you can imagine what it means. You are paying withholding tax 56%, paying VAT 18%, at least paying pay as you earn, paying corporation tax, that is URA. You have to pay you have to pay a hotel levy. Then you have to pay for inspections of a hall like this one. You pay for inspection of a lift. You pay for inspection of the bar separately. You pay for this, and these different agencies come at different times. So on top of the cost, the financial cost, there is the fatigue that every time you are seeing a different government official coming to tell you you haven't complied with this or you should comply. So if these things could all be integrated and they are done at once, and somebody doesn't need to be bothered with all this, I think it will go a long way into helping our businesses. So I think that is the end of this session. We should give a big round of applause to everybody who has participated. And I think that ends my being on this podium, unless otherwise. Thank you, Maurice.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate the director? Before you leave, I'll ask Diana to just, appreciate you and Brigadier General before we also lose Brigadier General. I'll invite also Lynette from UTB. She has to witness because UTB offered us some of these gift packages. So the other one belongs to the ministry, and this one is for Uganda Tourism Board. So you receive both, sir. So I'll invite Brigadier General to do the same. We want to appreciate him. And the other panelists, yours are coming. I know Kenneth will handle his panel. So you want to give, director can hand over to Brigadier, then yours will be to, yours will be to hand over to director. The other way around, General, so that we see UTB. The other one also, so that, there you go. Where is Lynette? Lynette, you need to come at least so we can have a photo with you when these people have your hampers. So Diana, you'll also give director, but I'll invite that the general, please stay. Stay, we want to have a photo with you, so you'll hand over to, but can we go in the middle, director, so that the pictures can capture. Lynette here is from UTB, and she'll join you in the photo. This will probably be a very gender-sensitive photo now, since we'll have two. Director, would have nice to have that. Why are you hiding my package, director? All right, let us have our photo. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate the very first session? It was our opening session. A big round of applause. As I quickly invite our colleague from the Ministry of Public Service to come. He's handling our second session. It's starting 30 minutes late, but we are going to recover this time. So Kenneth Matovu from the Ministry of Public Service He'll introduce himself and invite his next two presenters. One of them has already presented, so his is to manage the next two. And I also want to request my colleagues here to handle my VIPs. This is the time you would handle the other table there, so that then we will continue. Just switch it on. Yes. Over to you. You can now handle your session. I'll be managing your time. The first session was difficult to manage. Those are my bosses. You, I will manage.
Thank you, Maurice. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me invite. We were supposed to have 3 panelists today. We have the Commissioner, Transport Regulation and Safety, that is Commissioner Winston Katushabe. We are supposed to have Brigadier General. Brigadier General had his presentation in the morning. He was supposed to be part of the panelists, but I believe Commissioner Winston is online. Can someone confirm? And allow me invite Mr. Fred Pasikisa. Please come up front. NSSF, this is the Chief Technology and Enterprise Solutions Officer for NSSF. So are we confirming that Commissioner Winston is online? Yeah.
I'm actually should have been given the opportunity to start.
Please. This is going to be an interactive session. We shall have a few questions. So if you have a presentation, I hope they have it, which you'll have to present. Then we can engage. Commissioner, you're welcome. Please address us.
Okay, thank you very much, Kenneth. And good morning, all. I don't know whether my network here is good enough to allow me to open the video. Okay, looks to be having a problem of the video. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Katushabe Winston. I'm the Commissioner Transport Regulation and Safety. And, okay. Hello, can you hear me? I want to confirm that.
Commissioner.
We can
Yes,
hear you,
Commissioner,
we can hear you loud and clear. We are just waiting for
Okay,
you to share your
my
screen.
challenge, I think, is the video. I've tried to open the video, but it seems there is a problem of network here. I think what is important is not to look at me, but to all of you know me in the room. I think what is important is the content. If the video opens, well and good. So let's straight away go to the presentation. First of all, I want to thank Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for inviting me to share experiences of Uganda driving licensing system. We've done a number of innovations in the ministry, automation and digitization, and I'm happy. Head of Public Service and the PSST have mentioned exactly what the ministry is trying to innovate and also collaborate with the private sector so that we can serve the public better. I want to bring up this from the permanent secretary. He had instructed me to represent him. Unfortunately, I traveled at short notice out of the country, but still, as we said, digitization is the best. That's why I'm online to present this. I have some few staff in the room who can support. So I asked Arvin to project. My network here is not quite good, but I hope I'll quickly finish my presentation before the network goes off. So Arvin, can you please? Arvin, I can't see anything on the screen, please. Okay. So this is the theme: enhanced public sector efficiency for private sector competitiveness. And as the ministry, we were asked to give a case study, and I want to thank the PSST in his opening remarks for the compliment. We don't take that for granted. Now, for the starters, I have had people keep on calling it Uganda driving license, but it's not Uganda driving permit. It's a Uganda driving licensing system. And we don't call it a driving permit, but a driving license. Of course, we have amended the international conventions, which are in line with the 1968 Vienna Convention, that allows us now to make updates in our national laws. So if you are talking of our driving license, please don't lower it to a permit. The permit is just this international driving permit, which you want to go to Dubai. I have seen my friend Stuart there, who usually travels to Dubai from roofings. Now, the big question here from the... Oh, somebody is interrupting my presentation. Can you close your video, David?
We have muted everyone. Don't worry, Commissioner.
No, I see it. Kwasiwe is trying to pose around with the video. I don't know what he's doing. So my question to the participants is, can efficient government services truly improve private sector competitiveness? That's my first question. And of course, it resonates well with what PSST was putting in place at first, asking about the efficiency and the head of public service. And of course, improvement of private sector competitiveness means government must be efficient. And I want to thank my Bade, Brigadier Namanya. Unfortunately, I joined in when I was coming from the meeting. I phoned when he was concluding his presentation. But being a neighbor, we have worked closely together. When we want to compare notes, we take a cup of tea and ask this question. So I want to put this question to you, the participants, whether an efficient government service can improve private sector competitiveness. And of course, from the key addresses from head of service and SST, the answer will come towards the end. Let's move to the next slide. Next slide. Okay. So this is what I'm trying to show based on our Uganda driver licensing system. This was before 2005, before we computerized it. And you've heard about the BSST talking about it. So 20 years down the road, before you'd have 30 days plus waiting time, paper-based chaos, rampant corruption and fraud, no credible database, revenue leakages, loss of public confidence, a number of things, poor services to the public, imposing constraints leading to frustration and the distress, all those wasteful, what you have heard what the head of public service was talking about. Now, this is the transformation on the right. After 20 years, we are talking of issuing a driving license between 30 and 60 minutes. Our client charter and the service delivery standard talks of 60 minutes. But towards the end, I want to brief Mr. Kagwa Moses is still in the room since PSST is not there, because of this information I wanted to give him when he's listening. I had a very important statement which PSST gave about integration towards the end of next financial year. and I thought this is the right meeting to handle this. Digital automated system near zero fraud via biometrics, secure centralized database, zero revenue leakage, and of course, without talking more about the successes of the Ghana driving licenses, we have of course won a number of awards from civil society, from the global level. Estonia being the best document, private sector, and I think this year, civil society. So we've been getting this, but I don't want really to blow the trumpet. Although this is the time, since you have asked me to present the successes, I think I will make sure that the trumpet is blown very loudly so that it can bring some benefits to other government entities. Next slide. Okay, let's understand the connection. The connection, of course, you know, our economy is private sector led. So in other words, now we expect the private sector to be competitive, as the theme suggests. So one, I tried to get what you call, the economists I know now, since we have finance, you are many in the room, what we call efficiency competitiveness nexus. And what are we looking at here? That public sector should breed to private sector competitiveness. If you heard well what the head of public service was talking about, and they went through what you call these stages. For example, if you talk about time savings, you are talking of faster services mean more productive. You can do more because you have saved time and you can do more than what you actually expect to be doing. You have the cost of reduction. You are lowering transactions costs for business. You have, if you invest well and people know that you don't have too much to delay them, my friend Stuart in the room, then you will attract both foreign and domestic investments. Now, of course, if you improve the ease of doing business rankings, you'll find even at Uganda now, I told you, we had in 2022, immediately after improving the system, we were awarded as the best, the whole world, best document in Estonia. And Estonia, you know, it has one of the best ways of doing business. I think Estonia and Singapore. So the whole nexus of efficiency, competitiveness is here. You are attracting business. For example, fingerprint. I've also talked about this fingerprint, and I will repeat it after, later when I'm making my presentation. But I have had very quickly, because I want to mention it quickly here before the entire audience. The PSST mentioned about quick integration of all government entities. And since my birthday, Brigadier Namanya is in the room, when I return, I want to come to you and we discuss, because we have already discussed even when you started improving your side, you were asking me when you came to civil service and how we should improve efficiency of government business. So the question I'm going to put to this room, before I forget, I will talk about it later, is let's look at the business of security documents. You are talking of NIRA. NIRA is producing national IDs. And this means that actually NIRA is the custodian of all biometrics. No any other entity is supposed to keep or have custody of biometrics other than NIRA. Now we have also, you see, you have improved on the biometrics by IRIS and the rest of the other security requirements. So what am I saying? Ministry of Works, Ministry of Internal Affairs, my friend Brigadier Namanya, Electoral Commission, my question is, why should we continue picking biometrics from our customers? And I'm going to put this point clearly when I come towards the end of this presentation, because this again takes a lot, not only the costs on the side of government, but also takes our time. So my takeaway in this presentation, and this is the commitment I want to make to government, I thought head of service would be in this room and the PSST, is that as Minister of Works, help us to remove unnecessary biometrics, because we already integrated with NIRA. We import this data from NIRA. For us to give a driving license, we already have biometrics. We already have information from NIRA. Why should I again pick biometrics to waste a customer's time? A person comes from the village, is a farmer, now you are talking of put oil, the biometrics are not clear. I am wasting another 15 to 20 minutes when actually I should have given this person a driving license on time. So my commitment to you, because I have worked closely with the Minister of Finance, especially Diana Nanon and the team, including your former boss, Ngategize Doctor. This is how we started our automation. For us as Minister of Works, our commitment is that remove those biometrics. As long as NIRA picks biometrics, allow us to process a driving license. And the message I'm bringing to you all, private sector and government, is that we can renew your driving license as long as you remove that disturbance called biometrics. We commit ourselves, and I think we shall put it in our client charter, that we can actually renew a driving license in less than 10 minutes. That one I want to commit on behalf of my PS, and would like to engage Minister of Finance, would like to engage anybody who matters, that whoever is picking biometrics, these biometrics can only be picked by NIRA, and we import the data because we are connected. Why should we? And I want to discuss with Brigadier Namanya, the same applies to passport. You don't need to continue picking these biometrics, not necessary. I will tell you as I conclude my presentation, how much government can save, for example, from the driving license side, how much we are paying right now, Finkai cost on what you call automatic finger identification system. Only the driving license. Now, if you add it on national ID, you add it in internal affairs on passport, you add it in electoral commission, you are picking biometrics of one person. What are you centralizing in the data? This is one person who has already picked biometrics from national ID. The rest of the entities like internal affairs, passports, Ministry of Works, driving licenses, electoral commission, import that data and process a document. That will improve our processes. So from the ministry side, we think that can be done. Let's go to the next. Okay. What is public sector efficiency? Good enough, you've had head of public service talking about all this. So delivering maximum value to citizens with optimal resource utilization, reducing bureaucratic red tape and process delays, leveraging technology to streamline service delivery, building trust through transparency and accountability. This is why private sector and the civil society are in the room as we make this accountability, and then creating an enabling environment for business to thrive. I don't want to go too much into this because I can see we don't have enough time, but the paper is there for you to read. I will have another time when I'm in Uganda. We can go through this a number of times, but I know I will have this meeting with Brigadier Namanya and Minister of Finance, specifically on what I have mentioned. And I want to drive this so that we start issuing driving licenses, especially renewal, in less than 10 minutes. Now that even we have got assurance from PSST about post office buildings, which have been there maybe as white elephant, then we have a very good way to go. We'll just start even online. We don't waste time. Brigadier Namanya, when I come, I also want to discuss with you in your embassies. This is how we can do synergies for the diaspora. We can have one officer from your office, we train the person on how to issue a driving license renewal. We don't need to carry our people from Ministry of Works to go and start looking at so many tourist attractions there. There is time to visit, time to do work. Let's go to the next slide. Public sector efficiency. Before we go to theoretical foundations, I was also trying to tell you about when you reduce bureaucratic tape and process delays. For example, I sign on logbooks for vehicles, but because we use a digital signature, of course, we are going to improve also on the security paper for that logbook, because it is not the best for Uganda. But what am I saying? I am not now in Uganda, even if I'm there, assuming I was going to sign on every logbook physically. How many logbooks will I sign? Look at how many vehicles are imported in the country and borders. So simplify ways of doing business, automate, and make sure you improve efficiency, and the public will be happy about this. I know I saw my friend Enyum there. You know what I'm talking about. This very addition you've been talking about, I will talk about it later, and we'll see the benefits. So in terms of building trust and transparency, let's have this predictability where we build trust, and also the service delivery standards are good, especially where we create an enabling environment for business to thrive. Now, this theoretical foundation is because when the Minister of Finance invited me as a transport economist, I said, I should not make the paper so simple to look as if, because every audience has its own information. So I will not go too much into this, but to understand public sector efficiency through academic lenses, I think it is also important to understand what theories are these. I'm going to quickly run through them in a very summarized form and how for us what UDLS has done. So when you go into the public choice theory, of course, economists, you know that these government officials and bureaucrats are rational actors who pursue their own self-interest rather than acting in the public interest. So this theory applies economic analysis to political behavior and institutions. Look at the green, where we have earmarked green UDLS application. We are saying UDLS has transformed incentives by linking performance to reputation, introducing automation to eliminate discretion, and creating public accountability through transparent metrics. Because if you look at these key elements of this theory, you will see what it means and also the implications to public sector. I don't want to quickly, to go too much into this. You read this paper. Let's move to the next slide on the public choice theory. Sorry, new public management. Okay, new public management. We are talking of implications for public sector. New public management emerged in the 1980s, advocating for market-oriented reforms in public administration. It promotes importing private sector management techniques and competitive mechanisms in government. So we are saying market-oriented reforms. In summary, market-oriented reforms improve public service. Government, if I can summarize this, it means government should be efficient for private sector to be competitive. This is what this theory is talking about. And therefore, in the context of Uganda driving licensing system, if I keep on using UDLS, that's an acronym for the driving licensing system. UDLS has fully embraced the NMP principles with customer-centric design, clear service level agreements between 30 and 60 minutes turnaround, measurable KPIs, and professional management autonomy for the project team. I am only saying that if you remove what I will talk about towards the end, we commit as a ministry, issue this driving license in less than 10 minutes. Next. Yes, the principal agent theory, again, most of you know it. It's about game theory and informative information economics. You are talking of adverse selection, hidden information, what happens before the transaction, you are trying to hide it, and then the hidden action, what you call the moral hazard after the transaction. I may use this driving license if I have it for class B, but I can use it to drive a lorry. So you don't have the same information leading to poor quality output. And I think this is what the PSST was talking about. Okay, so all these will lead to public efficiency. And for us, we are saying, how does this one work? We don't want to do the principal agency theory. And we are saying UDLS has reduced information asymmetry through real-time tracking of automated processes that minimize discretion, CCTV monitoring, and transparent performance reporting to the public. We have a website. It will tell you the fees is very clear, the process is very clear, application, progress. We shall tell you, don't get into the facility, don't give anybody money. Come with your document. They will check the document and allow you to proceed. Some people used to tell me that, you know, can't you help me? There is a line. There is no line. You just go into that line and tell us. I have also told people at the airport when I'm traveling, people want to push you to the VIP. I said, I'm not in that category. Me, I want to pass down. My role is to regulate here. Let me see how the local people are suffering. Why are you taking me through the simplest line? I should assess you based on what you are doing here. And I am happy, a number of you in the room, of course, you send us these messages, but for us, we are saying we are not yet. We don't want to continue singing about these successes. We said we can make that incremental innovation. Every time we were in the war room thinking more of what we can do. And as I said, the other less than 10 minutes is another innovation that is coming. Next. Hello.
Commissioner, continue.
Yes, okay. We are on that Kwasiwe should be punished. It is disturbing you a lot. Huh? Transaction cost economics. And we optimize cost through private sector smart solutions. I have had the head of service and the PSST talking about PPPs. So what we've done here, we are saying this concept analyzes whether services should be produced in-house or outsourced based on transaction costs, the cost of making exchanges in the market, including search, negotiation, and enforcement costs. When you look at these elements and implications, UDLS has strategically used the PPPs. We are saying, bring your technology. Brigadier Namanya knows what I'm talking about. Bring your technology. We are going to use your technology, which is improved, but while keeping the core licensing authority in-house. You've heard what the PSST talked about. All the people working on that licensing are Ugandans. We say we cannot allow any other person to come to tell us what to do. And I'm happy to report that all the people, capacity building, one of them I think is in that room. They will tell you what we've done. We've optimized transaction costs through smart boundary decision making. Let's move. These ones are just for information. Yes, then the X-efficient theory of costs, we are talking about continuous improvement and the benchmarking, training. When your resources are put to use, what is it that the highest number we can serve at any given day? I've had the head of public service talking about this. Okay, so for us as UDLS, we are saying through continuous improvement, culture, accountability, colleagues keeper, regional performance reviews, and external benchmarking have all helped us to go through all this. I think the next is the last theory, network governance theory. Okay. Modern public service delivery involves complex networks of public, private, and non-private organizations. Traditional hierarchical control is inadequate. New coordination mechanisms are needed for network governance. I need to talk more about this now. And this is what I was trying to talk about. For UDLS, we have exemplified network governance. We have integrated with URA payments. We have NIRA for identification. We have NITA-U connectivity. We have police, driver testing, and driving schools. So the entire government approach that deals with this system, a connected government delivering seamless service, is what we are trying to do here. I want to bring this information to government and the other stakeholders, private sector and the rest. That's what I was even talking about. I was trying to do analysis in this system, and that's why I'm coming to talk to Brigadier Namanya and the Minister of Finance so that we can engage other entities that feed into NIRA. I have calculated, I found that so far we have paid 3 million licenses since we started in 2021 to improve the system for what we call automatic finger identification system. So far, this has cost us 3.4 billion Ugandan shilling. I have also analyzed the information from our IT team, and I'm told every year, the 300 records, if we took it at, we put it at 300 records, it means the license, or what you call the runtime license, will cost 120,000 euros, which is equivalent of 488 million. And that is without maintenance cost. So they told me maintenance is about 15% of that cost, which is about like 75 million. Now, Brigadier Namanya, I'm coming for you because some of these people give us the same service, and why shouldn't we save this money to reinvest it in the system, maybe by opening more offices or expanding printing services from different areas. This is only the Minister of Works. It means the Total Commission is paying the same. Passports, Brigadier Namanya, you are paying the same. Again, this is the same money you are paying on national ID. So what am I trying to say is that why don't we, if office is charged, it should be only charged at the national identification system where a national ID is printed. The rest of the supporting ministries where we process driving licenses, passports, voter cards, why should you continue charging me the same person? It means you are charging me from national ID, you are charging me from passports, the same biometrics, you are charging me driving license, then to electoral commission. I think what the head of service was talking about, that's the wastage we are talking about. And we are saying this can be removed and we serve the public better. Can we go to the success story? You want the success story? The success story is there. Very fast, from 30 days to 30 minutes. I've already talked about the old way, what used to be done. Now this is the innovation journey. Since 2005, we've gone through this. What is very key is that in 2021, the customer-centric model we have put in place was to integrate with NIRA and URA. That's why some renewals can be done very quickly, within 15 to 30 minutes. But I'm saying it can even be done in 5 minutes. And for us, we think we can achieve this once we remove the other side of the biometrics. Okay, what is also very important is that we are replicating these successes to other systems. We have an e-portal where we've been having challenges of harmonizing our NTR between URA, between Ministry of Finance. So now, in real time, we can see how many people have or maybe driving licenses, how many people have paid for PSVs, how many people have paid assessment and have not yet paid. It can generate all this information in minutes, in hours, in days, in weeks, even in years, in months. So whichever way you want to generate information, you can get this. Of course, you know, when we introduce the digital plates, we are undergoing a process. As I said, incremental innovation. We have now introduced what we call the MVR dashboard that looks at every stakeholder. So some of you have been having these challenges. You are clearing agents come and deceive us. Hey, Minister of Works is the one doing number, please. Our dashboard tells us your verification account, you have not declared this information. And the agent keeps on telling you, Minister of Works has not given us the number plate. I have a gentleman in that room called Arvin. I want most of you import vehicles and have challenges. Pick his telephone number. He will tell you, and I'm instructing him online. The instruction will remain an instruction. Let him pick your information if you have challenges on motor vehicle registration, and he will produce that information as per our dashboard. So the ARS, what we call the automated license system, that was our first project, of course, through Minister of Finance, Diana and your team. I want to thank you. That was actually our first deal with you, where people used to give these licenses. And when we introduced it, of course, going through even customers, the operators were resisting. This is a bad system. You go there, we used to have pens. How come that now the document is generated from a computer? Is it possible? Isn't it forged? You can imagine somebody telling you that somebody generated from a computer is forged compared to using a pen. So I said, what is your problem? So we had to upload everything. I said in 1 month, and I gave instruction to bus parks, don't allow all these buses to move without automated licenses. What do we find at the end of the day? 2 findings which actually give us more assurance that we should continue automating this system. Number 1, most of those route charts were forged. Number 2, some policemen could not tell whether it is expired or not expired. And now we give them verification devices which they use online. But most importantly, government was losing a lot of revenue. There was a lot of revenue leakage. One bus company, I've told them when we started this ARS, and that's why I want to salute that unit of Ministry of Finance for business reforms, because we learned a lot from them, including cutting processes, removing those laws, amending them according to what is required. For example, you have IGG, CID, they come looking for a criminal to search a document, then you say, we charge them. Why should you charge government to another government? Somebody wants to do a search as government and he's telling you, there is a criminal here, we are trying to get him. He said, you first go to the bank and pay. After pay, then you come and tell me that you are chasing a criminal, a policeman or IGG. So we have removed all those. You come as investigative body, or anybody wants to find out whether somebody forged a document, as long as it's government to government, no payment. And that was the courtesy of the business reforms. We want to thank you, Minister of Finance. Now, I was trying to tell you the benefits of this areas. One company, a quick story, goes and forges public service licenses. And we started a war of enforcement. So I told the director of traffic at that time, I said, can you please impound all buses that don't have automated licenses? What do I see next? I was summoned by State Minister then with about 6 members of parliament. And he called me to the office. He said, Winston, what has happened? There is a complaint, the buses are impounded. I said, Honorable, I just want to get information before I listen to anything. Of course, members of parliament, none of them wanted to greet me. I said, it is okay. You can greet me, you cannot greet me. I'm doing my work. And we sat down. When he started asking me, I said, oh, this is the company. The one we found, they are forging PSVs and they have not paid over 100 million. Now, I wish I was in that room physically and I show you what those members of parliament felt. So everybody turned around and a useless person now started being called sir. Oh, sir, oh, sorry. Why don't we let's talk to, no, I said no. The minister called me for a brief. I've given him a brief. The buses have forged licenses and we are not going really to move an inch because government has lost a lot of revenue through this. So we recovered over 120 million courtesy of this unit of finance for telling us, why don't you automate these systems? That's why I had the privilege to say, even if I'm out, it is okay. We'll share this information online. When I'm in Uganda, we can always get time and share these successes. So I want still to thank the Minister of Finance for having initiated this. This is not something of yesterday. We've started with that business reform unit, I think about 10 years ago. I was still a junior officer there in the ministry. So I want to thank you that you have really moved up, and also the whole now government approach is moving towards this. But most important, again, like what head of service said, we managed in 1 year, we moved from collections of about 800 million to 6 billion in 1 year when we started. So you can see there was a leap, and it means all that money through manual systems was lost. So I want to thank finance for that. Success story, we can continue. We can continue the impact. Let's look at the impact. For us, this is the impact from 30 days by that time to 60 minutes. This is like 99% faster in terms of time. Visits, we used to have like 10 trips. I forgot to tell you this at the beginning, that Ugandans, I don't know private sector in the room, which type of private sector we have in that room, but I will tell you, Ugandans are most people who don't know their rights. And they are comfortable with what you call poor service. Very comfortable. You tell a person, you want a driving license? Yes. We don't have, you come tomorrow and we see. Then you come, as if, you know, the person is doing a favor to you. You reach there and said, okay, the person was supposed to process it. I think maybe if you look like for 100,000, then we see. And you see Uganda is paying what the head of public service was saying. Now the person says, the person who is supposed to be on this computer has gone. Can you come after 2 days? But what is even very, very, very interesting in this whole process is that after even you have taken a whole month and somebody picks that driving license, you find the person enjoying jumping in the air for having obtained a driving license in 1 month. Then you wonder, you said, do we have serious Ugandans here? How can you demand a service you know that it is supposed to be taking 1 day and you are giving it to it after a month, and then you are happy, and then tomorrow you will meet Brigadier Namanya, you tell him the same story, you said, if you want this faster, this is how you election. I don't think we are going to achieve what we are saying here. And I think I have shared this information more often. I meet with Brigadier Namanya in Nari, Chankwanzi. I think both of us have been invited there to share these success stories with the government. Recently, I was there with the Minister of Land. I said, I am happy that PSST mentioned this because I was asking them, why should I take 12 months waiting for my land title to be processed? That is impossible. It is not even acceptable. But they promised, and I want to report that when I came back, I reported to my PS. They want to come and visit the UDLS center. We shall take them to motor vehicle registration. We take them to motor vehicle inspection services. Part of the benchmarking to exchange ideas and see how best they can improve. So we are happy. My PS has already written to his counterpart, and we expect them to come and visit, and we shall be happy to receive them. We have also reduced this, what you call bribes, because somebody goes, he knows a driving license is 130, but you can imagine somebody says, okay, you pay 200. So for us, we are saying, whatever you were going with to bribe at those centers, we have removed that bribe. So you go now and pay your real money that is required for that driving license. Again, through automation, you pay in the bank. You don't need to pay cash. We have a secure system. We have reduced fraud by 97%. We have customer satisfaction from 43 to 95%. We don't want to give ourselves 100, but if you want in the room, you can now rate 100, be happy. And then finally, the awards I have told you. In 2022, Estonia gave us, we are awarded with the best ID document in 2022. Private Sector Foundation, Best Government Entity in November last year. Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group 2025, recognized for the outstanding performance, fast and efficient service in Uganda. The summary of all this, because I have had a number of you asking questions, what is it that you are doing at the driving licensing that other government departments cannot do? Customer satisfaction is equal to what you call quantitative gain. So you can measure that satisfaction. If I go to an office and they're going to tell me, like I told you that story of waiting for a month, then afterwards I become happy. When I come to that center and I spend less than 25 minutes, and I know most of you government officials usually testify this to me that, hey, I was going to work, I thought there was a line, I went there, in 20 minutes, I go to my driving license. That's what we call a quantitative gain, because you can measure that satisfaction. Me, I can't see it, it is invisible, but you, that inward satisfaction comes because you think now this is a government department offering this service. That's what I call a quantitative gain. In simple terms, I'm not going to go into a lot of the economic explanation. And you are in the room, you will explain more on that. When I see you, we shall bring it together and we discuss more. What made it work? Let's go to what made, because to me, this is what is important. Customer-centric approach. Put the citizen at the center, not the process. You've heard the head of public service talking about this. What does the customer need? For us, we listen. You every time, even if you say, oh, this is the best, whatever, I said, no. You want to mean that when you go there, you don't see anything bad? Tell us also something bad so that we continue improving on it. So I want to thank those who say, okay, when I was there, the network went off. And that is something when because I heard you talked well about that connectivity and the PSST. We want to see connectivity, internet service improving. It is a big problem, and it affects our turnaround time. If you can help us, Nita, you pull up your socks, please. And all these entities, we don't expect, once we say for us our driving license is 10 minutes, it should be 10 minutes, not 30. We should not even tell people to go back, because then they start now the campaigning us. You told us you give these driving permits in this time. Now what has happened? Number two, connected government. We are talking of the entire government approach. Integrated, I am happy. That's why I was super excited when I heard PSST talking about that. And I wish you were in the room and listen to this, what I'm talking about now. Integration with the rest of the government departments. NIRA, identity card, URA payments, NITA-U connectivity, police, business reform process. All this, you have helped us really to do more, no more silos, one system talking to each other. That's what UDLS is doing, and maybe doing much better, and we expect to do much better. We'll continue innovating, we'll continue thinking what gives the customer the most satisfied service. So we'll not get tired until the customer tells that you stop there, what we have now is enough. I know human beings, it is not easy to tell you that. Now, on leadership commitment, I want to tell you, all of you, Brigadier Namanya, you know this, you have done quite well in your area, and the rest of the people, I think I have had the NSSF. I want to tell you, if you don't have support of political leadership or top management, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the top management of the ministry, ministers and my permanent secretary, for championing this change. The political support has been secured. When we want to come up with anything that we think can work for us, we always get this support. I want to tell you about this change, resistance to change. There is this business of somebody comes and tells you, what is it that you are telling us? That one, I don't understand it. Then there is somebody who will come and say, but I don't like this. Then another person will say, I don't even like you. Now, once you have those three aspects of resistance to change, I can tell you, even if you are the best innovator in the world, you will never see the light of efficiency in that organization. So it is important to give credit where it is due. And I want to thank the leadership of the ministry. When you don't have leadership commitment, I can tell you, even if it is private sector, you will never see any positive change as far as innovation and efficiency is concerned in these ministries. Capacity building, we have done extensive training, knowledge transfer. Ugandans are managing Ugandans. We don't need any other person to come and tell us what to do. We are in charge. So next, public-private partnerships. You had head of public service talking about it. Government provided the vision. Private sector provide the technology. We said, let's buy technology from you, because as government, we don't have a factory where some of these machines, where the technology is. So we have worked well with the private sector on this technology. We get the best technology. We make sure that the technology is advanced, and we have worked quite well with them. In terms of relationship with private sector, we are to go. Now, the next is technology as enabler. Biometric identification, online platforms, mobile enrollment kits, digital payments. I've told you we have e-portal, mobile enrollment kits, where we don't have physical offices in some areas of the country. We have what we call mobile enrollment kits. And these kits do exactly what we perform or we do at the physical offices. Again, this has given us a credit among the population. Continuous improvement. I have told you we don't sleep. Some of these things, when you see people are saying you are doing good, when you go, you say, I've seen something somewhere. For us in my language, in Nyankore, we call it okopa. Okopa is not something, it has two meanings. There is this okopa, which is bad. You even okopa or copy what is even bad. But you want to pick like what you call a best practice, if I can call it that way. Regular customer feedback, benchmarking best practices. So we never stop improving when it comes to innovation and creative thinking. All the time, we say, what is it that is going to make this service better than what even Ugandans think? So even when you don't send us information, we keep on thinking, and we think this is now like the issue of biometrics. I want to come, Brigadier Namanya, we have to take our tea together and discuss these things seriously. Accountability and transparency. I've told you CCTV monitoring, segregation of duties, no broker policy. Don't come to the gates to start telling people that you have a lot of money and therefore you can bring people to take them to the facility to take photos when you have done nothing. And then real-time auditing. We have trails. You have these quarterly meetings, you see what is happening. Let's move. I think I'm coming towards the end. The path forward to efficiency. Number one is leadership commitment to transformation. This is very, very, very important. And this is my call to action to each of you in the room. Where there is no leadership commitment, I am very happy to see the head of public service, PSS, that tells you that actually now the entire government approach is responding to what government is trying to do. When it comes to automation, digitization, that was the thing of the past. Nobody would want it. You had somebody, I think I had somebody in the room saying, this is how we have been doing it. For you have just come. You're not going to change anything from here. I can tell you now, government is thinking differently. Yes, so we are now moving towards protecting these girls now. Let's go to plan. We are moving now from commitment to plan, strategic planning with clear objectives. You've heard the head of service talking about no entity can work without a strategic plan. That means everything that comes in your head, you think it is good. You must have what exactly do you want to achieve in a strategic plan. So you must have a goal, you must have those strategic objectives, and they must be measurable. It is very important to work smart. Invest. That's our number 3. Resource allocation and capacity building. If Moses Kagwa is not in the room, I know Enyum could be there. Please, we want you to go and thank the PSST. When we went to PSST, we told them, we said, PSST, some of these things really, they are hanging fruits. We can do something and improve on this. So, Enyum, if you are still in the room, I want you to thank for me the PSST on behalf of my PS. He listened to us and increased the budget even to work on our one-stop center there. I saw Brigadier Namanya trying to project his. I don't know when that one will be built, but ours is almost getting completed with the support of PSST. Brigadier Namanya, again, you need to come and we take there and I tell you how you will do that. But we have worked together on a number of those innovations and I want to thank you. So we've done well on that. Of course, implement and execute with accountability and transparency. What we are doing today, we are telling you how this is working, and we want to think that even some of the best practices, private sector, you can also pick from us on how we can do it. And lastly, M&E measure, track KPIs adjusted and adjust based on results. From my own innovation, I have now changed the KPIs. You know, in our normal language, we call them key performance indicators. So me, I call them keep people informed, keep people involved, keep people interested, and keep people inspired. I want to thank you very much for your time. I have missed the physical photo with the Brigadier Namanya and the team, but when I come, I think we can do photoshopping. Very pleased and privileged to share the experiences of this driving licensing system. But to tell you also, we are replicating this to other systems in the ministry. I think within the year which PSST talked about, we shall also come back and commit to account to you and report the beauty of what we have seen through this journey. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. That was a presentation on the key success stories of the Uganda driving license system. We request you to stay online because we have another presenter on the floor. We would like him to take this time, present, and we have a question-answer session before we lay this to rest. Mr. Kisa, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As testament to the precision in terms of execution and efficiency at NSSF, Maurice, I'll redeem for you time. I'll do this in 5 minutes. That's what we do at NSSF. If I go beyond that, then there's nothing to present here. So to start with, I'm representing the managing director. My name is Fred Passage, sir. He values this forum, but currently we are hosting the All Africa Pension Summit at Munyonyo. Dear private sector colleagues that are here, after this, I would recommend you pass by. I've never seen so many investors and funders in one place. We have 700 billion US dollars represented. Yesterday we were with PSST came, the Minister for Gender was there, Prime Minister, and many other people, and we expect the President to be there tomorrow. Please make time, pass by. The funders ready to give money. And for us, the cause is that going forward, national security is for national development. The government should reduce the borrowing from foreign borrowing and rely more on domestic borrowing. Our regulators are here and Ministry of Finance. Currently, we provide about 40% of domestic debt. When we do the things we are doing and improve efficiencies and bring all Africa pension funds together and make the cost of borrowing cheap, then we will be able to have affordable financing. That combined with URA efficiency in collection, we are going to develop the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, my presentation, I'll make it quick. They have it. Please start with slide 4. But as he projects it, I'll refer to Commissioner Winston's presentation. The last slide, 15, 14 and 13 refers. I will not repeat. As government, we work together. The successes are the same. It is leadership, it is integration, it is commitment, performance, so we are not repeating. So in my presentation, slide 15, 14, and 13 of the preceding presentation refers. So at NSSF, we decided to come up with what we call value proposition to our customers. We say that we'll focus on safety, okay? We say that we'll focus on safety. Thank you. Okay. We say that we'll focus on safety for our customers, money. Good. Thank you. Okay. I know what to do. Thank you. Okay, good. So we say that we'll focus on safety, we'll focus on convenience and empowering our customers, which Commissioner called transparency and accountability. So we came up with a strategy. We said we want our customers, you, the private sector, to be 95% satisfied with our services. We want to pay your benefits within 1 day. That is our strategy as of 2025. And then we said that we want our staff to be satisfied 95%. Because when our staff are satisfied, then they will be able to serve our customers. And we set to hit 20 trillion. I'm happy to inform you that we have hit all those except paying within 1 day. We are currently paying at an average of 4 days. And what has set us a bit behind is what we call survivor's benefit. When someone dies, there are things we must go through. We are trying to work with NERA because we are integrated to see that the forgeries around the death certificate are minimized. When that is achieved, we will be able to hit 1 day. Otherwise, when you get to the age of 55, 50, and you do want your money, It's entirely online. You get your money. Okay. Ooh. Forward. Move it. Move it. Okay, a bit, 2 slides behind. 1, 2, 3. So, what used to happen is that people used to take about 104 days to get their benefits. They used to get about 7 days to be able to onboard an employer. And it used to be very tedious and very strenuous and very frustrating. You needed to come to our offices physically for all these things. And as you know, corruption ensues because everyone wants to be a middleman, to be able to get off that. And as you may know, when there's an institution that has the highest amount of money, 26 trillion, everyone wants to be a middle person and get out of that. So basically, for us, we took on a journey. Yes, right there. So we took on a journey and said, we want 98% of all our customers to be served online. And I'm happy to say that that has been achieved. We enabled mobile phones, USSD, online. We enabled anything possible, all channels available. So what we did was integrate with government. And I like it that every presenter has emphasized that. We are integrated with URSB. So when a company is registered, we fully pick it. We are integrated with URA. We are integrated with NERA and many others. And thank you, Minister of Finance. Diana, thank you. We are doing the one-stop center. So we provide a self-service portals. We provide the multiple channels, like I've mentioned, web, USSD, WhatsApp, call center. I'm happy to note that as of last month, we've automated our call center, fully AI, is able to make calls out, calls in, evaluate the calls. And I'm happy to note that come March, we are going to have the first branchless service. We're going to have an avatar that fully interacts with you. That's where we are, that level. We have e-signatures. Please, at NSSF, your physical document ends at the registry. We don't deal with paper. The rest is all digital. We don't deal with any paperwork. We moved past digitization, and now we are in the final stages of digitalization. We've automated everything. Now we are dealing with AI to see that we have a lot of personalized service. So I'll skip to the last, right there. So when you gain those kind of efficiencies, then you have enough time to focus on national development. So our target for 2035, we want to cover 50% of all eligible labor force. Previously, NSSF was taking care of the private sector and strictly to say for more sector. With the changes in the law, our focus is 50% of the labor force. We are focusing very much on the informal sector. The next thing, our target is to hit by 2035, 50 trillion. I'm happy to note that 10 years ago in 2015, we set out to hit 20 trillion. And before 2025 hit, we were on 26 trillion. So we surpassed that. We hope to hit 50. Thank you. We hope to hit 50 trillion in 2035. In private sector, government and everyone in Uganda, that should be very good news for you. Because the economy turns around when the nationals of the economy do save. What it means when you hit 50 trillion is that we're going to increase the share of domestic borrowing that government borrows to be able to spend on public infrastructure and spending. So with the efficiencies that URA has, the efficiencies that are coming from other MDAs and ministries, with an asset size of 50 trillion and above, it means that as Uganda, we'll be able to sustain our economy. So, last slide, please. Last slide. Good. So in terms of convenience, what are some of the things we are focusing on? Very many, no, the one before. But I'll tell you one that is very interesting. Together with my team, I'm running a project with URA. We want to have one single system that when you go to file NSSF URA, you're doing it simultaneously. This system, we're going to provide it for all private sector employers. If you are the likes of Stanbic, MTN, you'll integrate your APIs with the system because you have already an ERP. If you're a small SME that does not have a payroll system, HR, this will be provided for free from government, that you'll be working and managing your HR from there. But the most important point is that you won't have to file URA, file NSSF, everything will be done at once. So that combined with the one-stop center that we're dealing with, where if you register with URSB, it's the same process with URA and NSSF, we believe that would have taken service to another level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fred Kisa. That is the Chief Technology and Enterprise Solutions Officer for NSSF. Maurice, you help me here. If we have questions for both the Commissioner and Fred Kisa, I think this is the right time. Then we can wrap this up. If there are questions in the audience about the success stories of UDLS and the NSSF, then this is the right time.
I think they've done a very good job. So you can see everyone is comfortable. Because
So,
I'm clawing
Maurice,
back
you're
some
borrowing-
of, Kenneth,
you're borrowing
I'm taking some of your time. I want some of your time because I have been looking at the ED Uganda Manufacturers Association and he's really wondering whether he's going to have lunch at 1:30 or at 2 p.m. So he's not sure, you know, and he's then going to determine that. Can we appreciate Kenneth and his panel? I honestly wanted them to ask as many questions, but we can't. Thank you. I have a small token, Kenneth, for you. And so Diana, can we give our... Lynette, you still want to come with your map of Uganda? Lynette? Oh, she has run away. Okay, now we don't, all right. So to you, NSSF, I don't know if you always get, you know, IT people never come out of their server rooms. So at least today you get to receive, thank you, Kenneth. Kenneth is from the Ministry of Public Service. If you have some issues, please, this is the man in public service, especially if you're looking for headcount. And then Diana, to you, Kenneth, thank you for managing your very difficult panel because we already stolen one of your panelists. We can have a photo, Diana, you can have a photo with them. Diana should be in the middle, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate our panel and moderator? Commissioner Winston, your package will find you in the office. And it will be delivered. Your birthday had left. He kept talking about Brigadier General. But I can confirm that both the director and the commissioner were here. So both Director Moses Kagwa and Nyimu were here. So they had, and I'm sure they'll be awaiting you in their offices. So we've been sitting too long. Can we stand as I invite our Executive Director, Uwa, to come? You have 1 hour. So it's up to you how you manage it, sir. Because we'll definitely have lunch after your session. Yes. Uganda Manufacturers Association. Yes. You can start there, then you will sit wherever you want. All right, so let us stretch. Please check that your neighbor has some space. Give yourself some space. We've been seated too long. You can ask your neighbor, what's the most frustrating institution of government that you have been to? we at UBC are trying to do better. Yes, we have some challenges, but we are dealing with them. I am always in his office. I want a tax waiver, and we are dealing with that. Okay. But he is helping. So please ask your neighbor, what government institution needs to do better? Which government institution needs to do better? Did I hear UCC? No, you can't talk about my regulator. No, not UCC. Please, UEDCL. You people, you can't do that to us. They might switch off right now. So be nice. Be nice. All right, please take your seats. Take your seats. You can't talk about UEDCL, guys. You can't. We are still building the blocks. Enyima, I think you will speak to UDCL in the closing at the end. We are trying. Over to you, sir. I was just trying to wake up your people.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members. I want to use a very short time of your time today by chairing a session that is majorly constituted of people from private sector. In the morning, we have had very good achievements. We have had promises of what next. But again, they asked us that we sit here and they hear from us what they have provided to facilitate doing of business. Is it enough? Where can they improve? So the panel, because the private sector is so big, we tried to select here and there. I would want to announce the panel by starting with Mr. Mike Yu, who is representing Mbare Industrial Park. You know, we have got the government park, government facilitated park, but again, we have got government supervised park that is developed by the private sector. So someone representing Mbare Industrial Park, take your seat. Second, we've got Mr. Barche representing Sena Industrial Sena Indo company. This is a company that is very, very unique in its setup, but again, it is set up to amplify the needs of government. It is normally the other way around, that private sector, please take a seat, requires support of government. But now he has a company where government required the support of private sector. He has invested into coffee processing and he's galvanizing and aggregating all the coffee that has been triggered by the money that the government sent to the villages in the name of parish development model. He wants to buy coffee from the farmer's store, not from any other person. So he will be telling us. Then we have a representative. When we are dealing with the government, we normally come through agencies. A representative from the executive director of the Uganda Export and Free Zones Authority, Mr. Alinda Hens, or the representative from there. They can clap their hands for her, then I will tell you why. Okay. I have the representation from Mbare, thank you very much. You will tell us your name. Then I have got Mr. Smith Tuinamasco, the Commissioner of Statistics. I have Patrick Tutembe, the Principal Economist Pricing Electricity Regulatory Authority. I have got Stuart Jason Mwesigwa, my employer. Please come and I shoot real questions to you. If you sack me, government will bail me out. As we constitute the panel, during the break, some members of the private sector said on their behalf, I extend true appreciation to government, which was not made a mention of by the PSST. Sometimes you do good, but you'll never know how good it is that we've done. Number one, I wish they had given this to me before the head of public service left. Private people are saying that government has improved on office attendance. They are there. Please. That you go to offices, people at least they are there. Whether they are going to give you a tossing, but they are there. So we thank you very much. In yesteryears, you would go to offices and you would be happy to find a court. But they are happy that at least offices are being attended to. I want to tell you, I am one of those people who disturb offices of officers. But I want to appraise the Minister of Finance. Trust me, if you want to see PSST and you are in office by 6, the man is there. You will see him. I want us to clap our hands for him. His director, Kagwa, who has been there, if you don't see him during the day, at least 7:30 to 8, 9, the man is there. He never says go away. They are at least in offices and attending to us. Secondly, consultations. 2 weeks ago, I did a sort of a simple study on the communication that I received on behalf of manufacturers from government. Out in the last 1 quarter, I received 213 letters. 2 of those letters had the language of if you don't, we shall. But the rest are consultative in nature. So government, thank you very much for changing the approach that you are using to work with the private sector. It is now consultative in nature. I beg that we clap our hands for them. Lastly, without taking a lot of time, government, especially the ministry we are dealing with today, has increased their level of transparency, very transparent. I have had engagements with where us, the private sector, the people I coordinate, sometimes they disagree on a certain, to get a position on a certain tax regime. Mr. Kagwa say, go back, come back tomorrow. Go consult, come back tomorrow. To ensure that what he puts on paper is really transparent and it serves all. So we thank you. These are not simple things, but we want to thank you. Lastly, this gentleman has offered me, has offered me an opportunity to appreciate the people that are never appreciated. When we are talking about government efficiency, we needed to appreciate what are those nodes that make government sometimes inefficient. There are people we call the front desk people, the secretaries. Those people, we can underrate them the way we want, but they are very crucial if the efficient system is to work. You can shout, but it has to be within them. So I want to thank that we are conceptualizing with my boss here, the roofings, we want to throw them a luncheon. The secretaries of all of you officers, because for you don't even appreciate our luncheons. We are throwing a luncheon at roofing, and we'll get all the secretaries. When that day comes, please give them an offer. So, for that matter, if Stuart is the one offering, who else should I start with when I'm questioning? I'm going to start with Stuart. Mr. Stuart, now it is at your discretion to amplify the luncheon for the secretaries of these big people. But the real question I wanted to bring to you I've been guided that one of the things that is we are going to be discussing so much before I shoot the questions, the moderator doesn't want me to shoot. I request UIA, you come and give sort of a leading presentation that these people will react to on top of my hot questions. Please come.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Representatives from the Ministry of Finance and all protocol observed. My name is Peter Muramira. I represent the Director General for Uganda Investment Authority, and I'm here to share the journey that we have had for industrial parks. But that's not all, but also convey appreciation to the government and Ministry of Finance in particular for bringing everyone in the room today. And I would like to ask the room to clap heavily for the government for securing time and making sure that we convene. While we get into the discussion this afternoon, I would like to go into just before the attachments, if we can go to the main presentation where I need to highlight for you the key zones or the key industry parks that we have been able to put on ground with the support of the ministry under the agenda of the government and the agenda for Uganda Investment Authority to attract investment and to ensure that you have home for value addition industries. It is imperative that we show you how far we have come, how we are prepared, and how we are ready to work with you to ensure that we make very strategic decisions in the direction of having, again, strategic investments in the ATMs and in the key sectors that we want. So I'll start with the legal framework, then I'll go into the land that we have identified for more expansion, and then I'll also show you exactly where we're having the challenges and then the focus for resolution. So on the policy perspective, by code, by the investment code 2019, Mr. Roofings, I'm sorry your neck will twist, but I hope you're fit enough. And Vision 20 and NDP 4, and I'm sure you're all familiar with these documents. It's very good to be familiar with these documents so that you know how you play. Any rule, any game will have some rules. And I think, but you also have some privileges. So with those documents, you're able to understand your tax benefits. So tax benefit on one hand, but also how do you need to play in that game to be able to accrue those tax incentives? I think I'll rely on the technical people. I don't know whether this is working. So let's go to the next page. That is just showing you a picture. So in your mind, you know we have industrial parks. We have free zones where my colleague will discuss. But the main difference really is to understand that an industrial park combs through the whole area to ensure that there is home for processing and that you are able now to export while you are working within that industry park. And the government is very focused on making sure that there is ample space across the country to cater for fruits, to cater for coffee, to cater for all value chains. And we have a yardstick to go by, and through the presentation, I'll be showing you what we have been able to do, but that shows you the layout of some of the industry parks. The location for our key industrial parks at the moment lies in mainly those areas. So we have by acreage and by location. Namamve, you're aware, Ruzira, Industrial Business Park, Bweyogerere, Jinja, Kasese, Storoti, and Mbarara. Again, this area is now, I would say, somehow full, but I will go into details in terms of occupancy, but the main issue here is the word in orange. This is all government managed, and these are operational. That means that utilities are working, and we are sure that the infrastructure on the ground, including waste management, is all in order. Let's go to the next. We'll also appreciate the coverage for our industrial, agri-based industry parks. And here we are trying to make sure that we make these more and more in the country, because we're an agro-based country, but we also want to make sure that we are adding value so that we make impact in our markets, that we are looking for opportunities. We are not only a basket of a food basket for the region, we are becoming now a global supplier for food. And that is why we need to expand these areas for agro-industrialization. So Masindi, Chiriandongo, Kaweri, Lakoli, Kasangati, Wakasio, and Kashari near Biharwe. That is for those who are not familiar with that part of the world. But again, we'll go to the next slide, and I'll show you that we have participation from what is called the private-public partnerships. This from China. We have come a long way with them, with Mbale, occupying over 619. Nakaseke, 1,280 acres. And then in Buyikwe, which is about 1,000 acres. Next slide. Then we now go into the private-owned industrial parks. The motto here is a little different. Much as we are calling them private, government is committed into engaging, and we are engaging private developers to see how we can negotiate for infrastructure for those parks. So we don't let you alone. We come and make sure that we handhold you into the best practices as far as industry development is concerned. In Ruzira, it's working well. Big Fair, it's working very well. And there is a very good story also in Balala Mukono. We have now realized that there's more land required, and we are moving very proactively and engaging the Ministry of Finance to ensure that we comb through the country. We speak to governments, we speak to individuals, and we see who is prepared to offer land, and we can then gazette it, make it investment ready. And so far, and this work is ongoing. And as we speak, there are people who are in office trying to also come and offer land, and we are discussing with other areas of potential land for industrial parks. But so far, this has been put in a land bank. We have acquired over 56,000 acres. But what now remains is ensuring that we are gazetting and we are titling and making sure that the secured land is ready for industry, so that you can just come, plug and play. And here we are not looking at only global investors. We are also saying both domestic and foreign investors can come and make home in these industrial parks. Next. This is just a picture of our country, those of you who didn't do geography. So this shows you where is what, but when you look, you will see that this in yellow shows you the acquired industrial park and business parks, what I've talked about. In red, the PPPs. Basically, what I'm saying in this slide is to show you that we are covering the whole country. Under the guidance of His Excellency the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we need to move in the direction of industrialization so that then jobs can increase, then the wellness of the people in the whole country can be even. so that then the country can see the growth that it wants. So when you look at this picture, you cannot say that there is any country, any part of the country that is not catered for. In the wisdom of His Excellency, in about 10 years, if we continue in the same momentum, we should be really with the growth that we want to see. Next slide. The performance of the industrial parks, this relates to basically how we are seeing the occupation. When you have a hotel and you have rooms, you talk about occupancy. But now we are talking of occupancy of the industrial park. And that's how we are looking. It's over 705 across, 400 operational, under construction. But most importantly is the issue of jobs. The jobs that we are seeing are growing. The issue around jobs is now to see the quality of jobs coming, that we are seeing a very good trend, that the quality of jobs is improving. We are tracking the retention of that number to see how long companies are able to retain those jobs and for how long. So we want to ensure that our colleagues in NSSF have a good report. So what we are doing, much as we are here to ensure that there is investor experience, we are also ensuring that there is employee experience, so that our environment completely favors business, both as far as the investor is concerned, but also as far as the employee is concerned. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, that is it. So for now, it's a brief presentation, but I'm happy to answer any other question. And I also forgot to say that for most of these industrial parks, what we are looking at is to ensure that we are at a global standard. We don't want to be left behind. So digitization, for example, is key. When we talk about digitization in the lands, in making sure that when we are titling, we are faster, we don't work in isolation. We work with the people that have been talking today, and in practice, you see different standards across the region. So we are hooking ourselves onto the EAC, we are hooking ourselves onto the COMESA to understand what they do and what we can change. But on behalf of Uganda Investment Authority, I would like you to join again your hands and help me to clap for the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for the leadership and guidance that they have given up to this date. Madam Diana, thank you for the invitation, and thank you for considering Uganda Investment Authority as your partner for Business Uganda. And thank you. And as I'm a preacher, a teacher, and a farmer, I'll leave you with a prayer. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please, people, let's clap for him once more. So that means that next time when we invite you, come back. Don't say I presented to them. They should have gotten everything. Several, all of us here, we are aging, so when we call you back, come back and teach us and teach us. These are good things, and we can't just end with good things. Now, I would want this panel to help us. The man has spoken very well, very good figures, but the congregation out there would want to see these figures, are they translating to the growth that we need? So, the representative from Mbare, I will request that you introduce yourself by the names. I would have given a round of introduction, but since time is not on my side, I will just ask you to introduce yourself and you quickly answer to the question that ensues. So, the representative from Mbare, what are those key lessons for developing and managing Mbare Industrial Park as our pioneer private-led industrial park? What are those lessons you think someone there who has his land can utilize and apply for being a park developer as well?
Thank you, moderator. I'm called Wamala Noah. First of all, I'd love to apologize on behalf of my boss who couldn't make it today. Our journey has shown that successful industrialization depends on strong partnerships, sound policy alignment, and deliberate investment in enabling infrastructure. First of all, effective public-private collaboration is essential. The park's progress has been driven by close collaboration between the government of Uganda and private investors under a shared industrialization agenda. Second, clear policies and institutional alignment anchored in Vision 2040 and NDP3 and related frameworks has provided consistency and direction, ensuring investor confidence and national coherence. Third, early and comprehensive infrastructure development is a critical enabler. Investment in roads, power, water, and ICT reduced entry costs and supported efficient operations. Fourth, efficient coordination and implementation must be strengthened. Addressing procurement delays, bureaucratic bottlenecks, and funding gaps will accelerate delivery and sustain investor interest. Fifth, public-private partnerships, PPPs, have proven effective in mobilizing resources and expertise, highlighting the importance of scaling up similar models for future parks. This is mostly important in financing the infrastructure requirements within the parks. Lastly, integration with national transport networks such as the National Rail Network, power grids, airports, etc., and value chains, coupled with ongoing public-private dialogue, ensures long-term sustainability, inclusivity, and economic impact. In summary, Mbale Industrial Park demonstrates that when policy, infrastructure, and partnerships are harmonized, industrial parks can become powerful engines of job creation, export growth, and regional transformation. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. And I think the bigger point I am picking is that government, as you plan, please let us know what is the master plan for infrastructure so that we apply for the spaces, or some of us start to buy land alongside those core infrastructures and we put our investments there. This question, I think, will go to someone here. My neighbor said, you have violated the natural principle of ladies first. So, sir, let me correct it and now put the questions to the only lady on the panel. So, no, next time balance my panel or else you don't invite me. Uganda Free Zones Authority representative. You will introduce your name and you deconstruct one thing first. I am tired of answering this question. I don't know whether other people do get the question. What is the difference between industrial parks of UIA and the industrial parks, or the so-called free zones of the Free Zones Authority? What is the difference? Is it duplication? If it is, why didn't we rationalize and we put both of them away, or we remain with one? So save your job by telling these people that you are different from UIA. But again, as you tell them, the lady behind there asked me a question: how do I get the license? Where are these people to be able to operate in the free zones? So if there are no bukwakulizo, tell these people. And then you sum it from that time.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Executive Director, Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority, my name is Rebecca Nalumu. I'm a Senior Manager in charge of Special Economic Zones, Operations and Compliance. Allow me before I go into the difference to tell you that Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority is a government agency which came into existence following the merger of the Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority. So by establishment, we establish, we develop, we manage, we control, we supervise free zones or special economic zones. But at the same time, we facilitate the development and coordinate all export promotion activities in Uganda. So when you say free zones, when you say special economic zones, when you say export processing zones, when you say free trade zones, when you say free ports, basically it's a basket of zones. We regulate, but also we develop as a government institutions, but also coordinate exports. By difference, or I'll start with a similarity. Industrial parks and free zones are types of special economic zones. And the legal, the policy and regulatory framework for these special economic zones is anchored within the East African Community, which provides for export promotion schemes referred to as export processing zones to specifically promote exports, but at the same time provides for additional special economic zones, including free zones, including the industrial parks or industrial zones and other types to provide for development of our partner states. So by definition, I would say that these schemes are anchored within the East African Community, and you find them at implementation provided for within the East African Community Customs Management Act. So industrial parks, again, are types of SEZs, which can be custom controlled or non-custom controlled. When I say custom controlled, it means they allow you to import duty-free. But the industrial parks, such as the ones that have been presented today, are types of industrial parks that I would say are not regulated under the special economic zone umbrella because they are not custom controlled. Free zones, on the other hand, are custom controlled. So they are designated areas that allow companies that operate in the area to import duty-free with the understanding that you're going to process or you're going to store or carry out activities for export. So they differ in terms of regulation. When you say, for instance, when you say an export, if a product is produced in a free zone, as an example, and sold on the local market, you have imported that product into the local market. So if, say, we have a dairy processing company operating in a free zone, you are allowed to import all your inputs, all your products coming tax-free, with the understanding that you're going to process, say, ghee, you're going to process your milk, maybe, or butter for export. But if that product, if your ghee that has been processed in a free zone is sold on the local market, you will have imported into the customs territory of Uganda, meaning that that product will be charged import duty, it will be charged VAT and any other taxes. So the products that are produced in free zones are considered, if I may say, they are considered as if they are foreign products,
Free zone, these schemes are specifically for you to export. So that is the difference, that are products that are made in free zones or manufactured in free zones should be ideally exported. But when you sell on the local market, you pay taxes. So that's the main difference.
So, the packs of UIA I can produce for both export and domestic market. But those of free zones is only for export.
So if you sell here, it's a foreign product into the customs territory, so you pay taxes. So the rationale for setting up free zones within Uganda, but also within the EAC partner states or globally, are for you to export.
Next time when you're explaining, never involve taxes. When the private sector in the room, those we come to the next page later, never talk taxes. Talk other very good things. When we put in tax, Stuart will look at you with an eye. Sebo, Stuart, where are you of the two? Would you take to be in the industrial park of UIA or of that one of free zones?
I'm already, I don't want to say a tenant, but in partnership with UIA, because it allows me to do both. It's flexible. And with the export promotion, of course, I'm sure free zones are also happy with us that we can try to balance production for both markets.
So it gives you an advantage. Yes. So very good. I would want to ask this question or following to that. This export promotion is one of the incentive because the free zone is basically an incentive. What are the other efforts you would appreciate from the part of government that have helped doing of business? You have been in the business space for some time. What are those other, I would say, the tick box actions that government has put in place besides the free zones and the industrial parks that you think we need to appreciate in terms of doing of business?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ezra, our moderator, fellow panelists, the audience, and of course the presenters in the morning who were very passionate and I would say straight to the point. If other business dealers are here, manufacturers, I'm sure whatever was spoken this morning was touching our hearts. And for that matter, yeah, thank you. For that matter, I want actually to emphasize and thank government and government officials that the creation of this kind of coming to the same table and listen to each other and agree to disagree or agree to agree is a very good movement style, I would say. It is taking us forwards and would love to encourage, of course, like us, the manufacturers, through UMA, through, I saw there was the head of the presidential roundtable here, UIA, you are here, Ministry of Finance, we are knocking on their doors every day. It's good now public service came in. You asked me about the tick box. So by this, we are thanking government. We know there is a lot of constraint because of the demand is growing. The demand for services is growing faster than actually what government can provide. But who is government? It is us. So when I'm talking to my fellow manufacturers, fellow business heads, let us comply. Let us also behave differently. Government is coming to us to say, now we want to change things. We want to work like the army. We want to work like the private sector. Let us also not work like government. Let us continue working like private sector. Where they are saying don't bribe someone, don't bribe. I've seen the boxes ticked, UNBS. There is still something to improve on, but at least they are trying, but we want more. At least now, we can see that when they coordinated with the Uganda Revenue Authority, we can clear goods with the proper classification at one point, not running to different places. But we still want a little bit more coordination with other entities. And of course, we would request government to try and look at the budget of, say, UNBS increased, so that at least where it comes to implementation, they can be able to move from point A to B. But with the promise of automation that we are listening to this morning, maybe it will reduce on their budget requirement, in that they can be able to trace certain things. Now I'm talking of things that really demotivate us as manufacturers of quality products. We are trying to have a leveled playing field, but there are other unscrupulous members who would want to cut corners, which affects our business, which affects government revenue anyway. We have logistics. I saw somebody from Uganda Railways here. Yes, yesterday I was hearing the president talking about revamping of the railway line. Yes, we have already seen some results. At least that bit from Tororo coming to Kampala, there's a lot of improvement. I, like roofings, we carry very voluminous and heavy cargo. Those coils you see, one truck carrying one coil, two coils. If I have to bring in about 500 tons at a go, the whole of Jinja Road will be full of trucks, which creates a lot of traffic jam, delays with the people who are going to do other business. And we know that time is money. By being in traffic for 3-4 hours, Jinja to Kampala, you're actually losing money. Then the exhaust that is coming out, that is cancer being spread to whoever is on the road. And of course, degrading our road, which again becomes costly to the Ministry of Finance to allocate more funds to road repairs and what have you. So I want to say that is another box ticked, but halfway, because we need to do much more. Uganda Railways, please, we have tried to talk everywhere, wherever we go, we don't leave you out, because our raw material coming in and finished product going back to the region, mainly Tanzania and Kenya also, it is like a win-win situation. When we are not producing as our investment values required, you will not get the cargo that you transport back or the raw material that you bring here. So that is also another way of value being lost to both the government revenues and of course growing our economy. UEDCL, I think we were seeing Umeme, now UEDCL, unfortunately, you are doing your best to make sure that we have power so that we can be able to efficiently produce. But we need quality, affordable power. There's still a very big challenge on that side. Much as I said from the beginning, the rate at which we are demanding connectivity to this utility is more than what actually we can currently handle. So a lot of emphasis is required there, much as there is an improvement. I don't want to leave this mic without emphasizing that we need to be very mindful of the environment where we operate. So government bodies, forces that are empowered to ensure that we practice our manufacturing operations in an ethical manner without degrading the environment, without emitting harmful fumes to the environment, and of course ensuring that we continue regreening, not only just planting trees for the sake of having a green environment or a forest, but also encourage putting up fruit trees for our own benefit as health. During COVID, I know we manufacture oxygen and give out free to government hospitals, but if we encourage our people to eat healthy, it will make our minds also healthy, which gives us that space to be more innovative, and health is wealth. So I would want to encourage ourselves to see that all these kind of things should be like daily bread for ourselves, in as far as not being compliance issues as such.
Thank you. Your second last point gave me guidance.
Yeah.
You are talking about accessible, reliable, affordable power in industrial parks.
Yes. In other words, we should have actually, UIA, you are here. Those other parks you are trying to show us here. Can we ensure before you allocate land to roofings, to indoor, to whoever, you have a serviced park? Yeah?
Fantastic.
Yes.
A serviced park.
Yeah.
One of the things of the utilities in the serviced park is the reason why this gentleman is here. You can promise, you can lie, you can tell facts, but since you are closer to the chair, you have facts. Now, these parks that we have seen, personally, I was wowed. There are so many parks coming across the country. Should we park the machinery and move in? Is power there? The industrial parks we are talking about, to what extent are they serviced with power? Water can come later, but the power that is reliable and is affordable, they can clap for you since you reduced on the tariffs of recent. But please, reliable power for industries, where is it?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator and my fellow panelists and distinguished members of the audience. My name is Patrick Tembe from the Electricity Regulatory Authority, and the Electricity Regulatory Authority is the regulator of electricity service in Uganda across the value chain of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. And there are two major points of interface with the industrial parks, which is electricity transmission and generation. It is the strategy of the Electricity Regulatory Authority regulating the electricity transmission and generation, and also a policy of government that industrial parks are serviced with high voltage electricity. What does high voltage electricity mean? It means that when an industrial park is served within its proximity with the high voltage electricity, the electricity becomes more reliable. So industrial parks to us are very key in ensuring that this kind of service is extended compared to the industries and manufacturing centers that are not together within an industrial park. And currently, the major industrial parks, there has been efforts of supplying high voltage electricity to Mbale Industrial Park, to Kapeka Industrial Park, to Namanve Industrial Park, to Ruzira Industrial Park, whereby UETCL, the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company, has established transmission facilities in the proximity of these industrial parks, and is work in progress to ensure that industrial parks get serviced with these services. Again, depending on where the transmission facility is established, the movement of electricity from the transmission facility to the industry itself or to the consumers is by UEDCL, the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited. The grid operated by UEDCL at medium and low voltages is a little more erratic compared to the high voltage grid. But we have established service standards as the Electricity Regulatory Authority relating to quality and reliability of service. And we are working very, very closely with the industrial parks, and the UEDCL has established offices in close proximity with the industrial parks to ensure that there is prompt response when outages happen. Thank you.
You have answered a different question. Mine was clear. Are these industries the man has presented to us having power? To what extent are these industrial parks? Okay, if you don't, maybe next time you'll come with the answer.
Mr. Moderator, I have mentioned the industrial parks that are serviced with, with high voltage
So
supply.
that means, as the earlier discussion were underpinned, the collaboration between these agencies needs to be upped. Before he comes and presents, they are here and ready. You should have gone there and serviced. For us, we are ready. How ready are we? Baricha. Aren't we ready? You have just opened an industry. They can clap for you. On Sunday, the man had his industry opened. He's going to consume all the coffee from this country. What are those issues, especially that relate to land, that relate to electricity access, that relate to export? She is here. Are you okay? Are the things moving? Or you can give them feedback here and then on camera that things are ticking, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ezra. Good afternoon to one and all present here, all protocols observed. Thank you for the question. First, before raising the concerns, I would like to thank all the authorities here, especially the Uganda Investment Authority, the Electricity Regulatory Authority, for giving us all kind of infrastructural support for all kind of businesses we are doing there. And before 5 years, when we passed through the Namanwe industrial area, when we pass through now, it's not the same. It's a substantial difference, and we are seeing the growth there, and industries are coming there, and we are happy to be there. And we thank, and I think we have to clap for Uganda Investment Authority on this one. Now, coming to the point, what are the constraints we have there in the Investment Authority? The concerning to the power, we don't have any issues there. Concerning to our area, so we don't have any issues there.
Concerning power, you're okay?
We are okay.
You have made this man's lunch.
But yes, there are some other industrial parks, not Namanwe Industrial Park, but there are some other industrial parks where power access is not uniform. For example, we also have another industry in Sita Industrial Park, where we have an industry there, plastic manufacturing. We have the power issues there. And being a plastic manufacturer there, it's very not affordable for us to rely on the generators. So after Umeme has left, still the issues are increasing now. So we request the Electric Regulatory Authority to please address those issues. Yes, but one thing we observe is when Umeme was there, the responsive is very low. Yes, problems are low, but the responsive is also very low. But ERA has taken, the responsive is very high. They have been responding to the queries, they have been responding to the issues, but yes, issue rate has been increased. We thank you for the responsiveness, where you are responding to the issues we have and you are trying to sort it out as soon as possible. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I think once a lobbyist keep a lobbyist. The man is simply saying, Commissioner Nim and those, the high table of finance, give more investment to you, EDCL. We are ready to consume power, so give them the money, we will be able to pay back. That is simple logic. It's what he's saying. The reliability issue, the price has gone down, but reliability has an issue of structural breakdowns. That is what I'm hearing from him. But because he fears speaking to federal government in an assertive way, I have pronounced it. I think I'm a good moderator. Now,
Moderator, please allow me to make my last comment.
Please do.
And which is more important, I have spoken on the positive side, but I have a concern because Minister of Finance is here.
It is what Nanon wants most.
Minister
the
of
constraining.
Finance, Minister of Finance is here, URA is here, and FTZ is here. As Madam has explained, any company which is registered as an FTZ, is considered to be a company which is not in Uganda. She has explained on a positive side that any sales made by an FTZ company to other countries is all tax benefits have been provided, and any sales made in the local country is taxed. Highly appreciated. But the same way, the supplies made to FTZ should be tax free because it has to be treated as an export sale. She is saying the company should be treated as registered outside Uganda. Okay, so it means if I am supplying something to a company which is registered in FTZ, it should be treated as an export sale. That's what I understood.
Fantastic. She has picked it. I like it when questions are now coming across. This is not mine. Take note, you will answer to it. Mr. Lands. Thank you very much for coming. I don't remember a panel where we have met lands and we are discussing economic issues with them. So they can clap for you. Please. If the man can be brave to come here and speak land, how many of you would want to listen to him? I did it deliberately to bring him to last because you want to listen to him. Titling of the land. Access to the land in the park. Please. I don't want to go straight to the tough question that was prepared for you, but you can introduce yourself and start from that simple one. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Smith, Commissioner and Minister of Lands. And without wasting time, but moderator, you said that I'm in a panel where we are speaking economics.
I wanted to raise your emotions.
Yes, but you will understand that you cannot talk about all these things without land. All the compliments you are giving to UIA, to the free zones, they have gone through us to make sure that the land is available and secured. Muramira is on phone, but would have complimented this, that actually we have a special window for Uganda Investment Authority, that we fast track all their titling processes. And you can there, he's nodding. So all the compliments you gave to UIA, please, can you? So moderator, you recall that when the PSST was talking, he made a fundamental point that we have revolutionized land. But then the head of service disputed the fact. So maybe I need to get some sort of impression from the audience, if you allow. Members, with our computerization drive, is there any change in the delivery of services? Just by show of hands, do you see some improvement? Because I don't want to talk as if I'm on defensive, based on the two facts I got when the head of service spoke and when the PSST spoke. Members, if you allowed, I'm just doing my own study. Is there any improvement in land registration services? So on that note,
for you, please.
Yes. So thank you. So on that note, moderator, you know the biggest challenge, which maybe we have failed to understand, and it applies across, whether we are acquiring land for a private person, for a company, or anybody, the issue of land rights. You know the history of land. You know, we have had presentations from the ID guys, Ministry of Works. We have had presentations from the passport. These are simple things. We are talking about the land reforms that have taken place since 1900. So when UIA identifies land, the first thing is to identify who owns what, the land rights. And you know the complexity around it. We have only registered about 30% of the land in this country. So what happened to the other 70%? I've been discussing with the numerous times as our chair of DC. How do we fast track this security of land? You are not going to talk about these investments. when your land is questionable. Members, it's high time, whether it's a private investment, must make sure that the land is secure first. And on that front, we have been able to computerize. We have computerized the land registration systems. From the time you bring your documents to the ministry, the entire audit trail is now transparent. But also you can search some of your records online. There's an app. There's an app on Google Play Store and the iPhone. So you can get that app, Uganda National Land Information System, and get your details. Don't be duped. Katshabe here was talking about accessing a service and then you have to first pay money, you go through brokers. Actually, the public is the one bringing us problems. You don't want to approach the office, but you want to go through the agents. You want to go through brokers. And Chair, talking now about economics, if we can secure this land for the whole country, I can assure you, one, we won't be talking about the issue of evictions, having unsecure investments, as you have seen. Some investments have been, if your land is contested, people have lost investments. But also the biggest job creator is real estate. And I can assure you, most of our people here are in real estate, including some of the panelists here whom I know. Big investors in real estate. So if we surely titled all the land in the whole country, how many jobs would we create? That's economics, moderator. The revenues we are generating for this government just through the land transactions are quite immense. And now that's if we are not talking about the credit. All of these, some of our investors, they use the land, actually we donate to them to get mortgages. Is that correct? So now, the whole financial inclusion actually in this country, even the PDM we are talking about, rotates about how secure the land is. Moderated in that enough economics now. So I implore you to support the reforms which are coming, but play your part as citizens so that you don't keep inducing this corruption into the land registration system. We are improving, so you also improve on integrity, improve on response, improve. Do your part. When you buy land, don't wait for years to register it. Because fraudsters come and register the same land as you are keeping the title, maybe with the transfer form. But Chair, I can assure you, giving you the statistics, that in terms of land titling, it is true in 2013 when we started these reforms of digitizing land, we were operating around 180 days to receive a transaction, to have your transaction completed, be it a mortgage, be it lease, be it a transfer, be it even a search, just to get information. Because we are operating purely a highly manual system. But as we talk now, these things are in hours, especially the search. You can just pay online, transact online, and get a search. You don't have to come to the office. But it pains me. I've seen, I was talking to a colleague from Energy who told me that he has failed to get his title for the last, I think, more than 2 years. And I was telling him, please come and have a conversation. It pains us also as service providers for the public. So I think that's what I can say. Maybe the last one, the land acquisition. The land acquisition specifically, how to acquire land for all these investments. You know, Chair, again, moderator, land acquisition is a process. And it starts with identification of land, like the UIA said. Then after identification of land, then we make sure that we are dealing with the right people, the land rights, who owns what. And like I already told you, most of the land is not registered. So you have to unentangle who owns what, if it is a community land, who to deal with. And then after that, we plan the land use. As you can see, when she talks of a free zone, when we talk of the industrial park, there is a master plan. We must plan so that such land uses are planned on the global scale, on the map, on our physical plans. So that is known that this is the type of activity that will take place here. Then when that is done, you go into the evaluation. Now after the evaluation, that's when now we do the compensation. Now there is a lot of time taken between the time you do the evaluation and the time government gets money to compensate. So I want to implore you that some of these processes which delay, especially land acquisition, are not only to the Ministry of Land. Some are basically due to resource inadequacies by finance or by the implementing agency to compensate the project affected persons. But the last point, most of the investments, and at this point I want to thank really UIA, but most of the investments, most of the land which government acquires, they never deal with the last point of securing it, titling it. If you look at most of these roads, these parks, these railway lines, people have since encroached. You acquire land, you pay off, you compensate, but you don't title. So what do you expect? Now you will go to Enimu to get now more money to again relocate the people who have come and occupied. You have seen where government is giving compassionate compensation. You don't own land, but because you invaded the place and they don't want to, for political purposes, to push you away, they say, okay, let's give you some compassionate compensation so that you go and look for where to settle elsewhere. So Chair, Moderator, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If I were a part of them, I would have clapped if they understood.
Chair, we have 8 minutes.
The 8 minutes is a lot.
Okay, sir. You can give them back to me, sir.
I am about.
Okay.
He's talked of Enyim. URA is in the room. But if you hear people discuss and URA is not on the spot, then you know there is something good they have done and we need to benchmark. Very good things we are talking about lands. Land is out there, is a very sensitive, we yearn for the information about it. I'm happy that ERA is here, they did that. URA have done it to engage the public to understand some of these procedures, frameworks, because as we speak right now, when you tell anyone, can you go to land, they say, unless you get me someone I can send. So that kind of image in terms of what we perceive of Ministry of Lands and the lands offices needs to be recalibrated so that we now know there is efficiency flowing. So if they wish, the Commissioner for Budget is here. So you can add on that vote. Can I get 2 questions? I never wanted to engage the public, but you are the one who referred to them, that you have got their vote. They know you have efficiency. So I want them to confirm. I will ask 2, if MC you allow me, just 2.
You show me the 2, so that it was a contract between me and you that they only 2.
They are only
contract.
2. So, Mr. Masaba.
Mr. Masaba.
This is the man from Mbare who knows what they have gone through to put the park. Honorable Masaba, please.
In 1 minute.
I'm called Masava Emmanuel Savignon from Mbale. I come to represent Mbale importers and exporters. We do coffee. I am very happy I had my brother here telling me that he can take all the coffee in Uganda. In the Bugisu region, we have over 900 millions of coffee kilograms. Now, I don't know where you'll take it. I have to talk to you so that you can help us there. Recently, I think out of that, we are selling our coffee well. Now, my question goes to my friend who came from Mbale, telling us about industrial park. This is what is in Mbale. Our friends who have come, called Chinese, these friends of ours, the fact remains.
Call them investors.
No, okay, investors, but I have to also be specified because he's an Indian, he's an investor. I'm also an African, I'm an investor. I have to be specific. Now, they pay our people very small money, only 3,000 per day. I don't know whether what I'm talking about is true. 3,000 shillings. I want them also to go and use that 3,000 in their homes and see what they can do with it. Another thing which they are doing, and these friends of ours are coming from very far, who are coming to work there, our brothers and sisters. They are working in a very harsh and bad conditions. Minister of Finance, you have to address this point. And our friends, when we can come to, before he leave that, within industrial park, our friends who are educated, who have degrees from Makerere universities and others, they are working, they are not there. They are themselves. Actually, it's only our friends.
Conclude.
To conclude, okay, I have to conclude on that point. To conclude on that point, the best they have done is that they are pregnanting our wives and our children, and they are leaving them with children, and we don't know where we are going to find these people.
They are adding value. Thank you very much.
Let me finish with
That's
this.
very
On
additional.
taxes.
No, another person.
Let me just talk on taxes, then I leave. Taxes. I come from importers and exporters. We do export coffee and bring in wheat. But the taxes are killing us. We have given our friends, some of them like Bidiko and others, tax holidays. When some of us local farmers and local investors, we are dying.
Thank
Please,
you.
the government must look into
Commissioner
this.
Nyim, those are two questions of his.
ED, the man is seated with URA. Why is he asking the question here when he is seated with URA on the timetable?
Please
this is unfair.
Correspond. There is a lady behind there.
Where? This one. And she looks
I
very...
just wanted two questions, one from a lady and one from a gentleman.
But chair of the session, did you talk about value addition when he asked the first question?
Please, that's the answer.
That's okay. That's okay.
Thank you so much. I am called Judith Nakayinga and I work for Mwanyitelimba Limited, coffee exporting company owned by Buganda Kingdom. I want to use this opportunity to thank Uganda Investment Authority. Thank you so much for creating a very conducive environment for our investors. But I have a very big concern, which is a bit related to what he has just said. But I'm very much aware. I don't know where to start. I have so much.
Just pose the question.
Yes.
Don't give a speech.
It is actually not a question. It is.
Can I get a question, Mr. MC? Get someone
Please
with a
allow
question.
me, please.
No,
allow
I'm looking
me.
for questions.
Okay. My question is, it is very, very good that investors like him from Sino, they are here. But the problem is, as he said, these people are extremely exploiting us to the core. And I wanted UIA, as you're working on these, on creating a very good investment, you work closely with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Because it is not going to be good to see a Uganda in 2040 with $500 billion, and yet the living standards of people are worsening.
Okay,
So we want to
thank
see a
you. Thank
Uganda where living standards reflect the country's economic growth and development. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get this lady here and I come back.
Chair, I like that you're very gender sensitive.
Yes. The two questions were for Enyim. He will come and answer them on behalf of the Ministry of Finance.
Hello. I'm Dr. Veronica Wabuka, and I'm going to be very fast. I work with the Presidential CEO Forum. My question is with Madame Nalumu Rebecca. It's about the free zone initiative that we have. My worry is the market distortions that could occur if someone is in the free zone, they are importing and they are producing. I mean, they are supposed to be exporters, but then they end up selling on the local markets. That distorts the market. Any other, can you tell me what is being done to mitigate that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we come to the panel? And I request that someone from finance can help.
Enyim is around, don't worry.
Is ready to get
all the
word.
questions. But he can also delegate, because
Please.
Macro is
Macro
here.
is here.
I
Budget
see
is here.
technical advisor is also here. They are available. He can deploy since he's the one who invited us.
You want to start with me? Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A couple of issues have arisen. I just want to address myself to two. Workplace inspection and occupational safety. We listened to you last year, and as part of the budget of 25-26, the running budget, we have worked out a performance contract with Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development around this issue. They have some targets on workplace inspection and adherence to occupational safety. So we will take this matter up as one of the takeaways from this meeting. And maybe what I seem to pick is that the appetite for a higher target has been communicated from the workers' side. Of course, in undertaking the issue of occupational safety, it goes back to what the PSST talked about. We are working to clean up, within government, but the country. So some regulatory housekeeping. We expect that you, the private sector, as we are committing on service delivery targets, you are also adhering to industry standards in the way you do. Because competitiveness these days requires that you are compliant with certain global standards. So this should not just be seen as a cost on your side, but actually something that boosts your brand. You should be able to make capital out of the fact that you are compliant with certain global standards and you are able to attain certain certifications that speak to the fact around which you hold and manage your human resource. But we'll take it in such a manner that we can measure and report back to you in our next doing business. Somebody said that government does not talk, it writes. It was mentioned in the presentation today that if we are going to go very far with digitization and the rest, the beginning point is the register, having credible registers. As a country, one of our biggest challenges is the fact that the informal share of GDP is rising instead of decreasing, which means that you who are in the room and your associates, you are opting to do a lot of business informally. So we need to come to consensus that when we all formalize, it works better for us, because it's very hard to target government incentives, target opportunities to somebody you cannot locate. And so we are requesting that you register your operations and allow us to be able to understand the scale of the issue, the distribution, to target what we are trying to deliver on your side. That is the first ask. And related to that, I'm happy that URA is here and the issue of workers has come up. URA ran a public notice requiring all employers to file payee on an individual basis. And one of the things we are tracking and looking forward to is for you to be able to account for the casual workers. Because to be payee registered does not mean you have to pay the tax. If the person's income is below a threshold, it's zero rated. But it allows us to understand, number one, the level of employment you're generating. So we don't think that by you registering this, low cadres within your businesses, it will do you a disservice. No, it will instead make you very visible on our radar as far as our incentive regime is concerned. And so it would be good to get a commitment from URA in the room. What are you doing and what targets are you setting for yourself and for these business people as far as registration of, the low cadre of their workforce is concerned, we'd like to pick up those numbers on the payee register so that it informs our planning for skilling. It informs whatever incentive designs we come up with in the context of the budget, and then we take that forward. I think those are the two things I want to speak to. The power people are here. They will speak on the issue of erratic power. I will not venture into that. And I think the rest, if given opportunity, I don't know if I have a closeout role here, Morris.
Yes, you do.
Then I'll reserve them for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Morris, since you have reduced from 8 minutes, the 6 minutes he has used, I am left with 2. So I want my panel to conclude, each of them with a concluding remark.
30 seconds.
If there is a question that came, you use that to answer.
30
Stuart, I start with you.
30 seconds, Chair, each.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
No question was raised about us industrialists as such. It is only experiences. I just want to emphasize, because I was talking about logistics, we have air transport, which has been revamped. I would encourage Ugandans, buy Uganda, build Uganda. Let us start from home, do as much as possible to utilize that service. The farmers, I'm sure, are smiling because I've eaten avocado, pineapples from the supermarkets in the UK, which are grown in Uganda. The water transport, I think we have a lot of opportunity there. That is also a natural resource that we have. But Ministry of Finance, please help us put more badges, utilize Lake Victoria, utilize Lake Albert, Kyoga, River Nile. We are here. We want to manufacture and make sure that our quality products are distributed up to the grassroots. I want to thank you.
Thank you.
One key element I would like to stress upon, which is not discussed here, is the legal system and the judiciary system. As he has expressed, our friend from Bale, when we have certain issues, we are not able to resolve quickly in our Ugandan courts of law. By the time the concluding judgment has come, the damage has been done. So efficient and effective reforms has to be taken in our judiciary system, protecting the investors and legal protection to the employers and employees both. When now in our coffee industry, others can acknowledge it, as coffee value has gone so high, the thefts, the stealing by the employees and by the unknown people has become more, and this has not been addressed by the legal system, and they come out into the open market and again they do the same thing. The legal system has to be strengthened for more investment protection here. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, moderator. I'm going to conclude with the gentleman who raised an issue of harsh working conditions. At SINO, we have a health and safety manager who highlights all challenges raised by the workers, and each year we try to iron out the issues and improve with time. Thank you.
Thank you. There were 2 questions, but I'll start with the first one, which was concerning the competition issues. By way of emphasis, I'll start by explaining the fact that for you to set up a free zone, you need to have land. Land must be registered. You must own land. You cannot come to us to set up a free zone when you don't own the land. That is one. Then 2, you need to have a business plan. And in your business plan, you have to tell us that you're going to export. Our business is export. So if you know that you're interested in selling here, then you have no business coming to us to operate in a free zone. Our business is export. So we shall guide you through that business plan. If you don't fit the requirement, then you will not qualify. Then 3, environment. Where you set up a free zone matters.
So you need to provide an environment and social impact assessment certification. You must be a company. But before you set up, if you plan to develop a free zone, you need to have customs infrastructure that has been built for us to have comfort that the products that will be manufactured will actually be sold. So your area has to be fenced off. There has to be, you have to provide warehouses, you need to have cameras, you need to have systems, automated systems, which are integrated with systems of customs. So we are able to track what is coming in through the systems that are integrated with the URA to ensure that what has come into that free zone is monitored. So within the free zones, because these schemes are regulated through the physical infrastructure, but also systems, we ensure that products that are produced in these schemes do not cause unfair competition. Then, two, there was the issue of VAT. When you operate in a free zone, like I earlier said, VAT on all exports, that includes products, it includes construction materials, and services is exempt. So we are currently working with the Ministry of Finance and also Uganda Revenue Authority to come up with systems that will enable better control of goods that are sourced locally. So the VAT zero rating is one of those issues, policy issues that we are still trying to address. But companies that are operating in free zones are still benefiting from VAT exemptions of locally available products and also feasibility studies or master planning and designs that are sourced locally.
Thank you, Mr. Lands. Do we pick our titles now? Just say that we go.
I think
just one point of information. The legal framework is in such a way that you can set up a private free zone, but you can also operate within a public free zone. So we have a free zone that we've constructed at Entebbe. It's a plug and play facility. We have built industrial facilities. So there are warehouses which are already built. And we expect that the business community that exports through Entebbe International Airport. So if you're a business person here and you have, you're doing value addition and you're targeting exporting through the airport, please reach out to us so that we lease these facilities to you and you export through the airport. Then lastly, there was a question on coffee. I think there was somebody from Mbale. We are not only a free zone authority, but we are also an export promotion authority. So we can provide you with dedicated services, link you to potential buyers of your products. So if you're an exporter here and you're looking for markets, we can support you by linking you to international companies that are looking for buyers of your products, all products. So this is additional information for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Moderator, I just want to conclude by calling all of us to, one, register our land. Because, like I emphasized, moderator, is that land is wealth. It is the only thing you are going to inherit, your children are going to inherit. It is the only thing that you need for investment. It is actually the only social economic safety net for our unemployed youth. Even the retirees, when they retire, they go to do some agriculture. It is a source of credit. Most of our association, the circles and so forth, they use land to get some credit from banks. land is rarely talked in platforms like these ones from that angle. But I can assure you it is only land that even drives these financial markets. So please register your land so that you join that revolution of money economy. That's the only way. I thank you.
Thank you very much. On power supply reliability, the Electricity Regulatory Authority started directly regulating and providing regulatory incentives for power supply reliability from 2018. Right now, we have added a second layer of power supply reliability, and how it works is that when a company does not meet targets of supply reliability, this company is penalized through the revenue that is allowed to it through the tariff. And we are working very closely, especially with UEDCL now, following the transition, to ensure that once the company system stabilizes and the procurements have rolled out, then we are able to guarantee good levels of power reliability to Ugandans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. Let's clap for them, please. Those, whoever knows that touched their phone when the panel had started, let's do the clapping. You see? Thank you, MC. The words and colors expressed here are not a responsibility of the moderator, but it is a responsibility of the MC together with Enyim. I thank you.
Can we appreciate our panel, ladies and gentlemen? I'll ask that you remain. We have a very small token, so I'll ask Diana to do the honors. There's one exception, that ERA will not receive his own hamper. That is the one exception. Yeah. So each of you receive something from the private sector development unit, just one. And then the one who wants to receive the one of ERA, we shall give you the one of UTB. Okay, so we'll start there. Make sure the ERA guy doesn't receive. He cannot be taking his own. Now we need to show that also Minister of Finance, Richard. So only one will not. As they do that, we received a question which I'll hand over to the Secretariat that is related to taxation and standards. I must mention we have the standards team here, but also we have somebody from URA, and I think they are here with us the entire afternoon. The question will be captured, and I will share the same, so ERA can receive the UTB. Then the moderator, we shall also say thank you very much. But also UIA, please come. We want to say a small token of gratitude. UIA, you're the one who should be bringing hampers, not us giving you, but yeah, you are a UIA there. So Diana, you will join them somewhere in the middle so that we take a photo. Again, very gender insensitive, but we are trying. Mr. Nyemu, they've requested that you also join them because they want to make it even worse, but please join them and make this picture because we need to, our two commissioners who are here, please join because we need to show that you are here. You may disappear in the afternoon. We don't want to say you are not here. So Advisor Budget and Dr. Albert, please join. We'll have, yes, there you go. The cameraman will organize us. So here's what's going to happen. If you don't have a lunch coupon, please check on the Secretariat. Someone will give you a lunch coupon. Lunch is just one floor below. We request that we're here before 3. We'd like to start our next session at 3. And my chair, Jackson Katende, let's ensure we are here and start the next session at 3 so we can let our people ask as many questions if time allows. So 3 p.m. is when we start the next session. And I humbly request you don't overload your plates because then you're going to sleep the entire session in the afternoon. Leave some space for water that you're going to find when you come back. And I hope we can keep you awake because I know what you do at lunch, Ugandans. We are very good at lunch. So enjoy your lunch. See you here at exactly 2:55, latest, 2:55. So that is 40 minutes of lunch. Surely you should have eaten by then. But the question from our sister, I have handed over, I'm handing over to the Secretariat on standards and taxation. So I want to hand over, I have handed over to Diana, she has even received, don't worry. We will see how to have it captured in the next session. Thank you very much, our panelists. Thank you, our session chair. See you in the next 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Please ensure we start our next session. Our panelists for the next session, please be here before 3 p.m. so you can meet your chair and your session moderator. And see you in the next 40 minutes.
Akati kamwe.
All right, welcome back. We've lost about 15 minutes, and that means we shall also extend your stay in this room for another 15 minutes, according to the program. I am happy you say that's okay. All right, so since you're already here, let me do one thing. Look at the program, if you have the program, because I'm waiting for the technical team to put the QR code on the screen. So if we could have, just pick the program. There is a QR code on the program. And this is where you must have some data on your phone. If not, there is a Wi-Fi password, which is, there's Wi-Fi access. It's even, is it off now? Okay, so scan the QR code on your program. It takes you to a platform that has the program, but I also want you to take a survey with me. I am hoping, and I know they're working on loading the survey. Scan the QR code on your program. Tech team, if you can also have the QR code on the screen, for those of you who don't have the program. But if you have a piece of paper on your table that has the program, the front page has a QR code at the bottom, right? Scan that QR code. When you get in, it shows you somewhere that it says survey. Open that part, survey. Have you seen it? Mukama wanje. Na kwachira. Abakabare bariyo. Aha. So, scan the QR code. I will know, because the room has more than 50 people, and I will tell how many have scanned my QR code. Surely, the least you can do for me is participate in my survey after you have eaten our lunch. Yeah? There's no free lunch. So, do we have the QR code on the screen? If you're already there, what does it say when you open the survey portal? Session 2, yes. We are there. Session 2. All right. I'm just asking to check if they've loaded our first question. So we have a couple of questions from each session, and we would like your feedback. Have we loaded the question on session 2? Just see if you can load the question as we allow as many. If you're just coming in, we have an activity we are undertaking. If your neighbor comes much later, tell them they've missed and their input will not be captured by the secretariat, which becomes very unfair. Something is coming. Don't you worry. Just hold there. For a few seconds, you will see a question, and we will want you to participate in the question. I'm just waiting that they load this. So just check. Have you loaded the question now? Is the question on? Now, do you have a question now that you're on session 2? What is it saying? I can't see it. There you go. So we are asking, which public sector efficiency reforms stood out to you? Now, this is where you now say, well, I wish I had scanned the QR code. That's the question you have on your screen. If you don't have it, clearly you don't have data on your phone, or your Wi-Fi is not working, or your phone is not compatible with digital things. Yes. The moment you're done, just submit. And I can tell how many are logged in, because 3 are saying driving permits. Oh, wow. Driving permits. Not the tax platform where we pay. We only have 25 people who've scanned the QR code. Honestly, the meeting room has more than 25 people. So it's unfair. How do I account for your lunch? Now I'm trying to account to Diana that I had more than 50 people having lunch. It would be nice to account for your lunch. So of the 25 who have logged in, only 9 have answered. Okay, 10 now. And I can tell, 10 out of 25. Please scan the, if you're just coming in, your program guide, the program you have on the table has a QR code on the first page. On the first page, there's 2 leaves on the program. So the day's program, yeah, there's a QR code at the bottom of your program. Right in the middle, at the bottom of the program, there's a QR code. Scan it with your phone. But first make sure you have data. Do you have data? Just first make sure you have data. Yes, just those who don't have, I can tether. If you don't have, I can tether. But also, she has. Are you sure she has data, this one? No, I can tether for you. But then I tether and you download all the apps on my data. Oh yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. There's the part of TikTok. You watch all the videos while you're tethering on my data. All right. So can we get at this many? I have only 15. 15 of 20 what? 20. Are we still at 25? It would be nice. This is 29, 15 of 29. It's almost only 50%. Can we at least get more people scanning our QR code? So if you're just coming in, we've scanned the QR code. This is menti.com. If you want to log in directly, menti.com, you'll put in the user code, is at the top. And we are asking from our session 2, which public sector efficiency reforms stood out to you? And we spoke to these, the driving permits, the passport issuance, work permits, and retirement benefits. Myself and Dr. Albert are more interested in that last part. Yeah, we are getting there. We are very interested in that last part. And there is an ongoing Africa Pensions Conference. I think we should be there, Albert, me and you. This one, first, you're very far, Albert. I thought I was with you, Albert. So scan the QR code on the program guide. Dr. Albert, the QR code is here. And when you get onto you'll scan this one if you want. But Dr. is going to introduce Menti at the ministry, so he knows how to log in quickly. So you scan the QR code. When you scan the QR code, you go to a page that says make a survey or take a survey or something like that. Open the survey. The survey will lead you to this session. This is a question from session 2. Which public sector efficiency reforms stood out to you? Clearly, driving permits is working. It was sad to hear that some of you celebrate after getting it after 30 days. Really? When you can get it in one day? Passports have begun to work. And Doctor, there's evidence that there's evidence people like what they are seeing at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Because I thought everyone would say driving permits. Or maybe the guys who voted for passports, you don't know how to drive. Yeah, you're the people who don't know. You've never been there because you don't know how to drive. But I have 37 people who've logged in, and I only have 23 answers. The others saying, should we add an option of neither? Maybe we should have added the 5th option of neither. All right? But clearly something is working. What happened? The screen went off. Can we load session 3? Are you able to? Because it'd be nice to allow you also give us a feedback on session 3, which was the very last session. There you go. So now on your phone, if you're in and you're still logged in, you have question 3 on your phone. And question 3, we're asking, what additional public sector processes would you recommend for similar reform and automation? This allows us to write, right? Type, isn't it? Yes. Don't give us a paragraph, really. Yeah, make it small. We learned summary. Don't give us, just say, you want tax, you want an app to pay your taxes very quickly. Then we know it is for paying. And we'll see your text. We should be able, national identity card. Doctor, we have begun working. Yeah, we need to sort this problem. Some of you were telling me at the back, but where are our IDs? We finished, they are coming. The IDs are coming, colleagues. IDs are coming. National identity card. Any other? We are asking, what additional public sector processes would you recommend for similar reform and automation? I like this. Birth certificates. This is very important. Do we have someone from OA? I know Lynette was here from UTB. This is really good feedback. We want to purchase Gorilla permits online, and we can do it directly on our phone. I think that must be a tour operator who is here in the room. Passport, UCDA, that must be a coffee farmer. UCDA, NIRA, and UCC. Now, Dr. Albert, this person has a radio station. They are also growing coffee, but also they have tried to apply for a new passport and they're having some issues. Clearly, I can guess who this person is. I have seen some of them here. The UNBS processes. Certification. Yes. Certifications. We want UNBS, Dr. Albert. UNBS. The border policy. Can we do that? Border policy. Border policy. The moment you add another border, it becomes bolder and bigger. So, MAIF. Now, really, what do you want MAIF to do? Which similar reforms do you want at MAIF? That's too broad. So you really haven't helped us when you say MAIF. MAIF is really huge. Is it fisheries? Is it, they've added, this one, phytosanitary. Okay. Is it possible, technical, to move up so we see the other recommendations? If you don't see yours, land registry, we discussed this in the session and it's come out. There's some reforms there. URA is captured, but again, URA is very broad. But we are saying export of value-added coffee, yes. Export customs clearance, URA, I think this is even clearer. Export customs clearance, the issue of picking forms and taking them back for signing. URA is watching. And they also, you're also giving us a question. I like that you might also be posting feedback for us on the platform. There's something for you, we shall give it to you. The national ID to improve NSSF payment processes that are too long, they're saying 4 days now. They hopefully will do it in 1 day. We need to be able to follow up on UEDCL processes online, such as application for new connections. Regulations on the quality of coffee. Trade is a bit broad again. Death certificates, land search, all right? I noticed something here. We are happy with registration, URSB, because clearly it's not being captured. And they are here. So I'm trying to also make sure they know that you're happy with the feedback. Okay, NSSF is also here, so they're giving you feedback. Can we scroll down if there's any other? So we only have feedback from 24 of 45. That is also close to only 50%. So National Water and Sewage Corporation, again, that is broad. What is the detail? Timely feedback from NEMA on the EIA. Is that for the industrialists, the EIA? Pensions process. Oh my God, they even added an emoji. All right. Banange. Hey, there's even Banange. I think that's the same person. Yeah, that's a procedure simplification through one interface portal. I think, Dr. Albert, the entire conversation on digitization, government digitization, is to ensure that we have simplification of government services through one single portal. So I can go like, I think the Commissioner Wax was mentioning, driving permit, number plate registration, vehicle inspection, whatever it is, under, let's say, one sector, can be done in one single portal. Double fees. When I mentioned URSB, I tickled some of you. Now, double fees at URSB. Any other? Cost of NEMA certification. The regulation of quality coffee. This is good. Do we have the third one, or it's after this session? After the third session? It's after the session, isn't it? Do we do the third one? Or we wait for the session? Because we can't answer a question before the session. All right. So welcome back. Thank you. If your neighbor comes, please let them know, because when they come and scan the QR code, they will go quickly to session 2 and then go to session 3. Automatically, it will do that. But this is good feedback for the unit, the private sector development unit. And also this is shared with all the stakeholders. And some are in the room. You know, we have NSSF in the room. We have ERA in the room. We have the Minister of Public Services here in the room. STI, I initially hadn't mentioned, the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat is represented here in the room. They are somewhere here. But most importantly, the ministry responsible for providing funding for driving this tenfold growth agenda is here, and they are well represented. So this is captured and shared with all the stakeholders. So I want to quickly move to our next session, and hopefully we can do this in less than 50 or in 50. I am being hopeful because we'd like to capture as much as we can. So may I request our moderator to make their way? This is your session. What I'll do is only manage your time, sir. So please make your way and invite your panelists and also your speaker, who will do the very first presentation. And please, anybody coming to the podium and on the panel, we are requesting that at about 4:15, you'll allow us handover to the very last session, which is plenary reflections. Over to you, Mr. Jackson Katende, Senior.
Thank you, Maurice.
But wait, Senior, when you look that young, but it's okay.
Maurice, things have improved. Okay. Thank you, Maurice, for this session. Logistics is about cost and time. So I actually wanted to end at the time the program exactly ends. But since now people are delayed, we shall handle that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon. So my name is Jackson Katende, and I'm the chairman of the National Export Logistics Dialogue. That's a private sector dialogue on growing logistics of exports. So we are trying to look at logistics of exports. And Diana brought me here for a very sensitive discussion. And unfortunately, she put it in the afternoon. So then after here, we discuss logistics is very slippery. And you know, people fall a lot when they are. So we shall discuss that after. But I want to appreciate the theme, first of all, public sector efficiency. The private sector, mainly the logistics part of the private sector, has been asking government for years to improve the efficiency of government services. And so far what we've had since we came into this room, there is progress. So we want to clap for government as the private sector. Then you brought me to discuss efficient trade logistics. I like the choice of the words. You know, government has been doing a lot of administrative logistics for the past 35 years. Now, I like the discussion that there is trade logistics. Trade logistics is different from administrative logistics. Dear government, if you're here, trade logistics is different from administrative logistics, and we are happy for that, and also export facilitation. So I expect Mr. Charles Mwebembezi to be around and take on that. But before he comes in, I asked Diana before members reported back, Maurice, to allow me to say a few things. And these are the things I'd like to say. For the last 3 years, the National Export Logistics Dialogue has been diagonizing logistics of exports for the past 3 years. And we have a very good report for government, which has given birth to the public-private export logistics development program to improve logistics of exports. Currently, our LPI, that is Logistics Performance Index, is at 106 as Uganda worldwide, and it is causing wastage of over 32% of output. So I want us government to think about logistics. But I like the graphics because the graphics catered more for logistics than anything else that has been discussed here. All what you see there is logistics, so we are happy for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm supposed to chair a panel, and on that panel, as Mr. Mwebembezi comes in to give his presentation, I'll ask the representation from the Uganda Revenue Authority to join the table here. Thank you for joining us. These are my best friends in logistics at import and export level. It's nice to have them here. Then Miss Esther Nekambi from the Flowers. You're welcome. You can join us here as well. The Flowers have been having problems. Dear government, if you're here, the Flowers have been struggling recently, and it's a logistical problem. She'll elaborate more. Then Mr. Hans from the Avocado Friends, Avotain. Do you have representation from Avotain? Okay, I think from Avotain, someone has not yet arrived. Then Mr. Chiza Paul from the airlines. Do you have representation from the airlines, Mr. Chiza Paul? Airlines has been doing a very good job. The last time we engaged them, the price was high by $1. Now they have cut it. We are happy for that. So you're welcome, Mr. Chiza. So Mr. Ochaki, the Rairies. You're welcome, Mr. Ochaki, the Rairies. You're welcome to the panel. I'll keep it very brief. I promise you that, Maurice. For us in logistics, we don't waste time. Every minute is money. So I want to, Mr. Mwebembezi has been represented by Mr. Nicholas Kafelo here, and I'm going to give him his time to make that speech on how the efficient border management is enabling growth on the tenfold growth strategy. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. All protocol observed. Jackson, don't worry. They say the light is at the end of the tunnel. So logistics is the light. We usually joke amongst ourselves that we are the movers of the economy. We will the economy, precisely. And I know I have a very, very heavy task or mission this afternoon to shift all your attention from digestion to discussion And trust, since we are discussing logistics, it's going to be as smooth as the queue that we had during our lunch break. So we I don't know. Maybe for the record also, not to impersonate, I might leave here without a job. I'm not the chairman of Uganda Freight Forwarders Association. I'm the representative. I serve at the secretariat as the executive secretary. But as the technical team is setting up the slides, as the Uganda Freight Forwarders Association, we are really happy and honored to deliver this presentation to you today, because we were tasked to come and present on how logistics can enhance efficiency and trade facilitation. And this is something that we've been talking about with the different MDAs, especially those that are within the trade and logistics ecosystem. So our work as UFA is rooted on collaboration. We believe in working together with government. That's why we are part of several private and public dialogue platforms. Sure, some of us have heard of the National Logistics Platform. At Ministry of Trade, we are working closely with the National Trade Facilitation Committee. I'm happy that Mr. Katende here, there's something that they are doing, which is the National Exporters Dialogue. Is something that we're so happy about, because competitiveness in trade facilitation or in trade is about how much more do you export. So I think they just want me to talk over, but we had some beautiful slides in it. So like I said, we partner with both government and the private sector at national, regional, and international fronts. At national level, I've mentioned, regional level, we work with the Federation of, at regional level, we work with the Federation of the East African Freight Forwarders Association. And I'm happy to report that we are the current chairman. Okay. And I'm happy to report that we hold the chairmanship as Uganda for the Federation of East African Freight Forwarders Association, which is not a mean feat in terms of trade and trade facilitation, especially when you're looking at a component like lobbying and advocacy, because we are now moderating, or we are now lobbying at regional level. We're engaging at regional level. As you know, the world is now a global village. So as lobbying as UFA, we are now lobbying as FIAFA. So that gives us an upper hand when we are talking to other blocks like COMESA or SADC. So these are some of the activities that we get in at association level. I may not go deep into that. Maybe if Maurice or the hosts, the conveners, have organized for us a cocktail, I'm happy to engage at that point. So as UFA, like I had mentioned, we believe that our logistics is not a cost center, but rather an engine for competitiveness. And as you see that UFA, one of our core values is professionalism and integrity. There is no way you're going to be professional and uphold the value of integrity if you do not collaborate. We have MOUs with different MDAs, especially URA, where we deliver different trainings and capacity building programs to see on how best can we enhance our competitiveness and efficiency as an industry, because the main anchor or the main driver of competitiveness and efficiency is the human resource. Without building our capacity as the employees or as the staff of the organization, we are basically doing nothing. The challenge we have is URA sets our KPIs, but for long we've been trying to cry out to URA of what are the KPIs of the URA officers. Because when a freight forwarder or an agent commits an offense, they're going to be locked out of the system. But what happens if the offense is on the other side, or if the delay is on the other side of the table? So that's a discussion that we're trying to have with URA. We've opened up our systems to you. Is there a way we can at least get to know that these are the KPIs of the URA officer? Who do we get to hold accountable in case there are any delays or challenges? I've skimmed through that one. Looking at the tenfold program or the NDP3, we're looking at exports contribute less than 15%, which is still less. That means we are yet to be competitive. We are not yet where we want to be. And the costs cover basically 35 to 40% of the export value. This is one of the highest in the region. And if you ask us as the wheelers of the economy, that what are the drivers of this cost, we are going to tell you it's logistics. And the logistics in this case, we are talking about policy and we are talking about frameworks. We do not understand the reason as to why we are laxed, or as Uganda, we fail to implement some policies that our counterparts in the region with whom we are competing are doing that to protect ourselves as an industry. I'm going to only mention one, which could be the law on cabotage. So a Ugandan trucker cannot carry goods, let me say, from, they've gone to Mombasa. They cannot pick goods from Mombasa to Nairobi and then pick another consignment from Nairobi to, let me say, Eldoret. But in Uganda, you're seeing foreign trucks going as far as Kabale, going as far as Nakasongola to pick maize, to deliver to maybe a warehouse in Boyogere, then pick cargo from Boyogere, take to Namamve, then pick cargo from Namamve and take back to Kenya. So for us as Uganda, we've opened up, but other countries in the region, they are really strict on cabotage. So that's what drives our cost of export expensive, because I know if I take my truck for export, a Ugandan truck is hired for export, chances are I'm going to return an empty truck. So there is no backhaul. That's why I'm going to charge a premium price. That's why we say, if you ask us what the drivers of the high cost of logistics is, we are going to tell you that it's logistics, because we fail to create policies, or government has failed to create policies that protect us as an industry. We are one of the most capital-intensive industries. We are both going to agree that capital is really expensive in this country. We've tried to work with government, Ministry of Finance, we've written papers through PSFU on how best can we engage the finance institutions. If we fail to create a fund for the logistics companies, how best can we partner with the finance institutions to tailor a product that is suitable for transporters or logistics companies? It makes no sense for a person who is come to you for a facility to procure 20 trucks and you charge them at a competitive rate or a commercial rate. And then they've spent 20 years in the industry and you still want them to have security. How much security is a person going to have if they want to procure 20 trucks? So these are things that we need to sort if we are to deliver the efficiency that we are talking about. So, but at UFA, we believe that border efficiency and multimodal links are possible drivers of the efficiency we are talking about. I'm happy that our brother, Mr. Ochaki from URC is here. They are good members of the association, but how best can we also support URC to deliver on their mandate? As Uganda, we are blessed to have two of the cheapest means of transport, water and rail. But what's the state of those services? What's the state of that form of infrastructure? We are investing so much on road, but are we looking at the cost of maintaining the roads that the damage that's being done by our trucks is bringing onto that? Can't we at least invest more in rail services or marine transport and see how best we can leverage that? Because you're looking at reducing a cost by over 25 to 30%. If you're using rail, I'm going to give an example of Mwanza to Kampala, Port Bell, 25 to 30% reduction on cost and time. If I'm doing, let me say, 24 hours from Mwanza to Kampala on a truck, Mr. Ochak is going to bring that container or that consignment in 18 hours, in 16 hours. And with their vessel, that means they're eliminating 22 trucks from the road. So I believe we need to capitalize URC and help them. That multimodal link is the way to go. We are talking about green transport, green freight, and sustainability, but we are investing more in the enablers or in things that are going to be are going to deter us from achieving the goal of green freight and transport. So the current realities, strategically, we are a land-linked economy, heavily dependent on two transport corridors, the northern through the port of Mombasa and the central through the port of Dar es Salaam. And annually from the projections, we move over 8 million tons on those two corridors. But then some challenges still persist. The multiple checkpoints. And here, checkpoints, it was deliberate. We would have said roadblocks, because the roadblock, you know, that it's maybe either security, it's traffic, it's customs, or municipal. But you get to a checkpoint where the people stopping you are yet to even identify themselves. You get to a checkpoint where the documentation that has been asked for at the border of Malaba is what's being required at Magamaga. The rest of the East African countries have invested in way in motion, way bridges. So why do we still have to drive into way bridges in Uganda, especially at a point as delicate at Malaba? I'm sure you know of that traffic inbound. So that's caused by the way bridge. So you find that the countries that we are working with or that we are trading with in the region have a way in motion setup of way bridges. You basically don't have to get into a way station. You drive into a way bridge. It's like a highway or a highway on a camera on a highway. But in Uganda, we are still persistent on the way bridges, the physical way bridges. Then the manual processes, this one still persists. And still, like I said, there is a duplication of processes. We are happy with our friends at URA, at least they've tried as much as they can to digitize their processes. But then the other non-customs border agencies. So many people have accused UNBS. I'll spare you, I'm not going to mention. But we still have issues. Other agencies like NDA, we do not see a reason as to why NDA refuses to release an entry because they want to do physical verification on something that UNBS has approved of, on something that URA has approved of. So on this case of the checkpoints and duplication of verification, we are working with different agencies, especially donor agencies, to see on how best we can undertake something we call an integrated risk management system for non-customs border agencies. We are okay with URA, but is there a way that these other non-customs agencies can share data amongst themselves in real time between UNBS and NDA, MAIF, and the like? We had hoped that this is something that the single window would resolve, but we are working closely with several other donor agencies to see on how best we can manage this. And then the cost of last mile costs. This is also a challenge. As you know, we have one of the highest excise duties on our fuel products. So fuel is really expensive, and that explains the high cost of last mile deliveries. These are some of the challenges that we still encounter on the road that are deterring us from being as competitive, or that might take us longer than desired to make Uganda competitive, because our goal is to be competitive as a nation, like I said. But if we do not have the right logistics ecosystem or systems, I don't think we are walking in the right direction. And it's quite unfortunate that as private sector, we don't make laws. We are only an engine or a think tank to government. So if we bring a proposal to you, it's our outcry that you support us. So in this way, we are saying that, okay, we must digitize and harmonize the corridor operations. So this is where the integrated risk management system comes in handy. We talked about the issue of mobile scanners, but you still find we still have breakdowns in scanners. Recently, we were talking to traders in Mutukula, Mr. Commissioner from URA, and they were decrying of they sometimes have standoffs because of the scanner. It has issues, and also to them, they were proposing a mobile scanner, which is capital intensive. Happy this dialogue is hosted by Ministry of Finance. So that's something that we need to look into, because also as the authority, they were like, okay, this is capital intensive. We need to go back and write to Ministry of Finance to see how best we can invest in a new scanner. Yes, the trade facilitation and border efficiency. As logistics, we believe that real efficiency comes from systems and predictable rules. I've talked about the systems. Now, the predictable rules, I'm talking about frameworks. I'm talking about things like the advanced rulings that we are supposed to be privy to, or we are supposed to be happy with if fully implemented by URA. And in this case, I mean visibility and predictability. If I'm going to import, if I'm a first-time importer and I want to bring in something from Sri Lanka, I should be in position to write to URA right before I actually source and ask for the tax regime that is going to be applied to my consignment, any penalties, and the like. And that's why we have so many cases between the authority and the shippers, because I import a consignment and then you say, okay, we are going to use another form of valuation as opposed to what's been currently used. So this is something that we need to look at, because we are not going to speak of efficiency if our systems are not smart and automated. And we are also working in opaque ecosystems. We need to be as predictable and transparent as possible. Then this could be leveraged on systems like the electronic single window. We are happy that this is functional, though there are some non-customs border agencies that are yet to get onto the electronic single window. We are happy with the URA AEO framework. It has really enhanced efficiency. You can now clear a consignment in hours as opposed to days due to that preferential treatment that is given to the AEOs. The NTB elimination are something that we've worked closely with the authority as well, and other agencies like Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Works, and the like. Then the regional electronic single window. This is where we talked about the smart systems. We would want to be as happy as possible if we know that our cargo is in good hands. I don't have to be calling the driver every day to check of, boss, where are you, how far have you reached? You know how overzealous they could be. But URA, or the Revenue Authority, has come in handy with the implementation of the regional electronic cargo tracking system. And this has reduced delays and costs. So we are happy about that. And we can all agree that efficiency builds trust amongst the investors as well. So if we are efficient as Uganda, we are going to have as many investors come in to bring money into the economy, because they know I don't have to be closest to the port. I could be into the hub because, I mean, we are strategically positioned as a logistics hub, though the head of state says, okay, we are a distribution hub, but they do not have to go and be as close as they can to be to the port. They can do whatever they do in Uganda and ship out. Then what we can do or our role in driving efficiency, I could just skim through this. Like I said, we are policy partners with the different public sector agencies and drivers of reform per se. Then we advocate through platforms like Private Sector Foundation Uganda and the National Trade Facilitation Committee. And then I mentioned of the training that we do, the regular trainings or capacity building programs that we do with URA. And this has enhanced professionalism in the freight logistics industry. That was at certificate level, but at diploma level, we now have a theater diploma, an internationally recognized diploma in the region. So we believe that these are going to be key drivers of efficiency in the region. Then I've talked about the impact of border efficiency. We looked at the clearance times are being cut from days to hours. Then trade costs are also brought down. We talked about URC in the previous slides that you've seen, but now there is an investor that has come in with a new technology. We've been struggling with containerized cargo, especially on the leg of Mwanza to Port Bell or Port Bell to Mwanza. There is an investor that has come in and they have a vessel which is MV Mpungu. They have the capacity of getting 21 trucks off the road from Port Bell to Mwanza. That's upstream and downstream. So these are things that we need to support and be in position of. Then this is just a case study that I basically mentioned as well. And then the challenges, some of the challenges hindering efficiency. I mentioned about the fragmentation and lack of coordination by the border agencies, because this frustrates so many shippers and logistics service providers. Then some of our SMEs, the digital intake is still low. You're talking about integration, and for them, they're like, no, I think you just want to open up my system for URA, for a taxman to come chasing. So we want to get to a point where if we talk about integration, it's for your own good, because we are talking about visibility and predictability, not bringing URA right to your doorstep. The infrastructure bottlenecks in logistics, we believe that, okay, roads are good, but our form of infrastructure is systems and processes, create laws and policies that protect us as investors or as practitioners in the logistics. Then the skills shortage still persists. Ministry of Finance, as private sector, we've taken on the hurdle to train our people. Mr. Katende can attest, some of these courses go as high as $2,000. And this is the fundamental course. But then you're competing with countries like Singapore, where government has subsidized some of these training programs to 97%. If a course is $500, if a course is $2,000, government is going to pay $1,500. As a trainee, all you have to pay is $500. And you wonder why their logistics performance index is really high, because like I said, efficiency starts with human resource. We, the staff, are the movers of the economy and this stuff. So finance, if there is a way that you can create a skills fund targeting different organizations, then we can apply to it. We can apply through the different platforms. The Export Forum is here, Private Sector Foundation is there, yourself as Ministry of Finance as well. And then we believe that addressing some of these challenges requires strong leadership and private sector involvement. The mistake we make as government, you make policies with minimum or no involvement of private sector as well. So you come to us for rubber stamping. And that's why the strikes are many at some point in time, but we want to be involved. As we always say, we would want to be positioned at the think tanks of our government. Let's co-create, as opposed to you imposing something on us. Then some of the recommendations, I've spoken to them as well. Integration of the electronic single window regionally for real-time clearance, so that if I'm trading between Uganda and Tanzania, I don't have to use a SCUDA, then also go into Simba, Tansis, or the ICMS in Kenya. Let's have that regional integration. then invest in the multimodal links. We've talked about the investment in rail and the maritime transport. Then develop the digital logistics skill sets. These are some of the soft skills that we want. And then promotion of the PPP in logistics. Ministry of Finance, this is something that we've also been talking about. We need to fast track the PPP policy or framework. It's there, but implementation is still lacking. And we need to build the investor confidence in this. How do we protect our investors? Someone is going to invest $20 million in a vessel and it's going to be docked at Port Bell for 2 weeks without any form of business because they lack protection from government. So at this point, we would like to close off with saying that maybe integration, innovation, and collaboration are key if we are to bring about efficiency or innovativeness at the border points. So the alignment with the tenfold, I've spoken on it as UFA. We support and we are happy for that. And I do not want to make Mr. Katende and the panelists uncomfortable. I'm happy to take on any questions, the hard and the easy ones as well. But I think the easy ones should come first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Nicholas hit hard when he was speaking. For us in logistics, we have shared benefits and shared problems. You can take that seat. Someone didn't show up, right? Okay. Diana and Maurice, you help me. You allow me host Nicholas here because he made some important remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a discussion as you prepare some questions for Nicholas because we shall have some session after that. And before we do that, I want to interest my panelists to introduce themselves first because there are changes in the names I have and then the representation so the audience can get to know us. Then I can come to you with the hardest questions. Thank you. From the extreme left.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, our viewers. Thank you, Chair and Minister of Finance for inviting us for this session. My name is Joel Paul Kiza, and I'm representing Uganda National Airline.
Thank you, Mr. Kiza.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Esther Nekambi, the Executive Director, Uganda Flowers Exporters Association.
Thank you, Madam Esther.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jude Ochieng from Uganda Revenue Authority. I'm representing the Commissioner Customs, Mr. Sadu Kisitu Chigozi, who is unable to be here because of another engagement, and he sends in his apologies.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jude. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Abubakar Ochaki. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, Uganda Railways Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ochaki. They gave me a very big question here, but I just want to tap into what Nicholas has just presented here. It caters for most of us on this panel, and I'll start with the taxman. You are the point of interest in this country every time we are discussing trade. And where I want to come to you is government has been building one-stop border points. And you must have seen that different borders are having strong developments in terms of infrastructure for trade border points. Now, what we'd like to know from you is you are leveraging these ones to improve processes. Are you leveraging them to cut costs? Are you leveraging them also to enable trade both at inbound and outbound?
Thank you very much. Indeed, as URA and as the lead agency for one-stop border posts, URA is utilizing them in a number of ways. But before I go there, perhaps I could just speak a little bit to the URA's strategic agenda and how it is supporting exports. URA has evolved over time from being purely a tax collection agency to carrying out a lot of trade facilitation initiatives. And part of those trade facilitation initiatives, specifically for customs, which is international trade, has been coming up with a number of changes that relate to process changes as well as infrastructure. One of those changes is the development of what we call the one-stop border posts. Currently, we have 6 one-stop border posts that are operational and 3 more that should soon come into operation. OSBPs generally are a physical environment, one physical environment on the border where all the players in international trade at the borders of both countries can sit together to reduce turnaround time for actors in international trade. These are the logistics players as well as the traders. So we have OSBPs and we have leveraged them. We have shared spaces with our colleagues from the revenue bodies across the other partner states. We share those same spaces with the immigration, the security agencies, the regulators such as the agriculture, the UNBS. And as a lead agency, we have seen that this has reduced turnaround time. For some of us who have been in logistics and international trade for long, I'll give an example, Busia border post and Malaba border post. In the past, when you reached the border, you knew you were at the border by virtue of the number of trucks, the lines that you'd have at the borders. When you go now to the borders, you realize that trucks mostly don't spend more than 2 hours at the border, from the point of entry until the truck leaves. And this is good for business because in business, there is a saying that when you put barriers to trade, they become barriers to economic development. So indeed, one-stop border posts have been very useful in development of or in growth or in supporting international trade at the border posts.
Thank you. Now, just an additional statement to that, Mr. Jude. Gulu, the Gulu exit that goes to South Sudan, previously has been struggling at clearance points. Are there some incentives or some processes that have been improved on that side to enable faster clearance?
Okay. Yes, indeed. In northern Uganda, we have come up with a number of things. Yes, we do have a one-stop border post there, but additionally, we have developed the Gulu Logistics Hub. The Gulu Logistics Hub is supposed to be an area where our traders or our business people who want to access the export market in Sudan, as well as southern DRC on the other side, can take goods and store them there and use that as a hub for re-export. In the domestic revenue mobilization strategy, URA had a number of challenges of staffing, which I'm happy to report that has been addressed by the ministry, our parent ministry, Ministry of Finance, and we recently deployed quite a number of personnel in the Gulu Logistics Lab. We are hoping that the feedback from that deployment is that we shall have enhanced trade on that route in northern Uganda. Yeah.
Thank you, Jude. One of the things that came forward when we were discussing the Gulu Hub was the RERE. So I'll go straight to RERE. I would like to know, how is RERE enabling trade, export trade? What have you put in place to enable export trade in the recent past?
Thank you very much. I would request you allow me some 2 minutes to explain to the members the mandate of Uganda Railways Corporation.
Please.
The mandate of Uganda Railways Corporation is to operate, manage freight and passenger operations within Uganda and outside Uganda. We currently operate freight services between Mombasa and Kampala. We also operate freight services between Dar es Salaam and Mwanza, and then Port Bell or the ports of Jinja. Uganda Rail Corporations operates freight, passenger, and marine operations. We currently manage 2 ports, that's Jinja Port, Port Bell, and we have 2 other ports that are going to be rehabilitated, the Bukakata Port in Masaka and the Lambu Port. Those will also be rehabilitated to increase on the number of ports managed by Uganda Railways. We also have 2 vessels currently, each vessel over 1,200 tons, operating between Mwanza, Kisumu, Port Bell, Jinja, and Port Bell, Kisumu. We also operate a small fleet of commuter operations in the city, and that's now the railway subsector. But we also have ICDs. In the ICDs, we have the Mkono ICD and the Gulu Logistics Hub, which we partner with Uganda Revenue Authority to enhance our export. So to get directly to your question, sir, how the railway enhance or support export. First of all, as you may be aware, the railway is the second cheapest mode of transport, second to water. Currently, we are about 40% cheaper than road on all exports, and about 30% cheaper than road on all imports. So the more, if your freight rates are lower than the freight rates of road, it means your goods that you export as a country will be competitive on the world market. Currently, if you look, Stuart is not here, we transport almost about 30 to 40% of industrial products of Roofings Group to Tanzania and Kisumu. Those are the finished products. So the products reach on the market on a competitive base. So that gives us an edge. And as you may be aware, we are mass transporters. One train, as it is, you are aware that there are trains we're operating we have not reached that level where we have modernized them. We are still operating a meter gauge, though we have plans of having in place an SGR. Just one train runs almost 1,200 tons payload. So if you're running 1,200 tons payload, you're pulling off from the road close to 60 trucks. So that kind of mass transport gives an edge that if I have my cargo I want to transport, you'll deliver it at a go and it's there in the market. So that's what I can give, and that's how we support export. But also I wanted to highlight to members, because that question might not come, that we are completing the rehabilitation of the Tororo-Gulu line, 375 kilometers. So this will enhance export to Southern Sudan and to the Democratic Republic of Congo. This line will be ready January next year. The biggest section of the line has been completed now and handed over, and operations will start January next year. So we are progressing, but also, as he highlighted, if you look on the water, we export quite a lot, we import quite a lot of fuel on the lake. So generally, a railway as a mass transporter and as a cheaper mode, but also not forgetting the railway subsector in Uganda does not only manage the railway, but also manage the water operations, the cheapest mode of operation, which is actually about 50% cheaper than road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoshak. I like the elaborate communication. Now, one of the things that as a country we've come to recognize is we are extremely agricultural.
Yes.
In terms of export, we have a lot of agricultural output. What's with cold chain cargo management at URC currently?
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very good question. As per now, we do not have facilities for cold chain facilitation. However, we have already secured the funding, which already were in procurement with the African Development Bank. We are going to invest about 20%, 10% of our investment in cold chain transport, so that we're able to transport our perishables through rail and water. And this will be done in the next, I think, 1 year, because procurements have already started.
Thank you. That would be a quite very good initiative, because we are backing from the point that we are losing 32% of our output as a result of cold chain challenges. And the ministry is here. The ministry want to employ you into cold chain investment across board within the country, away from the railway and others. So I'll request to go to the airline. You have, last year we had a price issue with you in terms of exporting to Congo. The private sector was complaining. The other airlines were giving us cheaper per kg, and Uganda Airlines was giving us an excess of 7,000 shillings. In logistics, that's high. So we'd like to know how far you have moved in enabling exports at infrastructure level and policy level.
Thank you. Thank you, Session Chair. I am also requesting for a minute to congratulate Ugandans. I wish to congratulate Ugandans upon the revival of the national airline.
We need to clap for that. When I will revive the national airline.
We have been in the skies for now 5 and moving to 6 years. And this year, we also made headway into Europe and specifically London. So we do not take that for granted. How are we facilitating? How are we supporting? Congo specifically is a good one for us. We are the only ones directly now flying to Kinshasa. The inquiries from the traders and everyone out there is overwhelming about Kinshasa. Dubai, London are the usual. Kinshasa, we are offering the best. I can tell you, we have made our rates very affordable, and the public is comfortable now. Yes.
Okay, I think the public would also like to know the rate at which you're exporting that kilogram today.
As a business,
yes,
the rates cannot be aired. Yes,
Okay,
but I will be available definitely for a one-on-one. But I can tell you, my brother from Hoti Fresh can confirm that before we came in, exports out of here were plus $1. Now to Dubai, we are less than $1. And I can tell you, it's overwhelming. We also applaud government that has come in to continuously support us. We are going to receive 2 freighter aircrafts next year.
Oh, okay.
Freighter aircrafts means cargo alone. Yeah, the fleet is going to increase, but we specifically have 2 freighters that are going to enable us do a lot more in terms of exports.
Okay, thank you. Now, that brings me to something else about the airline. Previously, we've been seeing private owned airline companies coming into the country, and at the pricing, they were charging us high. So is Uganda Airlines taking some steps to acquiring some partnerships across our importing countries from the other end to mitigate the quantity issue when it comes to what's supposed to go out and what is available to take it out?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we are making headway into partnerships, including interlines, to ensure that we have footprint across the globe, but also these negotiations allow us to make it affordable for everyone. How? For instance, in an interline, and where we say affordable and the other is not, then the middle ground makes it affordable for everyone out there. Yes, we have that discussion that is ongoing.
Okay, allow me bring in your biggest client, who is next to you there, to tell us if what you've said is what exactly is there. So, Madam Esther, what's happening with flowers, and how are you dealing with the logistics requirements?
Thank you, moderator. I would like to, first of all, clarify flowers, horticulture. Horticulture is the subsector. Within horticulture, we have flowers, fruits and vegetables, herbs and spices. So when we talk about exports of horticultural products, these are all perishable products that leave our country. For specifically flowers, I would like to mention that, but also for other horticultural products, high transport costs. Yeah, we have no competition for air freight within Uganda, and so the little that we are able to source, mostly from the region, we get freights from Ethiopia, from Kenya, and they charge us any cost that they want. We have almost no cold storage facility at the airport, no refrigerated trucks, especially for fruits and vegetables, cold storage at the farms, especially for, again, fruits and vegetables, and also insufficient cold rooms at the airport, indeed, is a big challenge to us. Poor road conditions. For flowers, 90% of our inputs, right from setup, is imported. So the road transport is still a challenge in Uganda. And at the border post, the delays that are caused is a challenge. Delays in customs clearance at the airport, customs and other regulators. I can give an example, for instance, because of overlapping mandates, if a customs officer is not on duty and MAIF would like to release our products, he cannot release the export until a customs officer comes. It would be good to allow one person, one single entry that can be cleared immediately. Frequency of freighters in Entebbe is also a poor, very poor. We have about 3 freighters coming in per week, and yet we have a capacity of exporting up to 6 times in a week. Power reliability, which affects our packaging, our storage. We talk about cold chain, but the cost of running generators is very, very high in this country. And then we talk about fragmented logistics. For instance, small exporters struggle with consolidation. So that is just a brief about what we struggle with.
Wow, it is so detailed for a brief. Those are very many problems. but the good thing is you're speaking to the people that also should answer that. Government in NDP 3 and NDP 4, you promised us cold chain logistics development. We have written to you, and I will attest to that. We will need to hear from you about cold chain. But also, Mr. Kiza, she can take out 6 flights of horticulture output. But right now the status is she can only afford to get 3. There is shortage at the. Can Uganda Airlines give us more planes for this?
As thank you. As earlier alluded, yes, the freighters are in the procurement stage.
Oh, okay. There seems to be very much procurement going on, Diana. Uganda Rail is doing procurement, and you're also doing procurement. But as we move to that, I want to go back to the taxman. Everybody mentions about turnaround times, and for us in clearing, forwarding, and transport, I've experienced this quite often. The time is spent to get this sorted, the time you get to get supervision, the time you get to get out of the system, and all that. Have you made an impact from last year, and what can we measure from that impact? How was it and how is it now?
Thank you very much. URA has made a number of administrative reforms, specifically to our processes. Some of those administrative reforms include, for example, we have started a dedicated export section and in the document processing center, headed specifically by a manager. We have dedicated staff at the border points, specifically to handle exports. We have also had a number of engagements with the other stakeholders, because there's something that a colleague here mentioned regarding release of entries. We realized that in most of the agencies piggy bank on the customs system to carry out their regulation works. And as such, URA tends to take the beating for delayed clearances. But how the URA system for clearance is designed is URA starts the process, the other players come in and carry out their roles in between, and it's only when they are done with their checks that URA does the final release of the entries. We have been having a number of engagements with the other MDAs who are players in the goods clearance, and actually, as I speak here, there's a roundtable engagement with other MDAs that is happening right now to also speak to them the same language, the direction we have, where we want to bring down declarations to about 2 hours from the time you make a declaration until the time it is released, particularly for export. But that can only happen if we have improved capacity of our people, which we are doing. We have re-engineered our processes by making them more functional, removing processes that don't add value anymore, but also having the other players shooting in the same direction like we are doing. So those are part of the initiatives, some administrative, some system-wise, by having better functional systems that we are utilizing to bring down the turnaround time and reduce the costs, and as such make our exports more competitive.
Okay, maybe before you leave the mic, there has been a concern about consolidation. There's an issue about consolidation, both export and import. What strides have we put in place as you are a consolidated cargo going out and coming?
Okay, maybe just before I go into the consolidation, I just want to add this other thing. Also, beginning this financial year, we introduced fiscalization of exports. And albeit with some challenges, which we are addressing, this is supposed to help the exporters ideally have better accountability for their exports, but also they will take more benefit from certain incentives, such as duty drawback. Because with fiscalized receipts, then any claims that you make to URA will be much easier to refund. We are working on consolidators specifically. Consolidators, for those who may not know, are basically players in the international trade space who enable the small importers who cannot ideally fill a whole container with goods. They put them together and bring the goods on their part. As URA, we are working very hard to support consolidators. We are working very hard to facilitate. However, we are very firm on facilitating legal trade. We want to facilitate trade, but we want to facilitate legal trade. So we are trying to engage with the policymakers and colleagues to come up with some regulations for consolidators, to weed out the consolidators who have been creating a bit of a challenge to the traders. But we are fully in support of clearing cargo of consolidators, but we want to remove any challenges that has been existing in that particular space.
Okay. Thank you so much. Then I would go to when Ms. Sauchaki was talking, you indicated that you don't have cold chain infrastructure currently. What are the points of interest? Would you interest the financiers, because they're here? This room has a lot of finance people. the areas that you want to be tackled by government at URC to improve its trade facilitation capacity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, you may be aware we have a PP Act where the private players are able to partner with government agencies. And in URC or at Uganda Railways Corporation, we are not new to this. The group of roofings were here. We had Yugakoff, they're here. In the past, they have invested in rehabilitation and maintenance of our wagons. I think Starbex must be here. They rehabilitated of recent our tank wagons and have been using them to transport fuel across. So we can partner in a number of ways. As a government, URC is a corporation that is 100% owned by government. So we are allowed to partner with the private sector in a number of areas. One, in development of ICDs, because we have quite a number of land. We can partner with the private sector in provision of rolling stock, especially wagons. We can also partner with the private sector. When you talk of rolling stock, even the cold chain systems come in place. Somebody can come with cabotage of cold chain. Cabotage means the containers that you're able to remove from the wagons and put down. They buy the cold chain containers. Whenever they want to take them to, say, to Mombasa, they pick from their factory, they come and lift from trucks to rail, and then we rail. Those investment areas are there. So currently, like I said, we are open and we are having a number of discussions with the private sector in leasing of even assets, including locomotives. So we are open to having discussions with the private sector. We are also open in commuter or passenger operations. If the private sector have money, we are in the process of changing our act to allow the private sector to run their commuter or passenger trains on our infrastructure. So I think I've answered the question, sir.
That's very good. And you speak of something very pertinent, the private sector coming in to work with government. The private sector, which I represent, has indicated its interest with URC. You should have come across those things. But now the challenge, I think, also is the processes internally. Because the private sector has had a strategy around Chetume, Goodshed, and Gulu Hub. But we can report that URC has not been forthcoming. Is it about the act?
Thank you very much. Where the interest, particularly the private sector has had around Chetume, the Gulu Logistics Hub, are not affected by the act. I think it is we need to pick it up because we tendered the Gulu Logistics Hub to get a private player to operate it. We failed to get the operator. That's why we went to our colleagues in URA to come and work with us. We tendered the whole Gulu Logistics Hub. But I think because at that particular time, it was not viable because the railway line had not been completed. We are finalizing plans to retender, not the whole of it at a go, but create areas. Say we can get 5 people to operate in there so that even our smaller and growing logistics companies can able to compete. Similarly to Mukono ICD, we are having a similar approach, and this should be done in the next 3 to 4 months. Those ones do not need even any act. Okay. And the issues of investment in wagons, locomotives, do not need any act change. The only issue that requires a change in the act is the operations of trains on the Uganda Railways rail track, because the current mandate, it is only URC that is allowed to run trains. Thank you. So, but we can discuss. You can share with me the communications, then we can pick it from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have one question, then I can open up the floor to the audience, and that's the airline first. The perishables are getting wasted at the airport. Of course, away from the cold chain issue, but also the efficiency and effectiveness of taking out our perishables. The private sector has created some markets together with government. We'd like to know, is there a strategic intention on the market specifically about Africa in terms of routes and enabling that export towards the continent?
Thank you. Yes, there is a plan. There is a strategy to go out to the other markets. Of course, you know that currently we are constrained capacity-wise, but come hopefully next year, we have, because especially in terms of the exports, remember what we are having currently are passenger aircrafts, and we are only stealing the belly capacity, but it is really in favor of the passenger side. The cargo freighters will allow us to move out to other routes, yeah, including Madame Esther's routes, Belgium and Italy, and yeah. Passenger-wise, you choose your routes based on where your passengers move. Cargo-wise, you choose your routes based on where your cargo goes. Yeah, so cargo will have a wider coverage of where we'll go, and it will be demand-based. So indeed, we have that in plan.
Okay, thank you. Earlier we had the chair, the head of service, and she promised that the government is at a stage of doing. So we hope that next time we have the doing business forum, we start on the strategy. Now we have the fight.
We were covered in the budget.
Okay, the biggest victim of poor freight infrastructure. The floor is yours to ask for what you need. What do you think should be done to enable the horticulture business boom in the country?
Okay, thank you so much. There is a lot of asks that we can have, but the first thing is government speak to us to know our capacity, to know our potential, and also to understand our roots. Understand our roots, and let's negotiate before you implement your policies. 2, we request that you support us to access affordable export finance through development banks or export credit facilities. Every time I hear about it, they say, but we have it, but we don't see where it is. Where is it? Where can we find it? Would like to request for simplified licensing and inspection regimes. In that, adopt risk-based inspections rather than 100% inspections that most of the government NDS do now, because we deal with perishables, and the delays and double handling causes quality issues. We also suggest that you can negotiate as government for logistics agreements. I mentioned earlier that we now get freighters from Ethiopia, from Kenya, but when we go as a private sector, they charge us any price. Rwanda is another one. They don't have a lot of cargo as per now. So if you negotiated and give us subsidies, which other countries are doing, especially to give us slots. We are going into a very busy season, and support the private sector to develop agricultural parks. Agricultural parks, we talk of industries, manufacturing, but we also need agricultural parks where we can set up not only growing, but our packing facilities, our cold storage, training facilities, and other logistics on a location before we transport them to the airport or bring them to URC for further transport. Border procedures, my colleague has mentioned single window. We pray that this will be enhanced so that the system, the process can be simplified and made easy, because our exports are time bound. If the aircraft is leaving at midnight, There is no way we can look for a customs officer or my officer or someone else. And my colleague also mentioned about export
Tax regime?
not tax regime, a desk at Nakawa. I hope it's in Nakawa. We face a challenge in that because for certificate of origin to some countries, you have to log it online and then go for a physical signature from Nakawa and then drive back to the airport. So we pray that you can set up all these services at our border posts to simplify, but also to save on time for our export. Cold storage, we can never talk enough about it. We need support to set it up because all countries within the region, our governments have developed first-class cold storage facilities at the airports. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Esther. Lastly, to you, Mr. Commissioner. At the clearing and forwarding stage, there's something that you're observing in export. It gets easier to get out of Uganda, but the process at the other side seems to be uncoordinated from this side. Is URA trying to get some bilateral agreements to enable shared data, shared processes with our receiving countries to mitigate the time issue?
Thank you very much. Basically, right now we are operating under a single customs territory. And we have been working on integrating systems as much as possible. Part of those systems, for example, is having shared certificates of origin, amongst other issues, including even certain integrations even in standards. So that platform is being developed. It's being deployed piecemeal based on the deliverables in time. And we are hoping that with the full deployment of that portal, where we have shared information, and we shall have less system interruption, which often is actually most times is the system interruptions, where say an entry from Uganda, which is supposed to the preceding entry on this side, is not visible in the other partner states. So we are working closely with under the framework in the ESC Secretariat, where the portal is being hosted, to complete that, and this should address this particular challenge.
So it's work in progress?
Yes.
Logistics has a lot of work in progress. I hope the Minister of Finance can see. There's too much work in progress for logistics-related needs, but we hope next year we shall have better. One last question for the panel and for Mr. Ochaki. You have the Good Shed, you have the Chetume Hub, and now you have the Gulu Hub, which you just talked about. At the export side, at a strategic level, we've been looking at these points as best points to grow exports. Do you think they are? And if they are not, what can be done to make them best?
Thank you very much. True, we have 3 core ICDs. The Good Shed in the middle of the city, that is Kampala, Mukono ICD, and the Good Logistics Hub. And true, they are the core of supporting the export. If you look at Good Logistics Hub, you can be able to strip all your cargo and arrange and package all your cargo in that particular hub and be able to do all the processes because customs is there. But also, if you look at that Good Logistics Hub, it's big enough that you can do all the logistics you need to export to South Sudan and DRC. For Mukono, and that hub is linked to a railway line that comes from Tororo. And then for Mukono, as you know it, it's also linked to a railway line that goes up to Mombasa. So it has also all the facilities, and the URA is also there. So it can also support, and we have areas even for small players, areas for parcels, and the new startups. So it can also support the same. And if you look at Kampala Goodshed, it is in the heart of the city. Yes, with the challenges of congestion in the city as traffic jam, but it links directly to our southern route. Kampala is connected to a railway line that goes to Port Bell and directly links to our vessels, which are wagon ferries. So you pick your cargo directly from Kampala, it goes to the port. And if you look, we pick directly cargo from roofings on rail. We take it to Port Bell, and then from Port Bell we put on the water, and then to either Tanzania or to Kenya. I agree with you 100%. And indeed, currently we have a project which we have kicked off of drop-off of containers at Mukono. Drop-off of containers means it has been a very big issue for importers that the time that you are given to return the containers back to Mombasa have been limited. That by the time you get your container and take it back to Mombasa, you will be hit by demurrage charges, container demurrage charges. Now we have agreed with the shipping lines that once you reach Mukono, you drop off the container at Mukono, it's as good as you have dropped off the container at Mombasa. This provides the required assets for export. Now, containers that every client has been rushing to take back empty to Mombasa, they will be now available at Mukono. So it means you can take your coffee in Mukono, it will find containers available at cheaply. You would stuff your cargo from, say, lorries into the containers, and then we start railing to Mukono, to Mombasa and the other ports. I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to open the discussion to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing logistics. Are there supplements, compliments, some questions to the team here if you're involved in trade? Maurice, I'll take 2 questions.
All
then
right.
We end this. And thank you.
You decide. I am I am biased sometimes, so you see where I was already standing. So
Maurice, fast hold.
yes,
Ladies,
just tell me where. You know me, I am mobile. I even have another mic somewhere.
Fast hold. Ladies, we are having a 1% participation of women in logistics. So if you see any woman, please give them the microphone.
There was a woman there.
But then start with the man.
This panel is very serious. We start with Muzei.
No,
the other side.
This
Okay.
side, yes.
I thought I would go to Kabale first, but let us start from. I wasn't sure.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your presentations. And all of these things are also reflecting on Minister of Finance. I hope they have picked a very important aspect here. The private sector needs some support, a development loan facility, which will be there. And then number 2, there should be a continuous interaction between the private sector and the government. And some things like the digital universal global digital something, and we need some training as private sector. If the Minister of Finance can think of that, it will be okay.
Thank you so much.
Don't worry, you've reported finances here, so you've reported.
Let's have a lady.
I am a bit biased. Can we start here?
Okay.
He was former head of the unit, so I don't want to pass.
No, if
I
that's
may
the
have
high
some
table
issues.
for the money,
Yes,
you
I
can
might have
speak.
some issues.
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you. Peter Ngatejize. Maybe mine goes to the chair. You know how to handle.
Yes.
These days I'm told that sea freight is the best way to go, even with fruits and vegetables. And so I'm told because planes are less flexible, while on ship you can move. I would want a comment around that space, its implications, costs, and the future of that area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That question will go straight to you, RC.
There's a lady there.
Let's have the lady.
Yes.
Let's have the lady.
Hello, how are you? My name is Farida Shava. I'm a pilot, but also I have a small private flight company, and we do mostly small logistics, very small. My question is addressed to you, Mr. Chiza. When it comes to logistics, I hear the vision is mostly for international, Germany, that's what I'm hearing. And as someone who's deeply invested in the domestic aviation sector, I want to know, do you have plans for the domestic sector flying within Uganda for the flight, and logistics? Thank you so much.
Ashaba, do you want to share your handle? Because people need to know you do really amazing tour flights.
Thank you so much. So I'm mostly interested in the domestic side. Thank you, Maurice. And the vision was to help a Ugandan who can't afford a visa or passport. So we do flights around Uganda, domestic, but we are the small birds, yeah? Don't come expecting the Boeing. 3 people, 4 people, that's
the
more.
Airbus. Don't
Or
come
don't
think-
come and ask for the Airbus. We're just doing, I'm the small fish.
Yeah,
Thank
she
you.
does really amazing work on
Thank
her
you.
online
Morris,
platform.
one more question?
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Biengoma Nicholas. Don't take me bad that that maybe like I wasn't here this morning. It looks like the panelists this morning focused with finance. So they kept talking about the deliveries, the best for MDAs. But they are not talking about the pains of the wealth creators. When I look behind here, I cannot even see any transporter from downtown. And this economy cannot run unless if we are, as my young brother there talked about, the wheelers. So my question here now goes to URA. I saw the Commissioner General holding a mic like this, talking to the regional contemporaries, saying that the tax body is very, very unfair to the taxpayer. And has not been discussed. Since morning, nobody has talked about the unfairness of the tax body to the taxpayer. This one I would want to be taken as a discussion out of this hall in the boardroom in finance to see how they can ease out, like the theme talks about the public sector efficiency for private sector competitiveness. How can you compete, for example, when you go to URA? This young brother of mine says that everything is fine. You go to the bonds and see the jam of traders. You cannot imagine. Last time I was monitoring, the Commissioner General couldn't get to one of the bonds for more than half an hour, 45 minutes. So where is the efficiency? How are you enabling the private sector to do business if the bonds are all jammed? I met another friend this week. He got to Rugazi at 5 a.m. because the whole road between here and Rugazi was jammed with traders in 4 lanes. So where are we going to take this conversation? Where is the efficiency in this? Where you now move from, when I leave Kabale, I take like 5 hours to Chengera and I take 3 hours to my home in Buya. Where is the efficiency? So this conversation of trying to have boardrooms here and we don't talk about the real players, the sufferers, I don't know why we are here trying to talk to ourselves. Let's get the actual wealth creators who are in pain, but not wearing suits. I respect your suits and air-conditioned offices. I don't know if Mzakagwa is still here. The SST is not here. They have all gone. Kagwa is here? Okay, thank you very much, the policy guy. So when are we going to have a conversation? For example, I am in road sector. I want now to go and get a machine from Europe. When I get it here, the commissioner there, URA, says that, yes, you'll pay 100 million in tax. Then another desk says, I am putting an uplift of 5%, 10%. How are you enabling the importer? Because I've talked about exports, exports, exports. So this uplift, who is bringing it on board and whom is it helping? So finally, I started the business in 69. We didn't have any road in town. Who has allowed trucks, traders in town during the day? Why can't they be removed? Who has that authority to just say no more trucks until 10 p.m. up to 5 a.m.? So that the old man, 82 years, when I get to Chengera, I can get home in an hour. But not 4 hours from Chengera, 15 kilometers. So who has this authority? Can we have this conversation, Bwana Kagwa? Where can we take this conversation? All panelists here, all members here, where is this conversation to enable people to move freely? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know, Chair, I can add some information because he's only mentioned about transport, but
Yes.
he's also in hospitality, he's a coffee farmer, and he's an elder from Chigezi.
Maurice.
At least I have information, that little information. But they can be more if you Googled his name. You might find more information. Do you have time? I honestly...
You are the owner of this event.
No, this man his hand has been up since we started.
Okay.
And we want young men to also raise their voices.
Okay, it's okay.
Yes, thank you, moderator. All protocol observed. Salutation, gentlemen. Mine is a simple one. It's going to Mr. Jude. And it's about what insights are you having about the digitizing of the IFRIS and the automation of cargo to cover the customs delay and basically that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Last one, Chair. Last
Maurice.
one. And it's a lady, which is very good.
Good.
Okay, thank you, Maurice. It's unfortunate that I expected UNBS to be present here, but I'm a little bit disappointed that I don't see anybody there. My question to them, I don't know who will help me out with them, if in case anybody is in here. I mean, value addition, and for quite some time, for me to sell, I need to get my things certified. And I made all the effort to make sure I pay for certification. They came and inspected. I took my samples for certification, but I really wonder how long it may take for one to get the results. Because with the little capital I have, if I've put in to certify my products, I need to go back to the market and sell and be able to even pay revenue, but it is really taking long for me to get the results from UNBS. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Maurice. I want to thank the elder about that passionate question. Where are we going to have these discussions? Who has allowed the trucks in Kampala? We are supposed to have the Minister of Works and Transport on this panel. We don't know what happened to them, but those questions should have been answered. But we hope the representative can answer, Mr. Ochaki here. So I'll go to Mr. Ochaki, you answer the questions that have come to you. Then after I go to the Mr. Jude.
Thank you very much. Something to correct. I don't have the mandate to represent the minister.
Okay.
That has to be on record. But I can answer some questions. The question is, our senior passionately highlighted the issue of traffic jam in the city. And I highlighted at the start of my conversation, or at the start of this discussion, that Uganda Railways Corporation does commuter. However, I did not highlight the plans that we are concluding for introduction of diesel multiple units for improved mobility in the capital city. We are in advanced stages with our partners in Europe to procure 100 cars. We call them cars, railway cars. They are like the European diesel multiple units to operate on our lines to decongest the entire from Bujuko up to Jinja, that whole section. And we have, I think about a week ago, I was in Europe with my leadership at the ministry, and the DMUs, these are diesel electrical multiple units. They are 5-5, they come in a bunch of 5-5. And there are 20, those are 100 cars, so we are finalizing those discussions. They should be able to reduce part of the congestion. Our plan is to reduce about 30% of our current traffic flow in the city. So this will reduce congestion on the following fronts: the Jinja Road, because we shall be taking about 250,000 passengers off the road on a daily basis, because our current commuters into the city is about 1.5 million people per day. So we should be able to cut off, I mean, not per day. I mean, we're looking at either per month, but cut off about 30% of those numbers. So it should be able to do the Chengera, the Fort Portal, and part of the Jinja section. So this will ease that area. Then the other question which I should be able to respond to is the cold chain, for vegetables versus transportation on the lake. Our senior highlighted, true, you are right. It is the cheapest, like you highlighted, lake transport is the cheapest, or water transport is the cheapest. We are working or having plans with our counterparts in Tanzania. You may be aware Tanzania is completing its standard gauge rail operations from Dar es Salaam up to Mwanza on our doorstep. And I think should be ready by mid next year. And we are working on improving our wagon ferries or vessel connections, which actually, like I highlighted at the beginning, we are buying cold chain systems that it will be easy. You load the cargo at Port Bell. It takes 16 hours from Port Bell to Mwanza, and it takes 36 hours by rail from Mwanza to Dar Port or Tanga Port. And by SGR, it will take less than 24 hours. So within about 36 hours, your vegetables will be already at the port of Dar. And if you have the cold chain system, then they will be put into the vessels and they start moving to where they should be going. I think I have answered those two questions.
Thank you.
If I have not answered them properly, my apologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You want to ask a question? Let's first have the taxman answer his part of the divide, then we shall come to you, Nicholas.
Thank you very much. I think this engagement is good. And as URA, one of our 4 tenants is engaged citizenry, which is basically continuous engagement. I think from this discussion, we see that, in fact, we need to increase engagements because there are a number of issues that are being raised by senior and the other colleagues that may necessarily, they affect us, and we agree that they do affect us, but might not have been what was the discussion for today. However, we are very open to having continuous engagement. Why is it that when you make declarations to us, your value may be uplifted? There are indeed reasons behind it. In trade facilitation and enforcement of compliance, definitely there will always be friction points when you combine the two. When you put trade facilitation on one hand and ensuring compliance, but how can you address and how can you bridge this divide? This divide can be bridged only through two things: increased engagement and increased sharing of information out there. So we are open to engage more on this matter. And the other issue that has come up is improving efficiency. He was asking about how far we have gone with the digitalization of IFRIS. IFRIS is a program that is going to be implemented in entirety. We have started it. We have decided to segmentize it. There are certain sectors that have been picked. For example, exports, the entire exports are supposed to be fiscalized, to go under IFRIS. Certain sectors like manufacturing are supposed to go towards IFRIS. Because of the benefits that system, we believe that it extends to effective revenue collection, but also effective facilitation of trade. We are going to further require that all our players, for example, our compliant taxpayer programs like AEO, that if you're in the compliant taxpayer programs, you should be able to embrace initiatives such as the IFRIS. So the expanding scope, the penetration of these initiatives is definitely on, and we keep rolling them out as and when the resources, one, allow, but also we also are operating under a principle of educate, engage, and enforce. So we shall educate, we shall engage, but we shall also enforce where there's that small percentage of people who don't want to follow. Because there's also a government mandate, as indicated, on the side of ensuring fair trade, that everyone trading should pay taxes, fair taxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kiza, you had a question. Let's have it.
Thank you, my sister, for the service that you're already offering to the country. I want to bring you good news that, yes, we have a plan for domestic flights within Uganda. And we already looking at Arua, Hoima, and Gulu. And Hoima is going to be big because we're actually going to construct a warehouse there. Yes, so we have that in plan. Yes, please.
Okay, with that, Mr. Kafero here had something to say, and in 1 minute you can say it, then we can have our closing statements. Then I hand over to Maurice.
Thank you. Mine is a response to our senior who asked about export by sea freight. It's not a rumor, it's actually happening. And the pilot is on Hass Avocado. It's a project that is being piloted or supported by the EU and in partnership with Maersk, one of the leading freight forwarders in the country. And this is anchored on the core values of sustainability by the EU. And like you said, sea freight is relatively cheaper, especially for developed networks like the EU, where a train can do a last mile delivery. So right from the port to a warehouse or to a supermarket itself. So, but it calls for high level efficiency right from the farm gate and systems. So this is something that we need to interest ourselves in as private sector. And like I said, we also need government to support policies and regulations, especially on cold chain and facilitation through financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kafel. With that, I want to thank the audience. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Just maybe what I've noted, Diana, I don't know if you're still around, and the ministry, it looks more like logistics-related issues are work in progress. Logistics-related issues are work in progress. Now, we want to interest the ministry. Without good logistics, there is no economic development worldwide. And if we hear any of the members here, they are waiting on government, they are expecting government, they are attracting government. Please interest yourself into logistics discussions and logistics implementation. That's what I can say from the part of the National Exports Logistics Dialogue, so that we can grow our logistics. Thank you, the panelists. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming by. Maurice, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much. Can we warmly receive the contribution, ladies and gentlemen? You will be upstanding. We want to give you a very small token, and very quickly, I'll invite Diana to do the honors. As I'll also request that the director who is going to work on our reflections quickly prepares for that. Diana, you'll hand over to each of our panelists and our presenter, yes, and our moderator. And thereafter, we'll have, after the reflections, we'll have a statement from the Minister of Public Service. It's the closing statement. And it will mark the closure of our second annual Doing Business Forum. And the takeaways is what the director will be handling, because we have been here since morning working on what it is we want to achieve as a unit, the private sector development unit, and as a Ministry of Finance. And I must mention that all the key stakeholders are here in the room. And when you have the airline, somebody mentioned earlier that the entire session seems to have bribed even the organizers, because the entire graphics for the forum is really about logistics. So does everyone have a hamper? I just want to make sure. Yes. All right, Diana, we'll need a photo with you. So you'll go in the middle, and you, cameraman, they're yours to organize. Mr. Kagwa, you're coming next. And then I will invite that after you've spoken, Director, we will then invite the Minister of Public Service to close our forum. Yes. You can come, doctor. So, I mean, you know, he's about to become a doctor. So we always forget and say Dr. Kagwa, but and soon after that, Professor. The networking will continue. There is tea after this. When we close, we can continue with the networking. So thank you so much, our logistics panel. We want to thank our chair for a great job done. And for all of you who are still with us, I know some have quickly moved to pick a cup of coffee. We will not wait for them. We will continue. And the coffee will still be here waiting for us. Over to you, Director.
Thank you so much, Maurice. And I want to thank all of you for being here since morning. And I know a lot of us have gone because of other pressing matters, but at least we still have people here, and it's heartening to see that this was very well attended. Mr. Biengoma, I commend you for the points you've raised, the pain points. And I want to comfort you that we'll be inviting you to the Ministry of Finance in a smaller forum to discuss issues that affect you. We are looking at CEOs in the private sector. We are going to have a meeting and to discuss issues of how we can grow our economy tenfold. So your issues will be answered when we have that forum. But suffices to say that we all know about the congestion, what is happening. And, you know, we've been working so hard on two things, which we've started on now. One, the railway transportation. Because if we remove the lorries from the roads, we'll have reduced the problem by maybe 20% or 30%. But we are also working now on the Jinja Expressway. we are working. We had lacked some money, but now World Bank has opened up because that was we wanted to use concessional financing. Busegampiji onwards, also going through Nakaoka, what we call the southern bypass. All that is going to be worked on because at least World Bank has removed its suspension to the financing. So we are really concerned also because we know if we don't do the infrastructure properly, we are not going to move. So I just wanted you to take heart. Then too, there was some question about UNBS, why aren't they here? We couldn't have all government agencies here today because it would have been longer. So we picked some of the agencies. We thought that when we talk when they come here and give testimonies to you, you will know that things can happen. That we are not talking theory, that actually, when you look at digitalization in government, it can actually work. And it has worked in passports, it has worked in driving licenses, and it's even working in NSSF in the payments. Things are actually moving. And that was, I think, for us, the message that we wanted to give and say, okay, want it to work in other areas, in logistics. Now, you've been told, even the logistics people, they are telling us that if you do certain things, then we can see that government will become more efficient. So the takeaways that have been given to mention, maybe some you can make adjustments. One, that there must be collaboration among ministries, agencies, and departments in implementation of actions towards private sector efficiency. So this is looking at the whole of government approach to stop silos in government, and government works together and decisions get made together as a one-stop center. There was also take away that integration of government databases is a must, and also that government should continue integrating its service delivery so that all services are automated. The third one was that there should be no duplication on biometric capture for issuance of government services to private sector. Once NILA has captured the biometric details, that should be enough. So there was concern about governments, HMDA capturing their own biometrics. For example, in Uganda driver's licensing process. And if this is removed, it will enable renewal of permits within 10 minutes. It was noted that the price of electricity has gone down, but issues of reliability are affecting private sector competitiveness. So UDCL was urged to make sure that they improve on reliability, because in some instances, when power goes off, it affects processes. There are some processes which are constant, they continue, they are continuous for 24 hours. They must have reliable power. Once the power goes off, the entire process fails and it must be repeated. If it's a product that is being processed, all that is wasted. So reliability of electricity was emphasized. Then there was need to improve on efficiency of the justice system delivery with respect to timely disposal of cases affecting the private sector to increase private sector confidence. There are some cases which have been in courts for more than 10 years. And when you look at the amount of money that is locked up in the judicial system, it's estimated to be about 7 trillion shillings. So there was also a need for a measurable mechanism for workplace inspection and adherence to occupational safety by the private sector. There was need for investment in cold chain infrastructure to reduce post-harvest losses during transportation. There is of course effort that is being done in Entebbe, but maybe there's also need for other areas, especially now that we are looking at very different logistics hubs. So that is also something that we're going to take up. UDCL has established offices near specific service industrial parks. Companies investing in power generations have been tasked to ensure power regularity, and ERA is penalizing those that do not adhere and compromise the grid. Uganda Investment Authority should ensure fully serviced parks before onboarding private companies. And also, Uganda Investment Authority was tasked to fast-track adherence to standards, inspections, and worker safety in industrial parks. And then lastly, was this lastly? No. There's increased UNBS funding and personnel to enhance service delivery. There was also the issue of fast-tracking the completion of what I've mentioned, the Kampala-Jinja Expressway. Then completion of the rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway. This is going on, as you've heard. By next year, the Tororo-Gulu line should be up and running fully. Then there's the developed industrial agricultural parks that cater for the entire fresh produce value chain storage and packing. And this is Ministry of Finance. And there was the need for a simplified license and inspection regime for perishable exports. So all this, the removing of silos, I think, in government, that if it's customs officer must be there, also, and an agriculture officer to certify this, and they go once. People shouldn't look for these different government people. There was also a proposal that we provide a fund for financing logistics and also for financing exporters of horticulture, I think floriculture. Because when you look at our exports, especially to Europe, it's horticulture and floriculture. So, but we need to make sure that the people who are in this area can access affordable financing to mitigate the costs. And then lastly, that efficient logistics were vital for the tenfold growth. Thank you so much. I don't know whether there's something I've left out that we can share with Madame Diana Nanono. Once again, I thank you so much for persevering to be here up to this time and giving us valuable insight into what we can do to achieve the tenfold growth strategy. Maurice?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate our director? I request you take your seat. We are closing because now I'm inviting on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, the Minister of Public Service, Mr. Kenneth Matovu, to close the forum. Sir, you have the right. At the end, just say, and now I officially close. And then we will go and drink tea.
Thank you very much, Maurice.
I bring you greetings from the Ministry of Public Service and apologies from the Permanent Secretary. As we are all aware, as we were holding this forum today, she was attending that pension fund management in Munyonyo. I've carried the message from her and I'll read it verbatim. Permanent secretaries, heads of government institutions, development partners, private sector players, society, civil society representatives here present, academia, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this second doing of business forum to a close, let me express my heartfelt appreciation to all of you for your invaluable contributions, your insights, active participation, and the wealth of knowledge shared today have greatly enriched our discussions. This forum has not provided a platform for exchanging ideas, but also fostered meaningful dialogue that will undoubtedly shape the future of Uganda's business environment. I further extend my profound thanks to our partners, especially the World Bank Group, Ministry of Works and Transport, Ministry of Internal Affairs, specifically the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Uganda Investment Authority, and all other implementation partners who have supported the reforms discussed today. We appreciate the works you're doing to facilitate a more conducive environment for doing business in Uganda. In particular, I take this opportunity to appreciate the private sector, who are the key beneficiaries of the reforms. Your feedback today and strong partnership we have is invaluable to us and informing policy development. I take keen interest in the associations present today for your representation and coordination of the private sector, which gives us hope that we have the needed engine to drive the tenfold growth. Today, we've been privileged to hear firsthand about the public sector reforms that are being rolled out to reduce the cost of doing business, improve formalization, industrial growth, and competitiveness of Uganda products in regional and international markets. These reforms are a direct response and aspirations outlined in the 4th National Development Plan and the tenfold growth strategy, which seek to make Uganda more competitive, investor-friendly, and prosperous middle-income economy. In particular, the discussions we've had today have been enlightening in terms of understanding the impact of these reforms. We've heard from various stakeholders across the private sector, government institutions, development partners. Their feedback is vital in ensuring that our reforms are not only impactful, but also aligned with the real needs of doing business in the community. Participants have indicated the persistent inefficiencies. We had a survey after lunch, and one of the sectors that were asking to improve was the one of the pension management. Someone had to even put emojis on that. But I assure you that some of these have been decentralized, and management, we don't have to do those processes, as most of them have been automated. Therefore, unlocking the private sector's full potential requires whole government efforts to have a responsive and efficient public sector that delivers timely, cost-effective, and transparent services. As a ministry, our key role going forward is to support implementation of the public sector transformation program under the NDP4. This is key in creating high-performing public service sector that fosters business growth and enables quality of life enhances quality of life We are therefore convinced that efficient public sector will help us attain the tenfold growth through provision of high quality public goods and services, creating an enabling environment for business to thrive. Our director has just been talking about the key takeaways, and to ensure that we are on the right path, it is critical that we re-echo some of these. The impact of reform. It is clear from today's discussions that administrative and regulatory reforms are making a difference. The success lessons shared by the selected MDAs show that it is possible to streamline and automate processes to achieve efficiency, but there is still much work to be done. Collaboration is key. This one, director has emphasized. These public-private engagements are important in building trust, enabling information flow, and providing accountability needed to inform public investment and ensure that reforms are well implemented to effectively address the challenges faced by the businesses in Uganda. Sustained dialogue that, like we've had today, going forward, we must continue to engage and listen to the private sector, as their input is crucial in shaping policies that foster growth and sustainability. In conclusion, I would like to once again express my gratitude to everyone for your participation in today's forum. Let us continue working hand in hand to realize our shared vision for a better public service, for a business environment. I look forward to continued collaboration, and I am confident that with your support, we will achieve the ambitious goals that we have. Thank you very much. I wish you all continued success in your businesses for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, check. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate the permanent secretary? Because the first one was for Mato, yeah? So that one may be unfair for the PS, all right? Just one final exercise. Do we have the QR code, or we use the same QR code? Because we had a very nice logistics conversation. So maybe the logistics people need to lead us. So the QR code is on your, is it in front? Yes, the QR code is there. But if you had already opened it on your phone, you'll notice it'll come to your question. Our question number 4. And so we still have all the 30 plus people who had logged in. 50, do we have 51? Yes, 51. So if you open your phone, it should quickly take you to this question. And we're asking, what key public sector actions would most improve export facilitation and logistics efficiency? Director, he talked about an export fund, and I know you're working on that. There is an export facility, or at least export facilitation fund. It has another name. I'm sure if the director would speak to that. So everyone in logistics, this is your space. Someone was talking about warehousing. We had a conversation around cold chain facilities. We had a conversation around the free zones. I know that was in another session, but this logistics session does speak to that. So if you scan the QR code on your program, that one at the bottom, it should take you straight to the question. But if you, the moment you're in, then you go to the survey. There's a part where it says open the survey. And then you should be able to contribute. One of you says systems integrations of actors. Director, that's what they're saying. Cold chain facility. It's as if we were reading from the same mind. Same script. You could speak to something that speaks to your space. Cargo facilitation. And I know the national airline is working on this. For now, we are benefiting from the fact that there is still belly space on the Airbus. But what happens when we're now full to capacity and Ugandans are carrying 2 bags each and there's no longer space in the belly? There is also the conversation around the cost of cargo on the various platforms, whether it's URC or Uganda Airlines. We have Weybridge improvement. Export finance, yes. Beyond the 40,000, Director, that invite grants. I think, Director, that's where you come in. Doctor, you enter the survey there, inside there, then you give us yours. I got down here, this one here, there. Then it will take you to the question immediately. There you go. So we want to know, what are the key public sector actions that we should most improve to facilitate export facilitation and logistics efficiency? Complete the Uganda electronic single window, especially for coffee. All right? Enhancement of the electronic single window, bringing all government players and indicating the SLAs for each, increased regulatory compliance to support businesses, product quality control, standard gauge railway. Yeah, that is very, very, very specific. I only have 10. It would be nice to know what URA said in the portal. It would be nice to know what his issue is, whether it's turnaround time, whether it's about the standards, certification. It's an opportunity for you to raise this, because this is captured and it's at the back end, it's a Ministry of Finance content. This is not for a service provider. This is specific because Menti is extremely useful for the ministry. At the back end, this content is used. Can we scroll down to see the other contributions I'm seeing at the bottom here? Yes. Digitalize the phytosanitary certificate, pack houses and cold storage. Director, we also have one to improve export facilitation. We need to punish corrupt officials. Improve road sector, develop railway lines. Couldn't agree more. I'll allow 30 seconds before we formally thank all of you for joining us. But we really want to, Doctor, did yours come? Has it come? Okay, because he was worried. He wasn't seeing his. And I was wondering if the system is rigged, only to pick the ones that they want to see. All right, so we want to thank you on behalf of the Private Sector Development Unit, Diana and the team. Thank you so much for joining us and for staying with us. We still have a networking session, so you can stay with us. The team is here, the Secretariat is here. We will provide a lot of these reports to all the stakeholders. And as the Director mentioned, Mr. Byangoma, with your colleagues, I'm sure that invitation will be coming, so you can have a candid conversation. And unfortunately, it will be in a boardroom, but it is going to be a candid conversation with the boardroom people. Yeah. All right, one more. Have you added it? Can we load it? Just one more. He insists his KPI is measured on all the questions being answered. Reduce replication of data inquiries. All right. So this is the easy one where we say, which session did you find most informative? But now this is really, you're rigging because we have fewer. Now, what about the guys who left? They might have voted for another session. All right, so let's see. Kathleen, it would be nice to see. What's your answer for that? It would be nice to see. Yes. Let's see where we're going. Session, opening session? Really? I think you people liked the head of public service and her candid tone, how she's going to evaluate the permanent secretaries with a clear measure of a couple of things. So I know the public service would be happy to know that the head of public service was speaking your language. All right? Which session did you find most informative? Director, it would be nice to see which one you think was... I think this is biased because all of us here were here for the logistics session. So we were going to vote for logistics because, all right. Let me also vote. This will be interesting. Session 1 was the opening. Session 2, shared MDA successes, the industrial parks, free zones, and infrastructure. I only have 15. Can we at least get to 50% of the people here? Because at least we still have more than 15 people in this room. Which session did you find most informative and relevant to enhancing public sector efficiency for competitiveness? We have 16, 18, yes, 18 of 60, 17, no, 17 of 60. We are still fairly below 50%. Can we get more? Doctor, have you managed to? It would be nice to get your feedback, because this at least informs the unit of a specific sector that they could work with and expound on in the next Doing Business Forum. 20, that would be nice. If I got another 5 of us, Omgurusi, have you voted? Omgurusi, do you have data Omgurusi, first of all? But you look nice for 82. You really look very nice for 82. We all want to look like him when we're 82. Yeah, I hope we reach there, Mr. Kagwa. With that traffic in Chengera of 3 hours, I don't know if we shall reach there. All right. So I think, there's a lot of fatigue in the room, so I'll understand. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. It was nice. I think I'll invite the entire unit. Some of the members of the unit are here, but our boss Diana is here. So in case you want to continue these engagements, but also if you're interested in a lot of the content, the Secretariat is at the back. This information is available. In a few weeks, the reports will be available, even from our competitiveness forum. So you're able to see what it is that was captured from the meetings. If there's any value you want to add to that, please let them know. And the ministry is open for these conversations. We want to thank you all on behalf of the ministry. Thanks for joining us, and see you at the next Doing Business Forum. Asante sana, and safe journey.